world through rose-colored glasses. Try the new and delicious True Shake Strawberry.
RallyX is presented by Nova Motorsport, First Corner, True Shake, and Proven.
From Montalegre in Portugal. We're here for day 2 of RallyX 2025. My name's Andrew Coley, this is Hal Ridge, and that is a great big Portuguese crowd. It's a packed house. We were coming in this morning, there's twice as many cars as there were yesterday. I don't know if they watched the stream and saw this man win in open two-wheel drive, or if it's just another lovely day up a Portuguese mountain house, but what a brilliant start to the season.
They absolutely love their rallycross here, don't they? We're quite close to the Spanish border, so it's the perfect place for people to come in and enjoy this wonderful sport, and as you say, what a day they were treated to yesterday, those were here.
Peter, come across this way. Let's go across the front of the grid. Go on, you come down this side and we'll come across here. So this guy here, Mr. Souza, I'm going to give him a fist pump. Dude, he won both the front wheel drive category, which we've never had before, and then how he got in a brilliant fight with Simon Tiger, and here, there he is. Thumbs up from Simon. And it all got quite argy-bargy, didn't it, towards the end of the lap?
It did, yeah. What a brilliant race the Open two-wheel drive final was. I think the Joker tactics were perhaps not quite on point, and that's what gave us a brilliant race come the end. Simon Tiger, we know, wasn't delighted at the move for the victory, but this is rallycross, and there was some really tough, hard racing. I have to say, through qualifying, the racing was super, super fair and respectful. That increased through the semis and finals and got a bit more rough and tough, but it was brilliant all day long. And this is the top 3, isn't it? This was Jason Bleasdale making his debut from the UK and finishing on the podium. There were some fantastic performances in open two-wheel drive and all of the categories.
Yeah, really good fun. So poor old Victor Johansson here he is. Morning, mate. Victor got caught out in turn 1, so he was leading on the way down on the inside line. Simon pulled out and clipped him by the tiniest
It was
margin.
millimetres, 10 millimetres at most.
He was on the limit on the brakes, how he ended up over the gravel trap. Look, he's having a little dance in here. I don't know if you can see him in here, Peter, but he's good to go.
And it's a mark of Victor, who said post-race, I left my braking too late. It wasn't that Simon's shoving in the back and I've gone too wide. I just didn't quite get it right, and he'll be back today.
Look at this front splitter. That is a thick front. That's a rallycross spec front splitter, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm not convinced how useful it is on the gravel section, other than to scoop up all the dirt, but down the straight it might have an effect.
So he's starting up the engine. Do we know what he's running? Is he still running the hybrid system?
He is, yes.
He ripped the whole rear corner off, didn't he, on day 1? So made a right mess of the back of the car, but I'm assuming he's got it nicely fixed. Was this it here?
Yeah, have a look inside the car, Peter, if we can, before Victor leaves. He's got the phone as his dashboard. It's very complicated in there. Victor's also working on a brand new car for somebody else that's very popular within RallyX that we might see later in the season.
Susan with a tyre wall. I was telling Tanner Faust about the phone, and he was like, sorry, what? I was like, there's a phone on the dashboard, Tanner, and he was like, it's a hybrid.
But it's not just a phone. It's a phone that's so broken you have to leave it plugged in. Brilliant.
So we're sorry, we sometimes shout because we can't hear each other, and it's very loud on the pre-grid, and we're about to get run over by the 2 Darbacks as they all move forward, which is not exactly what we needed, but we'll come back this way. Peter, come back this way.
Peter, the man of many hats, was looking very nervous then, because there's cars launching all around him, and he's on the camera, got no idea really what's going on.
If we'd got run over, he would then have to do 7 hours of live TV. And I don't know if he's got time for that. He's got enough jobs already. So behind Peter or alongside Peter, we've got the Supercar lights. Now this one on the end is the outlier, Hal. And you explained it yesterday, but some people might be joining us today. But what's the score?
So this is the Supercar lights category. We're very far south in Europe compared to the stronghold of the RallyX competitors. So there's only 4 of them here. Because of that, we've got an N5 car from this region, which is not going to have the performance of a traditional supercar and FC2. So rather than having it in open four-wheel drive, in which it would be, decided to run it with the lights. All the lights drivers are fine with that, and I think that's pretty cool that it's so welcoming.
Me too. Right, let's go this way because the open two-wheel drives are going to come through in a minute, and we haven't got enough FC2s to have a chat yet. So we'll come over this way and have a look at the last couple of corners. So this brilliant track, we've got a circuit guide somewhere, which I'm sure you'll see again at some point when we have a red flag or something happens. But behind us here is the wonderful loose section over the big curbs. Hal, leave a nice space. Here comes Victor Johansson leading from Simon Tiger. Sousa, who won yesterday, looking up the inside of Simon again. And with the front wheel drives, Hal definitely had the advantage in the gravel section, but launching, it was tough for them.
Yeah, and down the straight, as soon as the high power rear drive cars can get in a straight line out of the final corner, they're gone, aren't they? But the loose is so low traction here. It's so difficult for the Tigers, the Hansons, the Towers and co to use all of the power that they've got, and that's where the front wheel drives come into their own. This is the first time we've really seen that balance, the first really competitive front wheel drive cars we've had, but I also don't think you'd see this sort of ebb and flow in some of the regular tracks because they don't have the characteristics of here, and for me that's fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So the lights cars are heading up to the line. Okay, this is the Mercedes that we never got the chance to look at. Now, Hal, I think you said this is a Division 3 car in France.
Correct, yeah.
And again, space frame chassis and mad engine configuration.
Yeah, so basically it's what an Andros Trophy car would have been before Andros switched to electric, but without the rear wheel steer. So it's a rear engine V6 naturally aspirated. It's a Nissan engine in the Merc.
So Lane Bacala is pulling up to the front row. So the yellow coloured FC2, that's Lane Bacala, the American driver.
Which are also rear engined, of course, compared to the traditional supercars which we see on the other side of the grid.
Yeah, we've got a few of the supercars here. This is the 18-year-old Ottink, who yesterday was posting about having a great, won the AM final, I think, if I remember correctly.
But was also disappointed. There's a massive action going on behind Peter, the cameraman. You can hear the Portuguese crowd.
Simon Tiger up on maybe one wheel as he went over the curbs. Sousa's all over him.
I think this battle's going to go on all day, isn't it, between the Audi and the BMW?
We were in the bar last night when we got back to the hotel, a tiny little bar in the reception, and Simon came in with his guys very, very late. And was still a little bit fuming.
Yeah, he wasn't pleased, was he, by
and we were like,
the move in this corner?
He's like, tomorrow is revenge. I said, you better have the trailer open, mate, so you can drive the car in and just go, because these Portuguese fans won't love it if you fire Sousa.
There's a few of them, isn't there?
He got the biggest cheer of the day, Sousa. Literally, he passed in this corner, and all these guys behind us here were on their feet, going mad. We can hear the applause through the programme.
You know you've got an engaged crowd, don't you, when you can hear it on the trackside microphone. There isn't a microphone up in the crowd, they're behind the track, and you can. It gives you goosebumps when there's that sort of atmosphere.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant. So we really did need some FC2 drivers. We started this with the idea that they would have turned up by now and we'd be able to talk to them. But you know what? They're coming in lastminute.com, aren't they, Hal? Should we long it out and see if we can wait for one?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Why not? That's the mark of professional. You don't need to be down here getting all hot in the car in pre-grid.
Although, we love a bit of chat, but go on, lads. Come through. No, come through, you're fine. Go on. Get in your parking space. That's the rescue crew. We can't stop the rescue crew from coming through. Do you want to come through as well? They do want to come through. Through you come. They're coming through. That's it, Peter. Don't get run over. There they go. Thank you, lads. Obrigado. So yeah, great stuff. Right. Traditional supercars at the back here. Hal, somebody had a fire yesterday in Super 1600 and we believe they fixed the car overnight. Yeah, there's been so many stories like that, haven't there, where people had real issues yesterday. A lot of the Belgian and Dutch contingent did have problems, but yeah, Snoyers had that fuel fire. It was a connector on a fuel line, but thanks to the Parts for Cars RX team in Terrell and McGarry, they've lent them windows because the fire was so intense. They've got new fuel lines, they've had to do some work on the wiring loom, but yeah, they're back today. And that's a real indication of the
the ethos of rallycross. It's a lot of collaboration between the teams, even if you're not best mates, but there's lots of giving and taking on parts and infrastructure and welders and all that sort of thing. Fantastic atmosphere, and great that so many of those people that had problems yesterday are back this morning.
I think one of the lovely things for me is lots of people who've come to this series. We've got some new people and some people who've returned in after a bit of a break, and they just love the atmosphere. It's a very special paddock. Me and Hal felt great when we walked in. Yeah, we've seen these people for a few months. It's quite an intense season, wasn't it? And then everybody went off to America, and then that all went wrong, and now they're all back, and it was like, oh, we're back. Rallycross is back. And like, yeah, we know it's a bit of a tough time for the sport. We're aware of that, but everybody here is working so hard to try to make sure that, let's go and talk to Simon, to try to make sure that we can grow this thing. And I think we can. I think we can. Right, I'm gonna get in the door of Simon, Hal, and then hopefully there'll be somebody else for you in a minute. Can't figure out how to. Here he is. Simon, good morning.
Good morning.
How are you feeling? I know you were having a brilliant time driving the car. How are you getting on?
I'm super excited. We keep doing some better laps every time we're out there. I do too much mistakes still, but it's super fun.
I'm loving seeing the smile on your face. We know you were a Supercar lights expert, and we know you wanted to move on. How cool is it that Eric Gordon gave you the opportunity to drive this car?
I said to all my mechanics and all the team, I haven't been this happy, I would say, to drive a car for at least 5 years. So it's really fun.
Mate, it's so good to see you smiling. Get out there, send it today. No mistakes you want to see on the podium.
Thank you.
How cool is that? I just, seeing Simon so happy, so stoked. He said to all my mechanics, I've never been so happy in 5 years. It's wonderful. He's one of the front runners in Supercar lights, and he was blown away by how fast the car was, wasn't he?
And that's staggering, isn't it? Because we all know how quick a supercar is or an FC2 is, but for someone that's been so involved in this discipline to have that first experience, and it's not disingenuous to Simon that he's not a natural smiler, is he?
No, he's not. He's just quite
his
chilled
resting
up.
face is not a cheery one necessarily,
No.
and he's been delighted, and that's brilliant.
He's literally grinning his head off. Right, Casper, go on.
Casper had a
He's running away from you,
reasonably
Hal.
tough day yesterday.
Here he is. Gotcha, Casper.
Casper, just quickly while you're getting changed, mate. Tough day at the office yesterday. Talk us through it.
Yeah, it's a good day. Just great win the first of the two final. It was had a good race, but open four-wheel drive final was not the best for me. Jump start and double yokers and yeah, just shit. So, but another try today. So yeah, let's see how it works.
So competitive in FC2, isn't it? There's so many drivers, and you're so equal on lap time.
Yeah, it's really fun. Yeah. All the drivers in the Supercar and FC2 everyone is good, so it's fun to drive and it's really tight. So,
what was the reason for the jump start in the final?
I tried to find another clutch mode, but it didn't work out.
And that's with driving these cars. You've done a couple of events in America, but everything's so new, isn't it? So you're still learning these small margins.
Yeah, exactly. And tried to find the last few things and to try to beat Lilleman. And yeah, we need to try.
Good luck, mate.
Thank you.
We'll be watching.
Sorry, mate. It's so funny because we don't wear earpieces here. We can't hear what the other. I'm like, I'll stand back, and I couldn't hear him, so I've got to sneak in and stand next to you. Ollie's here. It's a quick chat with Ollie Eriksson. Ollie, how was yesterday, mate?
Yeah, it's better now, I think. Casper wasn't that bad. They've just been mocking me all night about the hit in the final there. So I made the shit I needed now.
So yeah, it's tricky, isn't it, when you've got one of your customers in the car in front of you? You can't really fire them off, can you?
Yeah, no, I was quick to apologize, but yeah, since then they've just been mocking me, as I said. So now I might do it again. We'll see.
Are you impressed with him? I think he's done really well this weekend.
He's done bloody amazing. I mean, he's super fast. We know that, but yeah, he did one mistake all day yesterday. Was the whatever he did with the clutch in the final there. So we'll see today. It'll be a tough one.
All right, mate. Good luck. Enjoy.
Thank you.
Hal, do you want to go and grab Fraz?
I just wanted to
How long
jump in
we got,
with
Pete? Have we
Tommy
got time?
Harmon, but
A couple of minutes.
Fraz is getting in. Go for it, Andrew, if you want to.
Sure. Fraser, just a quick one. What's different about today from tomorrow? What's the plan?
It's cold though. That's why I'm getting in the car so early.
I said well, Hal, you went over and I said, what's different about today from tomorrow? He goes, it's colder. That's it.
If these cars are not going out yet, let me grab a quick word with this man.
I knew the interview was over at that point. I mean, just brilliant. Brilliant.
How do you open the door?
Hal's going to try and get Lane Michaela.
Tommy Howman, just quickly, mate.
Sorry, Tommy Howman.
The end of your amazing run yesterday, it was a tough one, wasn't it? Talk us through it.
Yeah, it was a rough day. First time out of the podium since 2019, so horror day. But yeah, it was just the pace was there, but just small things here and there, which in the end made kind of a snowball effect and cost us all the chances for a good result. But yeah, I think the pace is good, so it should not be too much worry for today.
What do you think of it here in Montalegre? A massive crowd today. It's a proper old school rallycross venue.
Yeah, it's a legendary place to start the rallycross season. You know, watching as a kid European Championship starting from here always, and full of grandstands every year. So it's a really great place to start.
Thank you, Tommy. I know you need to go. Good luck, mate. Cool. Cheers.
So Hal, yesterday we had a bunch of FC2s in the final. Of course, it was Ulrich Linnemann in the supercar who took the win. Now we know there's a bit more horsepower and arguably a bit more technology. You know, this is a newer vehicle, but supercars are still that bit quicker. Nonetheless, a great performance by Linnemann after what was a tough week.
Absolutely, I think that was the story, wasn't it? The fact that he'd initially entered this event in his Ford Fiesta, then decided late on to switch to the Polo, then they had an issue with the engine, so he had to go from Denmark to Sweden, and we talked about it in the broadcast, didn't we? He had 2 sleepless nights, and I mean, like, not going to bed, sleepless nights, driving to do all the stuff you need to do as a privateer rallycross driver, and then the massive long drive down here to Portugal. And Ulrich's had his fair share of ups and downs the last few years, hasn't he? Massive shunts, comeback results and that sort of thing, and it was a proper consistent quick day yesterday, and it was also a day where he had it all to lose, didn't he? Because he should be a bit quicker given the ultimate performance of his car.
Yeah.
He could easily have got wrapped up in a fight with these very, very good drivers in the FC2s, and then it would have looked a little bit different. So brilliantly executed, well done.
Patrick O'Donovan just swinging in. The European Rallycross champion. Could yesterday have been higher, definitely, had he not had his technical issues. You spoke to Tom, we've got so many good drivers. It's going to be a great day of racing. We're going to show you a track guide. Now it actually includes yesterday's track, but more importantly includes today's track, and that's using the up-to-date Joker that World Rallycross used for the last few years. So I've never seen that in action. The hot tip yesterday from Eric Fahren was he thinks that the FC2s could win in this track configuration because the Joker's a bit tighter. Me and Hal went down there to have a look.
So we've come down to the first corner on this amazing Montalegre circuit. Rallycross fans will know this for the wild weather changes, Andrew. The snow, the sun, high up in the Villarreal Mountains. It's seen everything. You haven't been here for a few years, and things are a bit different this weekend.
Yeah, 2018 is the last time I was here with the World Championship, and as Hal said, this classic first corner is one of the longest starting straights. I think the only other one is probably over in Canada that was as long as this, down to a mega braking zone, because this corner here, if you have a look over here, is really tight. Big curbs, they're bigger later in the lap, but what's key, Hal, is the speed differential between this, the standard lap, and bearing in mind this is only on day 1, and that the Joker lap. So this is the old layout, the layout that I'm used to, and it's fast, isn't it? And the difference is massive.
190 kilometres an hour into the braking zone in the first corner here in Montalegre in the headline cars, and you carry so much more speed, as you say, down into the Joker section, which is actually quite tight on the exit. You've got to get the line absolutely perfect on the way in to carry that momentum, and it's a really tight hairpin, as you say here.
And the other thing I remember is seeing people change their mind, which to me here is like the ultimate sin, because if you've braked and you've checked up to go standard lap and then you think, I want to go Joker, you have lost a ton of time.
Oh, you hemorrhage time, don't you? And equally, if you decide to not follow and try and brake late, you can carry too much speed. How many times have we seen someone go over the gravel in the middle because they haven't managed to get stopped for the normal first corner?
Now that's the old layout, that's what we're using on day 1, but this is RallyX. We like to mix things up. Things have changed a little bit since I was last here in 2018.
So behind us is the Joker merge for Saturday on the tarmac section where the cars come together towards this curb. We've seen plenty of action there over the years, but this is the new Joker section that was introduced a couple of years ago on gravel compared to the tarmac of the first corner on Saturday. So on Sunday, you use the Joker section from Saturday as the first corner right around the outside, Andrew, and then you come into this super technical gravel section on the way into turn 2, which is unbelievably slippery and tight and all the things the first Joker section isn't.
So I'm looking at this, and straight away you can see the entry speed, is going to be much higher than coming up and splitting off to the right hand side. It is narrow and it is tight, and the walls are very, very close on either side here. There's actually some wheel marks on the side. Hal, I think you recognised one of those, didn't you?
I think one might from Ollie O'Donovan, Patrick O'Donovan's father, from the European Championship finale last year. So easy to carry too much speed in here, especially when you're under pressure in the Joker lap battle.
And you want traction and you want exit speed, because the merge up here is equally as tricky as this one was. We're going to take a look at that in a minute, but this is very, very different.
And what happens is the thing about rallycross events is you don't do the Joker lap enough. When you're practicing, you have to mix it up a bit to learn the standard lap as well. So you don't get many opportunities to try the Joker, and then when you really need it, you need to execute. So easy to carry too much speed in, outbrake yourself, get the car a bit too over-rotated and just slap the wall there with the rear wheel. We've seen carnage in this section in the last couple of years, and it really brings a different element.
I'm looking forward to it very much, I say, and the fact we've got one on Saturday and one on Sunday means the drivers have even less chance to dial in the Joker lap. Absolutely critical part of rallycross, but it's not just about Joker laps. This place is a brilliant roller coaster with some unbelievable curbs. Let's move on and take a look.
The Montalegre circuit is all about the different elements. In a moment we'll look at these amazing curbs on the sandy section towards the end of the lap. But just here we can see the first of the major elevation changes and the Joker merge for Sunday, where the speed on the standard lap and the lack of speed for the car exiting the Joker come together. We've seen some drama there as well in the last couple of years. And then, Andrew, down this big dip and a massive curb on the inside.
Yeah, you can already see that the drivers who are in the separate sides of the lap won't be able to see each other because of the wall, so it's a massive surprise when you come out into that merge, and as Hal said, into a dip and onto the curbs. And he's at the top, I'm at the bottom. He's a little bit taller than me anyway, but this adds about a foot to him. And it used to be, how much of this did you dare use? There were bollards on the inside back in the day.
And the barrier used to be
many of them, you'd get a penalty. But they moved the barrier out, Hal, since then. Still though, people are making it all the way to the barrier. There's marks on that, and you will see supercars and FC2s. I'm intrigued to see a cross car up one of these, but it's wild. They're huge.
And here's where we see that the cars in their most dynamic form, I think, as a rallycross car, especially the four-wheel drive cars. Lightly got on two wheels to a lesser or larger extent, depending on how committed you are down the bottom there.
Or the roof.
And then
you get really committed.
Here you need loads of commitment, because you've got to get the rear of the car rotated on the way in to carry the momentum, run the nose of the car, as you say, all along this barrier. But it's about the transition as well. It's the pendulum effect of needing to rotate the car into the next right-hander behind us. And it is really, really challenging.
You guys can't see, obviously, from that, but like this, there is no straight line through any of this. It's a series of corners, and as with all of corners, it's about exit speed and where you're going. But this one, I tell you what, we'll come round to you, Peter. We'll have a run. Look, we've run out the shot. You can come round and find us.
I'm not running on
side.
camera.
No running, Hal.
Absolutely not, no.
You earn yourself an extra beer. So here, look, you're coming over the crest. It tightens, then you're flicking it off to the right-hand side. But this long right-hander gets tighter and tighter into what is the final right-handed hairpin before a couple of super tight chicanes threading the needle. It's a mega end to the lap.
They've all got individual corner numbers, but they're not really...
Everything's linked.
Multiple corners?
From that Joker merge through, everything's linked. The cars are never straight.
And so turning into this right-hander, in a four-wheel drive car or rear-wheel drive car, if you get the rotation on the car right, you can carry that single transition all the way into the tightest of the corners, as you say, before you climb the hill. And then the latter stages of this lap as well, as you climb back up the elevation through the chicane, where we've seen so many cars go side by side, get forced over the curb before it gets even tighter right at the finish line.
Yeah, it's absolutely brilliant, and this is somewhere you can try and force an overtake, because people put a lot of rotation on the car. For us as commentators, it's great because it looks like someone's having a go on every lap, when quite often they're not. They're just getting the car sideways and trying to look up the inside. But if you can get door to door, if you can sneak them out and push them up the curbs, you might just be able to nick it before the finish line. This is a brilliant place for a bit of rallycross. There it is, the iconic Montalegre sign over the start finish. That's the start lights hanging down from it, and it is actually, I think it's actually, is it the finish line or is it before, Hal? I can't remember. I think it's before, isn't it? Is it before the finish? No, it is the finish. I don't know. It says Montalegre on it, I like it. Always wish it was around the other way though, because I like the picture down the start finish straight, and if you do that, the Montalegre round the wrong way.
You can't have it all, can you? Because then you'll be back to front the other way.
Yeah, true. Yeah, actually, it probably looks better for the start shot, doesn't it? Round that way.
Yeah.
Very selfish.
I like it how it is.
Very selfish of me to want it just for a picture on the start line.
What, for your Instagram?
Yeah. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon?
Yes.
Yes. There we are. Clocks changed last night. Did you lose an hour's sleep? I was in America. In America, they changed the clocks 2 weeks ago, and I lost an hour's sleep, and now I've lost another hour's sleep in Europe, and I'm feeling very aggrieved by it. And then in Jamaica.
So you're 2 hours younger than you.
Oh yeah.
Ought to be.
Younger or older? Younger. Oh, sweet. I'm 2 hours younger than I thought. So that's pretty good.
Already.
So the Jamaicans, so last night we were all sitting around having dinner, weren't we? Like, you know, the clock's changed. They're like, what are you on about? The clock's changed 2 weeks ago. I was like, no, that's America. But in Jamaica, they don't change the clocks at all. Then we told Tanner Faust, who had absolutely no idea the clocks were changing. So luckily we told him so he could be here for free practice. We're not sure about Eric Gordon and Buddy Rice, who are here with Back 40 Motorsports. But luckily when I woke up this morning, they had an Instagram story on saying they were at the track. So I assume their iPhone's updated automatically overnight. But yeah, it's... what does that make it? Is it summer now then?
Yeah.
Sweet.
Feels like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And best day of the year, longer light in the evenings.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. It's also going to be a brilliant day because we're going to do some amazing rallycross. We've just literally finished the autograph session again. The crowd were in here, as we said in the preview show. There are absolutely tons of people here. Like the stands are packed. It's a little bit chillier than yesterday, but there isn't a cloud in the sky at the moment. I think there is zero chance of rain, which is I'm a little bit disappointed about, but they'll wet the track anyway. And I'm sure it'll rain in Holland in a few weeks' time. Yeah, really, really excited to get going again today. We're all coming up for Q2 for open two-wheel drive, open four-wheel drive and Supercar lights. You can see how confused we are. And Q1 and 2 are already done for Cross Car and Cross Car Junior. So we're going to take a quick look at some highlights from Cross Car Junior first of all, see where they are at in their qualifying stages. Let's have a look. So, Cross Car Junior, let's have a look at where their standings are at the moment. It is Manuel Bermudez Barbietto, the Spanish driver, driving a TN11, who has won both of the sessions in Cross Car Junior so far. 2:33 and a 2:32. We're not comparing times, obviously, to yesterday. We've been out and had a look at track conditions this morning. New Joker help, there's that white line. We're going to take a look at that in some more detail in a moment. Look at that from Vigo. Nice spin with the drone to catch a spin from one of the juniors as well. But yeah, at the minute, Bermudez Barbietto leading from Carl Svedlund and Alex Antila. Here are the standings, say 2 wins, 2 P2s, Antila with a P3 and a P5, I think that is. A nice mix of local drivers and some of our regulars as well from Cross Car Junior. With one session left to go, I'd say Barbietto is in a decent position, 10 points clear of Svedlund, but it's close enough that anything can still happen. On to Cross Car. So Cross Car, we've got a few more of our regular drivers down here in Portugal with us, but very much looking forward to when we have full grids again, as I try and find my results for them. We've got 2 days worth of results on the table already. Vettel 3 leading at the minute. It was Vettel 3, of course, who had a brilliant run off the start yesterday from one of the outside slots. But interestingly, Hal, leading with a 4th and a 3rd place, which suggests that consistency hasn't been the strong case of the people that have won a session.
Isn't that always the case in Cross Car, where someone being consistently up the top will have a good overall position in the ranking or the intermediate classification, whereas a single fast time is probably not enough given how competitive the field is. We saw that with Jonathan Yulalama yesterday, who is entering his 2nd year of senior Cross Car, we'll call it, as it's not got the junior drivers, isn't it? Oh, and that was nearly a roll. Yes, the first corner. Of course, the first corner is the Joker lap route from yesterday, so you go all the way down the straight
a lot
to
faster
the outside
and wider than the inside hairpin is. I say we're going to take a look at that Joker merge in a few moments' time. But the minute, say Vettel 3 leading, but if you're wondering who did win the sessions, it's Alex Lindequist and Martin Ugar, but having won a session each. So Ugar won the first one, was 15th, and we did get a roll there as well. That's 22.
Kobe Powers.
Is it Kobe Powers? Yes, it is, yeah. Kobe Powers. So yeah, if you look down the list, look, Lindequist with a 50 in Q2. Unfortunately, in Q1 was only P16, and just above him, Martin Ugar won Q1, and there was only P15 in Q2. So Vettel 3 with a 4th and a 3rd, and Thomas Eek Merstad with a 2nd and a 7th are at the top of those tables. Now, we had a fire yesterday in one of the open two-wheel drive cars, Super 1600 car, caught fire very spectacularly indeed. I think we've got some footage of the fire if you missed it.
Snoyer's there slowing down, and the flames are absolutely huge off the front. Broke a fitting on the fuel rail, and we said it was fuel at the time, didn't we? Because it just kept on pouring. Absolutely devastated, but they've done an amazing job to repair the car. Looks absolutely devastated there, Nick, at that moment.
Yeah, a lot of work.
We can hear from him.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, they borrowed a bunch of parts, Hal, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Let's. We spoke to him earlier.
Nick, it was your first day in RallyX yesterday. You had a consistent run in qualification, finishing P11, but you had a really big moment in semi-final. Can you explain us what happened to you?
Yeah, everything went well during the day, so we weren't expecting to be as competitive with the big cars and everything with our small RX3 car. But yeah, in the semi-final there was a connector from the fuel rail that it cracked. And then yeah, I think the fuel came on the exhaust and exploded, and the whole car was on fire. So it wasn't really the plan.
And I guess at this point of the race, you were just thinking that the weekend was over. What happened next?
Yeah, for sure. When I saw the car and the flames, and I thought, oh, okay, how are we gonna fix it before the next race? But yeah, they brought the car back, and the guy said, no, we're going to fix it tonight, and we're going to drive tomorrow. We are here, and we will drive. And the guys worked flat out all night long. So really big shout out to the team. They did a fantastic job. Now we did free practice, everything went well. So hopefully better luck today.
How much sleep did you get this night?
Don't know. Too less, actually. But yeah, it is what it is. The car is ready, and so we're gonna do our very best.
And the plan today is to also to prepare for Valkenswaard at the end of April for the second event of the season, I guess, no?
Yeah, for sure. Valkenswaard for us is a bit like a home race. We live just a half hour of the circuit, so yeah, for sure. We will have some work to do now. Yeah, with the fire and everything. The guys fixed it, but it's not for the rest of the season. So yeah, we will know what to do for the next race.
Thank you very much, and good luck for today.
Thank you.
So we have a race director who makes all our decisions with regard to penalties and so on. That's normally Rainis Nitish. He's not here this week, and I think he's in China, I believe. And we don't know why he's in China, but he's obviously over there doing some deal selling Latvian timber or something, isn't he, Rainis? And so this weekend we have Marcus Jakobsen's with us as well. Now, I saw Marcus yesterday, didn't we, at lunchtime? We're like, how's it going, mate? He's like, yeah, good. No problem at all. Then we saw him at the end of the day, and he wasn't quite so relaxed, was he?
Well, the event was a crescendo, wasn't it? And we predicted in the broadcast that after the lovely respectful racing from qualifying, it was going to get a little bit more frantic, and it did just that. He was here quite late last night dealing with all of the different incidents, and I believe, having seen him at lunchtime today, he's been quite busy this morning, unlike yesterday.
Yeah, he has. Now, a lot of that's been to do with the Joker lap. If you watched the pre-show, which hopefully you did, you'll have seen that there are two different Jokers. We're using the updated Joker today, and we're going to take a look now using some of our track cameras at that Joker, and there are white lines into and out of it, Hal, to try and direct the drivers in. So there's a white line there, which is showing the entry line in. Now, I don't think many people are going to cross that too much, but it's much more about not crossing. Look how tight it is for a start. That maybe gives you a better idea than our preview with a bit of elevation. It's super tight. But Hal, it's about the merge. Now, you've been in with the World Championship. There have been some nasty crashes there. So a decision was taken to put a white line in, which you must not cross when you exit the Joker.
That changes the exit dramatically, because look at where the line is.
Yeah.
Really, what you want to be doing on the exit of the Joker is to, well, if there's no one there, you want to be tight to the rail on the furthest away from you as you look at the moment on your left as you exit, and heading for the curb to straighten out the next corner. Now you've got to stay right around the outside, where inevitably the grip is much less because all of the dirt off the tyres has been pushed into that area, and yeah, I think we could see plenty of drama there.
We'll see if we can go a bit further right. There is the end of the line, and that gives you an idea of what Hal's talking about, because yeah, you really want to shut the door. You want to get across those red and white curbs as quickly as you can. So it's holding the outside driver out. Now the rules in Rallycross, Hal, aren't they, that the right of way, in theory, if there's a penalty to be given, the right of way is the standard lap, not the joker lap. But obviously drivers will just try and shut the door whenever they can. Yeah,
that's the racing driver's prerogative, isn't it, to maintain the advantage. The joker merge has always been a bit of a conflict, hasn't it? And the rules of engagement there vary track to track in that it depends where you are on the circuit and what the line is into the next corner, but ultimately when you're on the standard lap you do, as you say, have right of way.
Right, let's go racing. Day 2 in Montalegre. Open two-wheel drive up first. Jose Cruz, Andre Monteiro is missing in the Citroen Saxo kit car, which is a shame. Then you've got Peter McGarry in the VW Polo, and Derek Tohill is back in his Ford Fiesta today. But Hal, Derek's got quite the target, hasn't he? I saw he was in here. We were prepping for the show. I didn't get the chance to speak to him. What's his thoughts after seeing his car do such a brilliant job yesterday?
Well, they've just had a nightmare this morning. He did 2 corners and had a problem with the wiring, so missed Q1. Peter McGarry's also had a load of problems again. They were desperately looking for a coil last night online because they didn't have their spare part with them. So yeah, absolute disaster for both of them so far this morning, and hopefully they can make some amends. What will work for them is the fact that the rate of attrition was massive yesterday, and I think if you can make it to the end, as is traditional in, or was traditional in Rallycross, that yeah, it's all about making it to the latter stages.
So Andre Monteiro has made it, the Portuguese driver in the Citroen Saxo kit car, which I'm pleased about, and the Porsche on the inside as well. Hal will tell us what engine's in that in a minute, but we saw that going around earlier on. So good start by Derek Tohill from the outside, moves across on Peter McGarry, and this is our first look at the different layouts. So let's follow these two down. So big braking zone. Remember, it's now deeper and faster, but this corner is much wider than the previous one, and the bollards from the Days of World RX, as you can see, are gone. Here's the joker split, and McGarry goes into the joker. Tohill takes the standard lap. So following McGarry through the joker, it's really slippery, and then coming out from the merge, he's not allowed to cross that white line. So Hal, it is a very different layout to yesterday. Your experience here is way more than mine, so I've not been here with the new layout. What's your expectation from that joker lap?
Mistakes, incident, and yeah, I really like it actually. I like both of the joker layouts, so keeps it interesting. I like the fact that we're doing something different on both of the days. Not convinced about McGarry's joker strategy, I must say, because the risk of being caught in traffic, but he has got out looking at the timing screen ahead of Cruz, so it's not going to harm his cause, and really he wants to beat his mate Derek Tohill, doesn't he? And will Derek respond now to try and cover McGarry off, who has all the track time? No, he doesn't. Montero is into the joker in the front wheel drive car. McGarry will be on the standard lap, and McGarry has the momentum on the tarmac. That's the white line we're talking about. McGarry gets the job done. So the strategies work perfectly. I'll have to eat my words. Sorry, Pete. And now it's all about trying to keep the hammer down, not get too distracted by Montero having a look up the inside. There's contact between them. That's not going to help McGarry's cause, but Tohill's also been off. You can see the marks on the grass. Tohill's been over the grass, I think, Andrew, and yeah, he's learning as we're racing, Derek, having missed the racing yesterday.
I'm loving the Citroen Saxo kit car. It's just Loeb early career business, isn't it, when he was making his way in the Junior World Rally Championship. So Tohill has to go joker this time round. So where is he? Tohill, he's on the lap. There he is. He's in the joker lap.
But that mistake in the latter part of the last lap cost him dear.
Big time. It's going to be P3, isn't he? Okay, I need to see the new joker a little bit more. So far, I'm like, it's okay.
I think you can't comment on the first race we've seen. You need to see a range of racing on it.
I need to see some action.
Oh, McGarry runs deep. Montero gets up the inside, forces her way through on the Polo. That was a tidy move from what we saw. Was there contact on the way into that, or did Peter just run that little bit deep? Another victory though, Andrew, for a front-wheel drive machine here this weekend.
Yeah, and late to the grid as well. Only literally made it. Kind of thinking the Portuguese grid staff might have held the grid a bit longer, but good for them, because the crowd absolutely love it when a home driver wins, and I love a Citroen Saxo kit car. So what's not to like? What are the comments saying, Hal?
All I can see at the moment is a load of gobbledygook, so I wonder if someone put their phone in their pocket or something and it's just typing wildly.
Oh, really? Oh yes, yes. So someone's pocket dialing into the comments, basically, aren't they? Hal, I understand somebody earlier on said they wanted the stream to start closer to the racing. Do you think that means they didn't enjoy the pre-show?
Sounds like it, doesn't it?
There's a tip there, isn't there? What you do is you don't join the stream until the pre-show's finished. What about that? We like the pre-show. I hope you guys enjoy the pre-show. Us having a wander about. It's a nice opportunity to talk to the drivers and shoot the breeze a little bit. Once we go racing, we don't have the chance to do that. We can barely make it out the studio. So yeah, we enjoy the format. We hope you do as well. Of course, if you don't, you can send an email to complaints at
AndrewColey.com.
Rubbish. Yes, actually, yes, because that'll go straight
that
to
inbox must be wildly full.
It's packed, mate. Yeah, it's packed. So this is on the inside. Is Nick Noyes who had the fire yesterday, Hal?
Yeah, and it's the rear-wheel drive car of Tom Geenan, of course, that gets the best start off the line, and it's a cluster of front-wheel drives on the inside. Nick Noyes, we heard from, talking to Nicholas Duvenard.
Yes, didn't they borrow some parts from Derek's team?
Yeah, I think a window, because obviously the intensity of the heat had caused them all sorts of problems. Nick's into the Joker for the first time of asking.
I mean, to get that car back out, the work that will have gone in is just absolutely outrageous. It really is. I'm not sure about the white line.
There's a massive degree of luck in the ability to repair that car, not because the team don't know what they're doing, but fire can do untold damage to things that you cannot repair in the time available.
Kevin, it'll be fine. So Kevin Eriksson standing next to us with the FC1. He's got a nut gun in his hand, and I can
definitely hear it, but that's absolutely fine.
I can see him talking to producer Peter going, I need to take the wheels off Tanner's car, and like pointing at me and Hal. I'm like, mate, just do it, it's fine. So he's literally nut gunning.
Very motorsport, isn't it, to have a pit stop going on in the paddock?
Yeah, we literally got Kevin Eriksson changing the rear left wheel of Tanner Faust's car right now. I like it. Yeah, I mean, you can turn the studio hothead around and have a look at it if you want, but he's gone round the other side of the car now. So Geenan continues to lead and hasn't gone Joker just yet. You saw a brilliant shot there of Viggo Kochen, the drone. He's up the top of the tower. I'll tell you what, Viggo must be really happy, mustn't he, that it's not raining.
I did see him a few minutes ago at lunchtime, and he was carrying an armful of water to go back up the tower, and he just said it's really hot.
Yeah, and he's not the most suntanned Swedish person I've ever met, Viggo. So I think there's a strong.
Well, he looks like most Swedes, doesn't he?
Yeah, there's a strong chance he's a bit burnt. Me and Hal have opted for jeans today. If you're wondering about the fashion choice, we did consider shorts, but we thought maybe it wasn't quite the one. There's Kevin. Beautiful day. That's what we mean. Sun streaming into the back of the commentary box. Half commentating on Hal's. Geenan's gone Joker. Hal, he's been mugged off. Look.
That's what we were talking about yesterday, wasn't it? For anyone watching the stream, was the rear-wheel drive cars are so much better at the start. It was ever thus in Super National Rallycross, but the front-wheel drive cars, especially here in Montalegre, have such good lap time pace. And it was interesting, once Derek Toll had arrived here yesterday, his team was saying that he was saying, much as I was, that so often the RX3 cars, Super 1600, Division 1A, whatever era you come from, of European Championship when we were here, that they were so much faster than the rear-wheel drives, and the proof's in the pudding.
Interesting, a moment ago you saw Geenan just missed the apex by, I don't know, 2 feet, but in doing that you're off the clean tarmac section, out on the dirt, and he just went backwards, instantly a second lost. Such a good start. Sousa, we're going to see. Go on, Hal.
Well, just as a great example of the Joker, I wonder if the director in Stockholm can show us that again at some point. But following with the drone through the Joker gives you a great indication just how tight and technical it is. And what we saw with the European and World Championship here was if you make a mistake in the Joker, it's very easy to get bounced into the other wall, and then of course you're blocking the way as well. So a much different element for today.
It did occur to me it's narrow. We have had Estering has almost had the Joker lap blocked, hasn't it? It is narrow here, but hopefully we won't have any of those issues. Now, on the pole for this one is Andre Sousa. Now, yesterday, Andre Sousa won both the front-wheel drive category. Then we thought not the best tactics, didn't we, with the Joker lap, I think, Hal? Or was that in the... that was in the open two-wheel drive.
Yep.
because we felt he should have, basically it was carnage in the first corner, we felt he should have stayed out one more lap, and then in the end he passed Simon Tiger on track anyway, which was mega. He got stuck right into him.
And then did it on the second time.
And he got stuck right into him when me and Hal were filming the piece which you guys watched a minute ago during Q1. They were in each other's doors the whole time, so there is definitely a bit of beef there, and Jason Bleasdale gets a brilliant start here down towards turn 1.
And that man, Bleasdale, I was chatting to him last night in Patrick O'Donovan's awning actually, and he was sitting there during the final thinking, bring it on lads, you two fire each other off and I'll be sitting pretty here, but it didn't quite work out for him. But that's a great example of the mindset of a driver. Quite often you're sitting looking, you're spectating on a battle going on ahead of you, knowing that you don't necessarily have that pace, but thinking, go on, you two get into each other, that'll slow you up a bit, or that'll give me an opportunity.
Yeah, that's what you want, isn't it? And so interestingly, we've seen Sousa has gone Joker here. How is the delta longer, would you say, with this Joker than it is with the hairpin, or no? I mean, I don't know yet. What do you reckon? It looks slower to me, but obviously it's visually it's so different that
it's shorter. I think they're probably pretty similar, and I don't think we'll have a good read on that until the end of this session.
No, when Sousa's just gone Joker, 50, no, maybe not. There's not a lot in it, is there?
I think they're pretty similar because it's so long around the tarmac ring that they're in at the moment when you use that as the Joker section.
So who's Bart Bell's gone Joker from P2, I think, is it? I think it is.
It is Bart
could
Bell,
be Marie. Yeah. It is Bart Bell, yeah. And Sousa's got him. Okay, so the gap there previously was 1.1 plus 1.9 was 3, and he's easily come out in front. So actually, it might be less than it might only be 2.5 with these cars. Obviously, that will vary a bit.
Bell made a few appearances last year, didn't he, in RallyX? And talking to the team last night, they reckon they've got the wrong differential settings basically for this circuit, so they're really enjoying it and they're here to get the best results they can, but hoping to be loads more competitive when we're at their home round in Volkswagen.
And he's driving with a broken thumb.
Yeah.
Which is mad, isn't it?
I mean, it's just this kind of silly things you do as a racing driver. I know we're talking about Kevin Eriksson a lot because he's working next to us, but do you remember the year he broke his hand and turned up for Super 1600 as a 17-year-old in hell with his arm all in a cast and stuff, and you just get on with it, don't you? It's when it's your passion, you
get it done.
The pain's not quite as much. I'm sure it'll hurt in the evening once the adrenaline's gone there.
Bleasdale had a gap of 4.6, and Sousa went Joker and has easily got him. So we're guessing 2.5 to 3 at the minute on the Joker Delta. Bart Bell getting harassed from behind by Tiago Ferreira, the Peugeot 208, but it is Andre Sousa who takes with a 226.1.
That Delta's so hard to read, isn't it, based on that being a rear-wheel drive car in that really slippy section, because I think the front-wheel drive, will be so much faster through it. So the Delta won't necessarily be representative.
Yeah, sure.
For each competitor.
We kind of need to see it with the FC2s, don't we, to get all like cars to be able to see front-wheel drive versus rear-wheel drive. Come
the final, if Bleasdale's leading and Sousa's second, you've got to assume that Bleasdale needs more time in the same track conditions to get through that section.
Yeah, exactly. Two very different types of cars within the same race. So we'll get a better read on that as the day goes on. But Sousa's time there would have been enough to win Q1 at 226.1. Track conditions, we say, are developing still, but I would say the track is, they don't drag all the dirt back on here overnight, effectively. They don't drag it back to how it is at the start of day one. If you look in the background, you can see the curbs and the tarmac sections which are up against it. We actually had an interesting chat when Fraz came into the bar last night. Well, not into the bar, but he walked through the bar, and Tanner was sitting with me and Hal, and they were talking about consistency on the track. We'll talk you through that in a second. Johansson on the inside, Tiger on the outside. In the middle, Jimmy Turpero in the 1600. Best start, though, arguably Steve Boulders in the 77. Might well get out dragged by Tiger on the inside line. Victor Johansson, though, goes late on the brake. Simon Tiger might end up P4 here. Gets contact with 2 cars. He's going to try and go around the outside of Boulders. Not going to get there, though. Holds onto that position and goes Joker straight away. So Tiger goes into the Joker lap, and our 2 leaders stay out. Jimmy Turpero in the Super 1600. That's a good move by him when 2 rear-wheel drives have gone into the Joker.
Absolutely. We saw all of the experience of Simon Tiger there in the first corner. We talked a lot yesterday about the experience required in the first corner, and what we saw there was Tiger getting in the brakes, trying to go for the undercut, realising that it wasn't going to work, deciding to get back in the throttle and going for the outside move. You're not really in any danger there, because all you're going to do is lose a bit of time by going too wide, but there is potential to gain. So sensible driving there from Tiger, and then of course getting the Joker out of the way early with clear air. He knows, or his team will know, that he's not likely to catch the front wheel drive, certainly through the loose, so there's no real risk in this race. And now it's fastest last in RallyX are being held up.
So Turboro stays out again while Volders goes in. Volders has got one eye on Simon Tiger, but Tiger's got him already. So that's Tiger through. Turboro's the interesting one here, isn't it? Because Tiger's obviously going very quickly, but in theory Turboro could do a good Joker lap. And Victor Johansson leading. Johansson won the first session. Tiger was P5. Oh, Boulder's clambering up over the curves. Yeah, Turboro to me looks to be closing in through the gravel section. It'll be the straight where I think the Merc will pull away.
One of the leading lights of the Super 1600 RX3 French Championship for a very long time, Jimmy Turboro. I think he won the title in 2021 from memory, so really capable.
Gonna go Joker with Johansson. Has he got enough over Tiger? The gap was 3.6. No, he hasn't. Tiger's gonna get both.
It's not. Look at the nose of the BMW lifting up as he's on the throttle, but Johansson just nice, neat and tidy to the curb on the right-hander.
Surprised the C2 didn't get closer to him in there. But these are our two previous champions. Tiger's won this title 3 times, Victor Johansson once. They've both had a year each where they've had mechanical nightmares, and then we've had another couple of seasons where they've had brilliant battles between them. Turboro actually ended up coming out P4
I think he had a problem through the first corner of the last lap, because he didn't look like he was
220
might be.
It's not enough to win the session though. Andre Souza wins the session, look, in the RX3 car. So this was the start. Luke Volders and Simon Tiger with a good start. Tiger trying to come in late on the brakes and get all the way across. Mervyn Klaassen was there in the Volvo. Klaassen now, Simon Tiger here had a train of 3 cars inside, and you really can lose out. As Hal said, just kept his head and went, you know what, I know they're going to go standard lap, I'm going to go Joker, and that was enough to get Tiger back to where he wanted to be. But not enough to beat Victor Johansson. Look at the time you lose if you get 2 sideways. Look at this, Johansson coming out. Get on the brakes, just check the car up behind you. Look at that. So this is what we were talking to Fraz about last night. Fraz came in with Peter and Stephanie, his parents. We were like, you're a bit late. Like, I thought you were leaving the track at the same time as us. And Peter goes, yeah. He wanted to look at data for half an hour. He said he's been sitting chatting over dinner, doing nothing, and then he decides he wants to look at data. So they were annoyed because they were losing an hour's sleep anyway. And Fraz came in and talks to Tanner and basically says, yeah, I was trying to find out where we're losing it. And Tanner goes, you know what you have to do? You have to drive over all the curbs and just like, what did he say? I don't know, get in the throttle or something, didn't he? And what they were basically saying is the only place where there's consistent grip in the gravel section is if you put the whole car up on the tarmac curbs.
The basic context of the conversation was that the loose here evolves so much between each session that you can't trust what it's going to be like. So looking at the data for Q2 is going to be totally irrelevant come Q3. So like Tanner correctly said, you know, the curbs aren't moving anywhere, and they're so big you're not getting them covered in dirt, so
you can use the
just
whole width.
Head for the curbs and just deal with the rest.
Yeah, it was great, wasn't it?
Obviously he said it in a much more eloquent way than I did.
He did. Right, on to Supercar lights. Just going to get their results up from the previous session. Tobias Darback won Q1 from Mounier, yesterday's winner. Mounier took his debut TQ and his debut win, didn't he, yesterday, which is a good performance. Next to him, you got Lucas Anderson, who I think probably would have, well, he's definitely title favourite with the past couple of seasons, but really will want to get it done. Kevin Darback with the white bumper, and on the outside is Sergio Bello Alonso in the Fabia. Now, the Fabia has won most of the starts here after the initial getaway. It seems to have the legs on the lights cars. As Hal said in the preview, it's good that they've allowed it in. So now he in theory can move right the way across. If you've got a good spotter, they'd be telling you you can shut the door, but also, of course, he wants a nice straight line on the brakes, and that's tidily done. Lucas Anderson is the quickest of the rest. If I were Anderson, I might Joker here, because there isn't really anybody slow in the pack, and he does, yes. There's nobody slow, but he's probably got more pace than the Fabia on the rest of the lap, Hal.
The level is high in the Supercar lights this weekend. All of these drivers there. A regular podium contenders and finishers and event winners now with Meunier getting the job done. So yeah, it's sensible to use that Joker opportunity. You wouldn't have that if you had a slower car in the mix and risk getting held up.
Meunier using all of the curves. Look at that. That drone shot gives you the best idea of the elevation. The elevation on the back half of the circuit is so much more than it looks on the TV.
Meunier is so comfortable in that car now, isn't he? To come on the back of a back-to-back French titles in the RX3 category, did his first year in Supercar lights last year. Oh, and it's a very late decision. Now that's
so
interesting.
What's the score with the white line in?
Because they've both crossed the white line there. The Alonso's gone in late and crossed it. Darbach's decided not to follow and changed as well. So
I think Bella Alonso crossed it on the way out as well.
So yeah,
but deciding that late is just, it's no good, is it?
Oh, Meunier's having a look up the inside of Darbach as they come out of the right-hander, no way through.
Darbach used more of the curbs that time round. This is falling into Anderson's hands brilliantly though. Look at the gap. Anderson is only off the lead at 1.1 second. And we know that's more than enough for the Jokers they have to take this time round, because it's only 3-lap races in qualifying for RallyX. Here we go. So the lead 2 cars will split off into the Joker lap. As said, somebody did actually ask in the comments yesterday, what's the Joker lap? And that's great to know that we've got some new people joining us as well. And the Joker lap, as Hal beautifully described yesterday, is an alternative lap that you have to take once in every race. That's every driver has to take it once in every race. Anderson making the most of that clean line on the inside. I notice the Supercar lights don't really use that right-handed curve here, but then they monster the left curve that's coming up there. You see them using all of it there. So Anderson going to take it over the line. It is a 221.2. And it was a 222.2 from Darbach winning the first session. So just the one race of lights here this weekend, and I'm sure we'll see more of them when we get back up north. Great start from the Skoda, but look at the awareness with everybody else. There's no contact, no silliness. You say just drivers who know the car and are aware of each other.
I wonder if we're going to see the entrance to the Joker again.
Yeah.
Next time around. Yeah, no, that's not it.
So is there a penalty for crossing the white line in?
Here it is. So that's a late decision, and that's an even later decision in response from Darbach, who ultimately lost out to Meunier. I think Darbach should have followed then, because he's given track position to Meunier at that moment and ended up in the fight.
I don't really have a problem. The white line on the way in, I don't really see why you can't cross it.
No, my only point is if they are dishing out penalties for that, then those two incidents we looked at.
I just feel like I'm going to have a white line as a guide, especially if you're coming directly onto a hard barrier. If you see it, and as a Joker split, you could hit it at quite some speed. So I get the idea of a white line to guide you in. But for me, a penalty is a bit like meh. There's no danger in it. The only danger is to you if you get it wrong. Anderson and Darbach equal on points, so all to play for in Q3 for the TQ in Supercar lights. Right, on to open four-wheel drive. Now, if you weren't watching yesterday, open four-wheel drive has supercars in it. It's got one space frame car from the French Championship in it, and it's got all the FC2s in it. We then have a bunch of different finals later on. So we have the four-wheel drive Pro final, which anybody can qualify for, the four-wheel drive AM, which the top drivers are not eligible for, and the FC2 final, which is obviously only for FC2. So there are 3 four-wheel drive finals, and to be fair, they were all good yesterday, but FC2 and the main Supercar one were particularly good. Now, what is glaring here is the lack of Ulrich Linnemann's yesterday's winner, who came past me and Hal as we were filming that preview for you guys on 2 cylinders, you reckon, Hal, didn't you? We've learnt since that his engine has gone. Yeah, it sounded very kaput, and Ulrich knew as well, didn't he? Because if you thought there was any chance of saving it, you would stop it immediately and then wait for recovery, and he drove it all the way back to his tent in the paddock. So he's clever, Ulrich, isn't he? And he'll have known that was all she wrote. Might as well load the truck and start heading back to Denmark, unless they've got a spare lump with them. It's too much of a job, isn't it?
No, I don't qualify. I'm sure they won't have, because, well, they may do, but on the basis that they had such a bun fight this week to get to the event, then I'm sure they don't have something. We've sent Nicholas Dubinard out to try and find Ulrich, so we'll see if we can get that interview for you at the end of the session. They may be able to fix it, but time is tight, and I think it's unlikely, sadly. At least they got the result yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, long way to come after all the hassles they'd had in the week up to it. Tom van den Heuvel on the inside, Pascal Lambeck and Alex Janot on the outside. Janot with the best of the starts in the Peugeot 208. Oh, is he going to get out-dragged and out-braked on the inside, though? Janot needs to be late and decisive here. Van den Heuvel is up on the curbs on the inside, gets into the rear quarter of Janot. Janot's run wide. Van den Heuvel now's the inside line. I might have gone joker there if I was Janot, but Pascal Lambeck has gone in, so Lambeck into the joker. Have to see what he can do from there.
Janot putting big pressure on Van den Heuvel up front. Van den Heuvel was driving in Maasmechelen lately in the Markland Motorsport built Volkswagen Polo. As we were talking about yesterday, a great resurgence in supercar competitors in the Belned region, which is absolutely fantastic. We always want more supercars, don't we? And Van den Heuvel is learning on the hoof, and I think anyone that gets into a supercar without the experience under your belt is up for a challenge. And yeah, doing pretty good at the moment, learning with every single lap.
Lambeck's gone missing, 9 seconds back at the end of the first lap. And looking in the rear of that shot, I was expecting him to be close to Janot when Janot came through. So looks like Lambeck is circulating, but say at 9 seconds off after one lap, even with the joker, that's too much out. There must be an issue.
Had that crash yesterday, didn't he? That at some point when Fraser McConnell was with us in the studio, was that a qualifying heat or it wouldn't have been a final because Fraser was in the
You were saying yesterday.
It was in Q3 because Fraser was delighted that he made the FC2 final unexpectedly, given that the supercars were ahead of him, and we're obviously going to move forward to the open four-wheel drive. Van den Heuvel runs right to the wall on the outside.
Still going to get there. It is technical. I like it from that point of view. I do like a technical joker. I had a great long chat with Robin Larson last year, I think it was, about joker design. Obviously the joker concepts in Nitro Cross were different than they are over here. And as my favourite jokers really are technical ones where you have to take a risk to get a good time through it, but also you can be forced into a mistake. Van den Heuvel's going to take it. One of my favourite jokers, for instance, is Hollius. Now, apart from the fact we have the daft bollards, which you get penalties for, you know, if you want to get a good joker at Hollius, you really commit on the way in, and then you can run a bit deep or not. And I love the fact that the driver's skill comes into it.
But they have changed that even more so recently with the World Championship events at Hollius by increasing the height of the curbs in the joker. So now the penalty is huge because the curb is absolutely enormous, which is fantastic because that's what I want. I don't want bollards ever.
No, because
I understand the need for track limits, but what I prefer is a natural obstacle that you get penalised by hitting
the wall.
Yeah, or a curb. So if you want to monster the curb, go
knock
for it.
yourself out, but you'll lose more time.
Or the risk is huge. The gain is big, but the risk is massive, and most people won't take it. And I do like that. Yeah, the Hollius Joker is right up there as one of the best because commitment is hugely rewarded on the way in, and the merge is great because you get lots of action without it being super aggressive because you're not pointing at the racing line. You're coming out side by side.
I totally agree, mate. And that was one of my problems sometimes with some of the American Joker laps is if the Joker is too easy, nobody makes a mistake in it. You know, so for instance, the Joker at Glen Helen was pretty good in that it was a 90 left, 90 right. You could run deep on it. It came in over a crest, and so that that was good. But the simple one, sometimes it's like, no, it's too short and it's too easy. And if it's too easy, the drivers don't make mistakes. We want to see them challenged. Kasper Janssen, Simon Olofsson, Lane Vakela and Nicholas Buchel. Olofsson has been smiling all weekend long in that back 40 machine. Said he made too many mistakes yesterday, but they are 3 abreast on the run to the first corner. Olofsson will know and he's going to maybe give that first spot up. Doesn't want to end up, though, being taken out by the Mercedes, and he does get nudged out of the way. So he'll see who goes Joker, and he goes in because nobody went in front of him, and Lane Vakela has followed him in as well. So good decision from Olofsson.
Back 40 teammates, Vakela and Olofsson is maybe not ideal to follow each other in, but ultimately they want to get a bit of clear air and try and hunt these two down.
So Hal, you can hear for the first time this weekend, we can actually hear V6, I think you said, in the Merc.
V6.
It sounds wicked, doesn't it?
Andros Trophy, so that's basically an Andros Trophy concept pre-Andros Trophy going electric a few years ago, and I was lucky enough to go to Trophy Andros with DA Racing actually a few times, thanks to the Dubourg family.
Inside. That was look at the power differential.
Absolutely perfect. Get up the inside, force the issue, Oh no, hit the wall, lost loads of time as he pulled the rear wheel off. Looks
Yeah.
like there's some damage to the side of the car. Let's have a look.
Well, Olofsson gets him anyway, so that's a real shame because actually from Buchel that was a brilliant pass. Exploited the extra power that he's got, but found traction up the inside, just drove up the inside of Casper Janssen. Then to make a mistake in the Joker is a shame. So it's Janssen versus Olofsson for the win in this one. Janssen in the last session was P9 and Olofsson was P10. So we were busy filming, so we didn't see what happened in that one. Here comes Olofsson now. That was Eric Gordon's really cool. It was like an illustration that they did on the car using marker pens. It was actually on a white car originally and then ended up on a blue one, but a super cool livery. I think Janssen must have enough here. Might be closer than we think. No, Janssen's got it. So Casper Janssen comes out in front of Olofsson. But yeah, Hal, Olofsson's grin, when we spoke to him this morning on the pre-grid, he loves it, doesn't he?
Yeah, I find it remarkable he's never found himself in a supercar because not to make it sound like something everyone does, but when you've raced at his level, most people are offered a test at some point or an opportunity to sample something or a prize drive or something like that, and he's never been in anything that's more powerful than supercar lights.
And he couldn't believe how fast it was, could he?
Which I found staggering.
So do I. So do I. But I loved it. I
yeah,
really
no,
liked
amazing.
it.
And
Probably the most experienced driver in supercar lights to suddenly have this. And
probably the most experienced driver in the four-wheel drive field. He's been doing it every supercar lights event since 2014.
It's mad. Well, yeah, that's mad, isn't it? It's a decade. A decade of supercar lights. This was the brilliant move here from the Frenchman.
You know, and he's still relatively. There wasn't a damage. I thought that he might have.
Hit it on the way. Oh, he hit it hard.
So it's just. It's
ripped the rubber band off the wall.
So I thought that was the wheel coming off when he hit the rubber band. That's what we see. That's exactly what we talked about in the track guide. He's carrying too much pace in. But until then, he'd done everything right. He got up the inside, didn't try and go around the outside into the next corner, took the Joker. So you're carrying that momentum in.
Could have won that, I think. Yeah. Could have won that. It's a bit of a shame. But there we go. At least the car, to be fair, the car made it round. Must be seriously strong because he has clattered the wall. He's just coming behind us now.
To finish my Andros story very quickly, there's nothing better than standing in the French Alps in the mountains, getting up in a ski chalet and hearing free practice super early in the morning because that's when the ice is at its best, and hearing all these V6s ricocheting off the mountains. It was absolutely amazing.
We wanted, didn't we, to provide some English coverage for it, and unfortunately the series ended before we could get round to doing that. Hal, for me, the chance to go skiing alongside a bit of motorsport, literally, I don't know that I would have gone home during the winter. Would have been epic. I'd have been in trouble for that, but. Jose Oliveira, Patrick O'Donovan, Elias Svensson and Tanner Faust. So we've got 3 FC2s in each of these last 3 races. Faust on the outside has got a good start. He's going to be able to out-drag all of them down, although it's going to be coming in from very wide. It's wise from the American. O'Donovan's at the back of the pack. Faust now side by side with the Portuguese driver.
Clips the curb there, just avoiding the back of Jose Oliveira. O'Donovan and Howman came together in the previous session that we were watching down trackside. Howman got up the inside coming into this corner here.
Oh, Faust is going to do it. Faust up the inside of Svensson. That is a brilliant pass from the American.
Oh, disaster for Svensson and O'Donovan.
So Svensson got 2 sideways. Tanner Faust, that was brilliant, Hal.
Set it up really early, didn't he? And I love seeing the trajectory of the cars when you get them over-rotated to get up the inside. O'Donovan didn't lose out as badly as he might have done there. Because the car got over-rotated, you were able to drive over the infield, over the grass, actually past Svensson in the process. But O'Donovan lost out badly after getting passed by Howman last time around, got a puncture on the way up to the finish line and then hit the wall as he crossed the line. That's why he's down here compared to being with Howman at the front of the order. But Faust was absolutely superb, as you say, through that overtaking move.
Brilliant. Here comes Tanner now. This is where he just got the car a little bit more sideways and up the inside. Him and O'Donovan with a similar line through there. Now chuck it up the curb on the left. Patrick through here was very impressive earlier, flicking the car towards the barrier.
Look closing on Faust.
And then the nose, and you've got to be really committed through there. But unfortunately, as this is the last lap, they're not going to be able to alternate their strategies. So Patrick is going to have the Joker with him, and it's about how far back Oliveira is. 8 tenths of a second
he took out of Faust last time around.
2.6 how back to Oliveira. So this is more important, is who's going to get in there first, and Oliveira's clearly going to get there first. So Oliveira's done a brilliant job there and gets out in front of both of them. So yeah, Jose Oliveira, the Portuguese driver in the Peugeot 208 Supercar. He's in the AM category, but he's taken it to the pros here. Tanner closing him down a little bit on this loose section. Look at the angle of the car the whole way through. There's just no point where it's straight. Checker flag's going to come out. Portuguese crowd will like this one. Jose Oliveira takes the win in front of his country people. There they are, look, yes, get in. No one with the shirts off yet, and I haven't seen the Pikachu hat gang. You won't understand either of those references if you weren't watching yesterday. I'll save you 7 hours of viewing to tell you that there were about 50 people in the grandstand with a Pikachu hat on, which then led to a conversation about Pokemon and Tamagotchis.
Not the most interesting story of all time, is it?
No, it wasn't, was it? But we don't really care, do we? Because we
didn't. What we didn't do is find them in the ditch on the way down the mountain.
No, we didn't. So we think he didn't drive home, is the answer to yesterday's question. That was unlucky for Patrick.
O'Donovan was unlucky there, yeah. but also lucky at the same time that with the rotation on the car, look at Svensson drop it here. O'Donovan's got the rotation on, so there's no way of bailing out of that, so they could easily have ended up both stuck, but because the corner's open on the infield, was able to get back in the throttle and drive over.
Not really sure what happened to Svensson. There was no contact between him and Faust.
You see that so often though, don't you, with a missed gear change, or
it just bogs, doesn't it?
Or a bit of contact in the wheel that knocks the wheel out of your hands, or anything like that just slows you up that little bit.
There they are in the background, the Pikachu hat crew. Jose Oliveira takes it, and the Pikachu hat crew are happy. I reckon that guy there with his jumper on might be the guy who was shirt off yesterday, but it is a bit colder today, so maybe we'll see some toplessness later. Maybe they're working tomorrow and they won't have quite so much beer as they did yesterday. Tommy Howman, Fraser McConnell, Oliver Ericsson and Nathan Ottink. Ottink the winner yesterday of the AM category in four-wheel drive, and the other three shouldn't take any introducing to you if you're a Rallycross fan. Equal start. Ottink might get the legs on them, but no, the FC2's equal to the focus on the run down towards the first corner. Fraser McConnell side by side with Howman. Ottink gives it up and comes in. McConnell is in the middle of a sandwich here. Ottink might get up the inside of McConnell. He does, but he's going to go Joker. Fraser McConnell stays out, and Tommy Howman gets the whole shot from Fraz with Oliver Ericsson in behind.
What an amazing bit of awareness there from a young driver competing in their first major event at this level. 18 years old, Ottink, and came out of it early, knew he hadn't got around the outside off the start, backed out, went to the inside, got up the inside and then went straight into the Joker. Brilliant awareness, and that's what you get for competing and winning European Autocross Championships at his young age.
Yeah, very mature driving for an 18-year-old, really good. So Howman is gapping the two cars behind, and we say gapping, we're talking tenths, but that's what these guys have been talking all weekend, Hal. It was Friday practice, wasn't it? And literally it was 40.2, 40.3, 40.4 were the times. They're separated by tenths, and that's why we enjoyed this racing so much yesterday. Franz has gone Joker early, good decision I think, because he knows Ericsson won't go in behind him. Now he's just got to try and do a good lap.
And the pace is there, as we were saying earlier on, but Howman is absolutely flying up front. He's gone 5 tenths quicker than the best lap in the previous run, and if he keeps that pace up throughout this session, he's going to go quickest once again. Howman was not on the podium yesterday for the first time since 2019. By his own standards, it was a absolute shocker, but you've got to have hard days, haven't you?
He hasn't finished the race off the podium since 2019. That is how good Tommy Howman is. There are some people who say he's literally the best rallycross driver in the world. I won't reveal who they are, but people who work closely with him. Fraser McConnell going to get past Ericsson, or no? Ericsson on the outside to the inside line, but Fraz is there first. And not a lot of time change there, I think, between Howman and these two behind. So 3 brilliant rallycross drivers lapping on the limit of what the FC2 can do. Loving the FC2. Last year, you know, in development, we had a few issues with it. We had a few moments where the Ericsson brothers even came together, but that work has come off. It's a great racing this season. Howman takes it from McConnell and Ericsson. Howman's time is a 2:13.4, which will win the session by a mile. Yeah, Janssens was a 2:15.7. And in fact, all 3 of those drivers go to the top of the field. So Howman, McConnell and Ericsson. Howman's Q1 win was a 2:15.3. So Hal, it looks like the track's developed quite a lot. That's 1.9 seconds quicker than he went in Q1.
Clearly cleaning, wasn't it, quite a lot through that session as well. As we look back at this fairly even start, Ottink did have the marginal advantage, but just wasn't anywhere near enough on the run down to the first corner. Came to the inside, then is going to have a little bit of side-by-side, and McConnell ducks into the Joker. Up front though, Ollie Ericsson with all of his experience, having a good old send at the bottom of the hill into the Joker, following Howman, and it would be McConnell that comes out just ahead of Ericsson at the merge. Nice tidy drive from both of these who have, they're basically brothers. They've worked together for so long, and Fraser spent a lot of time living at the OMSC workshop while he was driving for that team in RallyX and in America. Tommy Harmon, though, fastest once again.
So that concludes Q2. We can take a look at the intermediate standings for open four-wheel drive. Tommy Howman with 2 wins is at the top. Fraser McConnell having a better day today. 2 P2s, 2 P3s for Oliver Eriksson. Those 3 have marked themselves out, haven't they, at the class of the field today. Then it's Oliveira, Ottink, Janssen, O'Donovan, Faust, Olofsson, Svensson, Van den Heuvel, Buchel, Vakela, Janot and Lambeck for the 15 cars. Top 6 of the FC2s will make the FC2 final. Then obviously the pros will go through to the semi-finals. In fact, I think everyone in the top 12 go through to the semis, and the top 6 of those will make the pro final. And there's an AM final which will be decided at the end of Q3 as well. So all to play for. Now, one man missing from that lineup, of course, is yesterday's winner, Ulrich Linnemann. Unfortunately, he had a problem with the engine. We've sent Nicholas Dubinard down to see him, and after that, we will be back at around 2:05 to 2:10 local time. That's in 25 to 30 minutes time from now. So set your stopwatches, have a little listen to Ulrich Linnemann, and we'll see you soon.
Ulrich, you have been one of the big hero yesterday, beating all the biggest stars of the rallycross, like legend like Tanner Fust, like the young guns like Tommy Allman, Oliver Eriksson and so many others, but today nothing went according to the plan in Q1. Can you explain us what happened to you?
Yeah, it stops when it's really begun. I took the start and everything was going to plan from that. After one lap, the engine was going down to 3 cylinders. I was trying to keep up because you never know what has happened. So I tried to keep the engine running, but when I saw smoke coming from the engine, I decided to stop and hope that we could fix it. But it's a bigger problem than we can fix here. So no more race today for me.
What are the damages on the engine? Can you tell us something about that?
Yeah, the compression is going down to the oil, so I guess that something happens to one of the pistons. But yeah, we can't do anything from that.
We know that you invest a lot of time and energy to be here in time in Portugal. I guess it's a really emotional moment for you. Just a few minutes ago, just hugging you, but it's a difficult moment right now.
Yeah, at least I got a really good result yesterday. Showed everybody that I was able to take a win, but I would have loved to do it again today. But yeah, let's see what will happen from now. I hope that it's not too expensive to fix, and maybe I will be there on the grid to Netherlands.
That's main objective now, trying to anyway to be in Valkenswaard next month.
Yeah, I have to try. I don't know yet how, but we will do our best.
You got a win yesterday. At least it's a really positive results for you. This is what you will keep in mind for the future, no?
Yeah, I hope it gives me something, and that was how I wanted to start the season. Today is not really going into plan, but yeah, we will see.
Thank you very much, Ulrich, and we hope to see you in Valkenswaard next month.
Thank you.
Welcome back to Montalegre in Portugal. We're getting ourselves ready for Q3, the final qualifying session of this weekend. Hal Ridge is here. He's refueled. There's the tea. There's the water. All right. He's nearly there. Look. Cans on. Mega.
Hello.
Hello. How are you doing?
The kettle took a little bit longer than I was expecting to boil.
Yeah, watch pot never boils, mate, does it? I mean, that's the problem. So yeah, we're having a lot of fun here. To say, still a beautiful day. No sign of any clouds in the sky. Plenty of signs of great racing still to come, and I'm excited for it. We're starting with junior cross car in just a few moments' time. I think they're due to start at 14:10 local. It's 14:09 currently.
Maria Eriksson provided the water, obviously, for the kettle, and she said, "You're very quiet today. What's wrong?" I said, "Well, nothing's got too exciting yet. It's been okay."
We too quiet for her.
But I think yesterday it got very exciting, didn't it?
Yeah,
and
it
she's
did.
working just over the wall there.
She did say yesterday it's nice to hear us all day. I think that would have worn a little bit thin for her by the end of the season. But our studio's moved around a fair bit over the years. So we have been... We've been trackside, we've been in porter cabins. Then the decision was made to be in the paddock, and that's to allow us more access to the drivers and being really honest.
How many
to be able
studios
to
have there been? Julius, the first one.
Yeah.
Within that tent.
What, for the Magic Weekend?
Yeah, All-Star Magic Weekend.
All-Star Magic Weekend.
There's too many.
Yeah, porter cabins, I say. And then it was easy ups on the side of hills, but we were miles away from anyone.
That was not the one.
No, couldn't even get a drink or a loo or anything. So now we're in it, but then we were next to the tent. Do you remember they were smashing some guards with lump hammers? Like, that's not going to work.
These are the best ones, I think.
So
being in the middle of the paddock.
Yeah.
In the OMSC setup is. It's great practically. I think it allows good access to the fans. I think it really works.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Hope you're enjoying it. Get into the YouTube comments if you've got any questions, and we'll get those answered for you. My name is Andrew Coley. Alongside me is Hal Ridge. You can find both of us on social media. Instagram is the one, really, for me. I'm on Facebook as well. Don't use Twitter anymore. No thanks, Elon. Well, I did read he was selling it. Like lots of people are selling their Teslas. Carl Schnack away from the line in Pete. That's very political, isn't it? But it's Joao Trailer on the outside, coming across on the outside to the inside. Oh, a little like Munia there in the paddock. Do you know what? I don't have a problem with Teslas as road cars, but they've never done any motorsport. And so I can't buy into it, Hal. And I mean, genuinely, I mean that. I've had a Suzuki Ignis Sport, which my wife thought looked like a bread van or a Lego car. I had a Peugeot 106 Rally. I've had Seat Ibithas. Most of the stuff that I've bought has been because there's an association to motorsport. I strongly believe in that. Of course, we're missing the manufacturers in Rallycross at the minute, but I'd be way more likely to buy a Tesla if they'd entered Nitrocross or the World Rallycross Championship.
Fair enough.
You're not interested? Seriously? Like, does it not make any difference to you what manufacturers do? I think it does.
It doesn't make any.
Really? What the hell's wrong with you?
Well, I build racing cars to go racing, and I drive a diesel estate on the road because that's the most practical thing.
I drive a van on the road, but my choices about what road car I drive are influenced. Now, on the flip side of that, I never wanted to
where is the VW Transporter Cup? I haven't seen that.
No, it's not the point. I mean, in the past, like, I'm old and sensible now.
I just drove transit vans to tow my Rallycross car.
How? I mean, yeah, we had.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
but
that's
what I was thinking when you were on that little
rant.
Diatribe of information was that lots of people use the Tesla technology in some sort of motorsport vehicle, don't they? That because people have been able to piggyback it, and Woodham's got an electric drift car with a Tesla setup, isn't it? So people have used that concept.
But I want to see Tesla do it. You think you're so good? Let's go racing.
Okay.
There you go. Calling you out, Tesla. Let's go. Come racing if you want me to buy your electric cars.
Open 4-wheel drive, open 2-wheel drive.
Yes. Now that would make that.
What I would like to see, and this is going to get me a whole load of hate in the comments,
is an electric open 2-wheel drive.
Oh, I haven't finished yet.
Was that what you said?
Yeah.
You're getting quite impatient. That's the second time you said that this weekend. So you just got to get to the point quicker, Hal. You know.
I would like to see an electric powertrain in
the open
2-wheel drive because we've got a hybrid powertrain. I'd love to see everything in there because the whole point of it is that it's open.
Go nuts, yeah.
Same in open 4-wheel drive.
Yeah.
I'd like to see, an FC1, an RX1E from the World Championship. I'd like to see all of these different concepts come together and have a proper power struggle as to what works best. And okay, just like here, the Super 600 car is brilliant in Portugal. Take that to, I don't know, Alvsbyn.
And it might not
going to live with Simon Tiger. Everyone's going to have its pros and cons.
Yeah, we like variety, don't we? We do like a bit of variety. Trailer wins that one. Looking at the standings so far, Trailer is P6. Remember, it's fastest last this year. Coming up in the next race is our current top qualifier, Manuel Bermudez Barbeito from Spain in a TN11. That's the Joker lap which we're using today, of course, compared to the traditional one from yesterday. Jury's still out for me on which one the better one is. What you got, Hal?
Some chat in the comments on YouTube about who owns and pays for the FC2s and that sort of thing. I think that's quite interesting. Some discussion about Tanner Faust. Tanner's got an ongoing sponsorship agreement with the brand that he's sporting this weekend. So
Optima Batteries, Jan Clarios.
Tanner's here to, because motorsport is a good way of extending the promotion and marketing reach of a brand. So Tanner's here doing that. Some of the drivers, of course, are intrinsically linked to OMSE, like Ollie Eriksson, Patrick O'Donovan's here. Well, with a drive funded externally, there's
as is Fraser McConnell's. I think some of those drivers are looking for somewhere to race. You know, their championships. The World Rex, it doesn't start for ages. Nitrocross is gone, and they're like, I need to maintain my presence. I want to race somewhere.
So the crux of it is, for sure, there's some drivers with more affiliation than others, but ultimately everyone is using some sort of commercial partnership to be here and compete. And while they're all run under the same banner, it's quite complex as to how each one's being run. And for example, Tommy Howman's being run by the Set Lowbro team, and that's totally separate to the cars being run by First Corner, OMSE and Team Farron.
But they own that car, don't they, as well? So they own and run it. Patrick O'Donovan's car is Eric Farren's car, isn't it? Which has been rented, just the car, and the Shannon and O'Donovan's motorsport.
Team RX Racing and Sam Connor Motorsport are running it this weekend.
Running it themselves. So they had some stuff to learn about it. You've got Back 40 Motorsport here. Now they own 3 cars.
And they, of course,
Simon Olofsson is in it.
Are tied with Sandra Holgren and Simon Olofsson's STS RX team. So there's a lot of collaboration going on. Largely that's because everyone wants that's part of this series to succeed.
Yeah.
When it's so young in its development, everyone needs to work together. Oh, I've had this gear shift problem. Donovan had a gear shift problem yesterday, so they went through all of the cars and checked all of the cars for that issue, and that's part of the development of a single spec category.
There's different things about the ownership, as Hal was saying. It is complex. I think Casper Janssen and his family own that car, but it's serviced by OMSE. Yeah. So that's how it works. Well, OMSE First Corner, whichever way. First Corner is the manufacturer. That's actually the American name of the company which the Ericssons run. So I'm trying to think if any of the other cars are personally owned by the drivers. Obviously, Eric Gordon owns 3, and when he races one himself, yes, he's racing one of his cars. Lane Michaela rents a car. Frazzis is rented. Obviously, Ollie's driving one of the cars owned by the family company. Patrick's is rented.
Ollie's actually using one of the Back 40 cars.
Is it? Yes, he is, because they ran out of cars. Yeah, so they rented one. So that's when it gets really complex. They own 4 of their own cars.
Try keeping up with the chassis numbers,
rented out.
And then you'll,
I know, Hal's written a book about the chassis numbers. He has long phone calls with the Ericssons trying to figure out which chassis is which one.
Usually results in Kevin Eriksson having his head in his hands.
Yeah, go, please, Hal, go away. Hal would love to write another book. They're like, no, we can't have any more phone calls about chassis numbers.
The good thing is that now that we've been through that horrible process once, is that everyone's much more willing to keep them up to date, because it was such an agonising time last time.
Yeah, you should though. You know, really, a logbook should have a list of events it's done and with who and what the result is. But
back to the junior cross car though, Carl Svedlund was so unlucky towards the end of the final yesterday. Had a gear change issue actually, and wasn't able to change out a 3rd gear. I think it was. He was stuck in. Dominated qualifying. He was continuing that one today.
Yeah, Svedlund coming through. Barbeito was the TQ. Svedlund coming in now. Barbeito is P3. We should have some standings for Cross Car Junior in a minute. I don't know if it'll be enough. I don't think it will, because Svedlund will get 10. Depends where Barbeito comes in. Did anyone beat him?
The winner of the previous run has also beaten him. So I think this is going to give Svedlund TQ.
And he had TQ yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yes. Did he win all 3 sessions yesterday?
I believe he did.
Let me have a look. I'm going to look that up. No, he did not.
Oh.
Yes, he did. Oh. Yes, he did, because yesterday's results are in the order of the final. So yes, Svedlund won all 3 sessions and was top qualifier. Interestingly then, so looking at Manuel Bermudez Barbeito, yesterday was P5, P8 and P6, Hal, and has won 2 sessions today. So really got on top of the car, Barbeito was TQ. Has Svedlund done enough in that last run to pip him? He certainly has on the track with a 2:34.4. That was not as quick as Barbeito went in the other sessions, but remember the track will have been watered, but he nicks it equal on points. Now if you're wondering how that works, If you are equal on points at the end of the final qualifying session, it goes on the last best result. So it goes on Q3. So because Svedlin was ahead of Barbietto in Q3, he takes the top qualifier spot. Those standings, those points there, they're now nothing to do with the championship. That just gives us our qualifying order. So down the left-hand side of your screen, 1 to 9, that's where they've qualified, calculated via the points down the right-hand side of the screen. That grids us for the semi-finals, and then we go racing. So it looks complicated, but it's not. Cross car next. 15,000 RPM for these guys instead of 9,300. The junior ones are limited to make it just a bit safer for them. They are still learning after all. And when you're 11, and you can be 11 in a junior cross car, things can get a bit exciting a bit quickly if you have 15,000 RPM. But you'll hear the difference at the start here with how many RPM they use. Patrick Kong, Jonathan Hoffman, Diogo Martinez Gonzalez and Kobe Powell. Kobe Powell's had a roll earlier on today. Kobe, of course, was the RX3 European Rallycross champion, Super 1600 as it was formerly known. Not going to lie, I like the name Super 1600, but I do understand why you would do that. Through the dip and up towards, that's the Joker merge, remember, with today's very close contact out front. You're behind Patrick Kong there, running the YMS. Got 2 speed car wonders in here. One of them is a speed car wonder R. That's Diego Martinez Gonzalez. Look at that, look at the height you can get up to with the drone in just a split second. Hoffman leading from Gonzalez. You might have heard the two. Gonzalez looks to the inside line. Can't make it stick though. Kong in the background. That car looks a little loose when he jumps on the brakes. Almost like the damping's a bit softer. And you see the nose come down a lot. That transfers the weight more aggressively. And sometimes it just looks like it's a bit more of a handful on the brakes than the cars in front of it. Jumping on the brakes puts all the weight over the front. That makes the car turn in. But it's unsettles the rear. Now you can use that if you make the rear lighter by chucking all the weight over the front. Obviously you can get rotation on the chassis quickly, which is what you want. Look at that, look at the hand inputs there.
We always talk about it, but seeing the inputs is so good, isn't it? And that's why seeing a cross car work is so exciting from the outside, because you can really see the difference the drivers make.
He's having another look up the inside this time. Oh, it must be a problem for the leader, Hoffman. Hoffman's pulled off to the side. Is it a puncture? It looks like it might be. Has he pushed the wheel off the tyre off the rim? No. Hard to see what's wrong with Hoffman, but I thought it was a dive up the inside from Gonzalez. Gonzalez goes Joker, and they're both going to get edged out by Powells, who's already been in the Joker. So Kobe Powells is out front, having jokered, and that has a significant lead.
On a fight back from the roll earlier on.
Today. We was running in the highlights package just before you guys joined us on air.
Where is he overall in this?
He is P14.
Yeah, this is a
3 semi-finals, remember.
But a much needed climb up the order to get a good grip position.
Let's see what the time was. Obviously the track conditions are a bit different. Earlier on they were definitely getting quicker. 2:21 would have seen him in the region of 6th or 7th over the last 2 sessions. Now the track might dry out, which means that time might be beaten a bit more. But as Hal said, he was in P14, so it should help him move up. Cross car driver there who is out, which was our leader, Jonathan Hoffman. Jonathan actually, because he's Swedish, not Finnish. Having a look at the back of the car. Take another look at the start. Have a look at the orange cross car and you'll see what I mean about Patrick Kong. We didn't see it on the brakes at the end of the straight. When he jumps on the brakes, it just looks a bit loose. We've been joined by the man who's currently in the top qualifier spot in open four-wheel drive. And that's Tommy Hellman.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello. How are you, mate?
Better than yesterday, at least.
Well, so Hal told us and the viewers yesterday, you haven't been off the podium since 2019.
Yeah, RX Academy in Latvia 2019.
I love the fact that it hurts so much that you can remember exactly where it is.
And that was a shocking weekend for you, wasn't it?
It was.
So what happened yesterday?
I mean, just small things going wrong. Joker strategy didn't quite work out, and then in the open four-wheel drive semi-final I should have gone to the Joker right from the start. But I got a good start, tried to go around the outside of Linneman. But then obviously he was still so close that he leaned a bit on me, and then the driver from the third place also got past me, and then pretty much game over after that, because when I went to the Joker, I was last. So no space to go.
Obviously, you have an incredible record. How disappointing as a driver is it? You can't stay on the podium forever. We all know we have bad weekends, but when you've had such a good run, 6 years, Hal, that's quite a long time. It is extraordinary when you've been across. Well, where have you competed? Tell us where you've been. Obviously, there was Rallycross Academy after that.
Yeah, RallyX in 2021.
Yeah.
Supercar lights.
Yeah, Nitro, World RX in RX2E.
I mean, it's the list. It's the list of all the championships. You don't visit any of those championships and get on the podium unless you're very, very good. And this young man is very, very good. So it was disappointing yesterday.
Yeah, it was. Obviously, I knew that someday it will end, because it's impossible to keep going on forever. But yeah, the way maybe it happened, because I felt like I had the pace all the time, but then just small things going wrong all the time. And also now in the FC2 final, I crossed the finish line third, but on the, I think it was second to last lap, Patrick got some issue, and I was right behind him, and he kind of slowed down in the middle of the straight, so I crashed into him and then tried to go around him, but he suddenly kept on going again, and then I was already next to him, and he squeezed me over the bollards, and I got the penalty for cutting the corner.
So you weren't very happy about that, I guess. But you got your own back this morning in Q1.
Yeah. I was in the steward's office for that too, but luckily this time it was all clear. He has a record
of being on the podium since 2019 and in the steward's office, once a year at least?
Yeah, actually I haven't been there since Latvia RX Academy 2019.
Seriously?
Yeah.
So, dear, poor Tommy Howland's broken all his records this weekend. How many times have you been up to the stewards this weekend?
Only once.
Only once?
Yeah.
Okay, so you didn't have to go for the penalty yesterday, you just got given it?
I was thinking that I should go, but then maybe...
Then you remembered you were a Finn and went all chilled out about it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, you weren't on the podium, so if that knocked you off the podium, you'd have been up there to argue it, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But in all seriousness, despite this amazing record, I think you're only as good as your worst days sometimes, aren't you? And it's about, in motorsport, such a mental exercise. It's about taking all of those learnings from yesterday and working out how you can use those to improve your whole objective going forward, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's good mentally sometimes to have a bad race too, because then you have the spirit to try even harder the next time.
Let's get this cross-car race underway, and then we'll bring Tommy in for some more insight. Axel Schnack, Ferran Fornell, Julio Pereira and Romet Cerna. Now, Cerna didn't have the best day yesterday. And where is he currently? Currently sitting in P12. But Hal, Cerna is very capable at a P5 in Q1 and now at a P19 in Q2. So Romet Cerna on the outside with the red and yellow, looking for a good result. So yesterday, don't even know whether or not he made it through to the semis. Not going to get the whole shot. Been beaten down there by the poleman Axel Schnack.
He got disqualified, didn't he, from Q1 yesterday from memory. May have got that wrong, but that's what put him right down the order.
It's a very good memory, mate, if that's what you got. I have got yesterday's results somewhere. I'm just flicking through 19 pages of a folder. No, he was P20, P17 and P9 yesterday.
Something happened there.
Yeah, not a DQ, but still.
Penalty of some
and then,
kind.
and then he was 6th in semi-final too. So yeah, Cerna not on the pace that we've seen from last year. But Hal, this is also a new track for lots of drivers. I mean, Tommy and Hal are both well placed to answer this. Learning a new track isn't an immediate thing for some people.
Yeah, it's difficult, and I mean, especially when you are fighting so close as we are in RallyX, it's so about the details all the time. So if you don't get it right immediately, then you will start losing and yeah, in a 3-lap race or a 5-lap race, it starts to be quite a lot of time.
Yeah, we were talking to Tanner yesterday, weren't we? He said it had a couple of gear shift issues, and he said it's a third of a second each time. But if you get 3 of them in a lap, it's a second. That's it. You're gone. You're dead. It's that close, especially in this category. Look at that, just flinging it in.
What I love about Rallycross is Tommy, these track is. You've done all sorts of racing in Europe and America now, but this track is really unique to this venue, isn't it? And there's so much learning to do. Almost every corner is unique here, and that makes it a real challenge.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is one of the most difficult tracks actually that I've raced at, because there's kind of 2 sections, the tarmac section and then the really twisty gravel section, and especially the last tighter gravel turn is really difficult to get exactly right.
Romet Cerna there with a pass down at the end of the straight on Pereira. Cerna has jokered. In the joker now is Schnack, and Schnack comes out in front of Cerna, so Cerna did a good job to make the pass, comes in really deep, loses a bit of time there. Everybody jokered now. and Schnack should take this one out front. There we go. Look, there's still a bit of water on the track, but it's hot and sunny now, so...
So Cern wasn't a DSQ, I just remember he had a 30-second penalty in Q1 yesterday for not taking the Joker.
Ah, right, so that's...
Cardinal sin of Rallycross, but in a 3-lap race, that's
understandable.
Hard to do.
Understandable, I guess. There we are.
Do you ever know what lap you're on, Tommy? Because I know you're much better than I am, but I've never got a... After lap 1, no idea.
Yeah, it depends a bit. Sometimes I really don't know. Because you focus so much on the lap times and going it as fast as you can.
Yeah, so you really do need the spotter. People think we can't count.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Yeah, we can't. He's right. Look at that. Cerner was so late on the brakes, and then 3 or 4 attempts. They're so visual, the cross cars, what the drivers are doing when you just see the little movements. Even coming through that final corner there, you see the nose of the car rise and fall twice as they decide when they can finally commit to the throttle and take it down the long straight here at Montalegre. Schnack takes it with the 221.1. That is quicker than Kobe Powell's 221.3. We did see a fair bit of, track evolution. Tommy, what's the score with that? I know you've been mostly in the quick heats, but are you seeing from the data you're looking at that the track is evolving a lot through the course of a qualifying session?
I think so, and it's also different on each qualifying because they put the gravel back on and it changes quite a lot.
Yeah, okay, so in between each one. Alexandra Borges, Dario Calvino, Dominguez, Pinto, Arajo and Ugar on the outside. So 2 Spanish, 3 Portuguese, and on the outside Martin Ugar you should be more familiar with if you've watched RallyX for a while. He's in the TN11 run by the Pace Motorsport squad.
Pace were really excited to sign Ugar ahead of this season, weren't they?
We got messages, didn't we?
Yeah, teasers. And, a brilliant young talent.
Really is. Not going to go Joker on the opening lap. The P2 driver does. I think that was Borges. Has gone Joker. So Ugar now got a smash in a great time, where Ugar overall is actually in P3. So he won the first session, was 15th in the second session. So this is key for Ugar. And I mean, in third place, he's actually only 3 points off the top qualifier. Beckletree is at a P3 and a P2. So yeah, this run is absolutely crucial for his aspirations to take the top qualifier spot.
Exactly what you need, some clear air. Managing to gap the drivers behind. Fastest lap on the opening tour, 43.5. How much information do you have, Tommy, on the opening lap of the heats? Like you say, the gravel's evolving all the time. Is it just sort of finding what you find underneath you when you get there, or is your spotter looking at previous races on the broadcast to see if you can see how the track's evolving? How does that work for you?
Not really. I think it's I just go there and hope for the best. But I mean, obviously, if he sees something from the spotter's tower that is visible, like big rut on some corner or something like that, then he tells me. But it's so hard. It easily the spotter can give even a bit misinformation if he tries to look too deeply from the tower, because you cannot really see it anyway. So
Ugar's just done the fastest lap, 43.3 on that last session, some 0.7 of a second quicker than Pinto's best lap in P2. Ugar comes through the Joker and quite clearly out into the lead. So Ugar yesterday was P3 in the final. Qualified second. Lindqvist was the top qualifier yesterday. Look at Ugar chucking it about up through the final couple of corners. Target time is 2:21.1. He's got that by a mile. Absolutely destroyed it. 2:17.6. That is the fastest time of the day. Obviously, track conditions change. We know that, but it's still FTD. Hal, what are these bolts on the table?
They're FC2 wheel studs.
Okay, do you need them?
Yeah.
Are they something you're going to be trying on your Fiesta?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
They're a little bit like Group 4 ones. Kevin was kind enough to get some for me.
How deeply geeky this chat goes within seconds of happening. It's brilliant. Okay.
Because my wheels are Group 4 wheels, and you need the M14 stud, and they're very nice M14 by 1.5 thread.
Mega. There you go.
I was in such a rush making my cup of tea, I haven't had a chance to put them in my bag yet, so I've brought them back.
I like the fact that you nearly didn't make it on air because of making a cup of tea, but whilst you were probably discussing the M14 by 1.5 thread, it's brilliant, but I love it. 4 won't be enough, of course, but it is enough to try. That'll be enough for one wheel.
There's a long story behind that, and we don't need to go into it.
Later, okay. On to race 4. Fastest last, remember, that's a change from last year where we had fastest first for a few sessions. I think it was only fastest last in Q1, which is the only session you guys don't get to watch. Castro, Ikmerstad, Penttinen, Marquez and Yilalami. Yilalami with a good start on the inside. You've got Castro and Ikmerstad. Ikmerstad is the red and blue, but look at that. Yilalami has just gone away from the line beautifully.
Look
Gets
at the
into turn 1.
attitude of Penttinen's speed car.
Ikmerstad, Hal, just went from P2 to P5, running wide for a moment in turn 1.
Not what you need, is it?
No. Penttinen's running the RallyX livery, so he is, where is he, P2? Couldn't see him for a moment. That's because he's so close to the car behind him that you couldn't. Look how much curb they're using as well.
Tommy, do you know Passy at all?
Yeah. I've got to know him in the paddocks during the races, but previously I didn't. But I think since 2022 in some, I think it was Nitro back then, where we got to know each other.
So, because obviously we're speaking English as his second language, I get the impression he's quite good fun. How is he in Finnish?
Yeah, I don't know him that well, apart from the paddock, but he seems like a fun guy, and he has the right spirit, like not too serious about the rallycross thing.
Yeah.
Even though he does more rallycross than anyone else in the whole paddock, he's just having a great time, isn't he?
Exactly.
Yeah. Was even that the massive shunt at Kovala the other year?
Yeah, huge.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was a. He binned it, didn't he? Properly binned it.
I think he's had a couple in the time we've been doing RallyX. It says something quite funny on the back of his car. Just missed it there. I wonder if we can see the rear of the black cross car.
Thomas Ikmerstad can read it for us. But it's Thomas Ikmerstad's birthday. He's 22 years old today. And Peter McConnell, it's also his birthday. I suspect Peter might be older than 22, I'm not sure. But if you want to find
But still a potential cross-car legend. We just haven't found that out yet.
I'd love to see Peter McConnell in a cross-car. That's something we can make happen. But yes, a happy birthday to two lovely blokes in the paddock.
Yilalami ran right to the wall there on the outside in the Joker and just loses the momentum he needed.
Castro's got him. So that just goes to show, doesn't it, that our top cross-car drivers are going to have their work cut out down here in Southern Europe. Just want to see some of the Spanish and Portuguese drivers now come up to the north of Europe and have a crack up there. Castro takes it to 18.9, so not quite as quick as Ugar went, but that is enough for P2 ahead of Alexandra Borges.
Did do a single faster lap than Ugar did, so
yeah.
The pace is definitely there.
One race to go, and that involves Alex Lindqvist, who was yesterday's TQ.
Have you had a go in a cross car yet, Tommy? I know we were always talking about it.
I did once, maybe 2 years ago, because I got qualified for the FIA Rally Star in Germany. So I did like a brief test with the cross car in Finland, because I never tried one, and the shootout was with the cross car. So that's the only time, or those 2 times.
How'd you get on?
I mean, it's so like unnatural, because the way I like to drive a race car is nose first and really tidy, you know. But with this, you have to do everything the opposite. So it was quite demanding.
I think it sounds like an Andrew Coley car, not a Tommy Howman car. I know I'd still be P17, but I think my driving style's the opposite. But it's that's mega. Well, maybe not here, Hal. I mean, P17 in the UK, where there's only 9 entries, I'd still manage to be P17 somehow. Yeah, brilliant. They do look like a lot of fun. They really do. Right. So on the outside here, Kalle Gotherson in the Bumblebee coloured car, but it's the inside line of Lindqvist that's got the best line and the best start. Lindqvist moves everyone out just a little bit and then backs it in. I don't think I realised yesterday how that Lindqvist had such an epically cool sort of chrome coloured wrap on the car. It looks amazing in the sunshine.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a glare, as you get from the TV cameras. So, and we're looking at a big monitor that's got a huge amount of sun glare on it as well. But when you see it in the paddock, it's absolutely stunning.
That's wicked, isn't it? there it is. Look at that. Look at
great
that.
example, just as you needed it.
Now we're talking. That might be livery of the year. Oh, Goddardson has a look through. Quite get there.
On a cross car, that's absolutely fine because there's not so much wrapping involved, but it's a mechanic's nightmare if someone chooses to run a livery like that on a car because it needs constant repair.
Yeah, I was looking at a few yesterday. The FC2s were looking very beautiful on Friday night, not quite so beautiful last night, although the mechanics were all very pleased there weren't any major jobs to do. One of them said to me, because they were losing an hour, they were like, we don't want an all-nighter tonight because you're going to lose an hour's sleep anyway. They didn't have to have one, luckily.
Well, at least your all-nighter would be shorter.
Yes, good point, yes, and the misery's over earlier. Or contact at the Joker merge. What happened there, Tommy?
Just a tight merge. I think this new Joker lap, the merge is really difficult, and we have this white line that you are not allowed to cross when coming from the Joker. But it's also, at least from our car, you cannot really even see it because obviously it's on the ground. I think we should have some cones or at least something.
And you sit very low in the car as well,
yeah,
don't you? Very low.
Yeah, so it's not, I think, ideal way to make the merge.
What about the white line on the way into the Joker? What have race control said to you guys about that in the driver's briefing this morning?
It's the same. You cannot cross it. But I think in there it's not.
It's not really that dangerous. I don't really see the point in that. I'm not really worried about them crossing it on the way in. But we wondered what the rule was because it's not dangerous. I was like, well, who cares? Yeah. But if it's a rule, if they've made the decision, then you get the penalty, don't you?
Yeah. And also, I think it was first that if no one is coming, you are allowed to cross it. But then they changed it before the start of the race that you are not allowed to cross it at all.
Yeah. Hal's looking at the penalties earlier. What we got, Hal?
Yeah, so there wasn't a penalty in Supercar, the Supercar Lights race we were watching, as we see Lindqvist go fastest despite not doing a faster lap.
No, 2:18.4.
Oh, sorry, the timing screen had just updated.
Yeah.
It said 17.1 for a little while there, I don't know why.
We have a slight delay on the clock on screen, don't we? Who's got the 3-second penalty there then?
So the 3-second penalties they are for Alonso and 99 Anderson. So that's the exit. You said Alonso had crossed the line on the exit. Clearly
on the entry.
On the exit, you said when we were watching from the drone, you said he crossed on the exit. But neither of those drivers have had any penalty for the entry because the drivers to cross on the entry were Darbach and Alonso, whereas Alonso and
it only says Joker line. It doesn't say which one.
No, but Anderson didn't cross it on the entry. Anderson crossed it on the exit, presumably. So it was 3 and 99. They got the plus 3-second penalty. So I don't actually think they've applied a penalty for the entry.
What I can't understand is, okay, because in that case Darbach would have one as well.
Yes. And Alonso would have 2.
We're live on air, sorry, so there's not a lot we can do. Do pop next door and they'll tell you. We're having a car recovered on a trailer just at the side of the straight. Very nice young lady just was calling over the barrier behind us here and asking questions which I couldn't even hear because we were wearing headphones. It does make me laugh how when you're standing here, 3 of you with a microphone, headphones, a big desk in front of you, monitors, and it's, I don't know. Do you think there are any clues as to what we're doing maybe?
She's terribly embarrassed now, though.
Oh, so. Bless her. I feel bad now. Here we go. So, yeah, having a car recovered. Here are the standings. Ugar gets the TQ, and it was Vettel 3 who was there before. So, if you remember, Ugar and Lindqvist were in P3 and P4 with a win each, and a 15th and a 16th. And the win and the second place here are enough to move them up into P1 and P2.
That's cost Diek Merster badly as well, hasn't it? He was second.
And Vettel 3 worse, Hal. So, Vettel 3 was P1 and drops to P8, but that was, he retired, didn't he, in this last race? So that's a shocker for Vettel 3 from TQ down to 8th.
Howes has done a great recovery job from rolling earlier on to get back into the top 10. Of course, 3 semi-finals, so you need to be in the top 2 to progress to the final later on this afternoon.
Yeah, good stuff. There we go. 23 drivers in cross car here. Okay, let's put the lights on if they're coming for a quick look in the studio. That's what we were told. Quick look. It's so bright here that I can really the extra light from the lights. Wait for them to come on, and then we'll do this more squinting. There you go. Now we can squint really hard, but we have to have it because the sun's behind us. Here he is, Tommy Howman, in all his race suit glory. What's next? Q3 for you?
Q3, yeah.
You're in TQ. You've won both sessions.
Yeah, but it's quite close. I think Fraser was second on both and Oliver was third in both, so
that's
the
correct.
Point gaps aren't too big.
Okay, so what are you going to do? Get out there and win it?
Yes.
Okay, I like your style. Is there a plan off the start? Actually, starts yesterday. Were you struggling with the start yesterday?
Yeah, but we found something, I think.
Okay.
And now it's quite good.
So when you say something, is that
classic racing driver?
Yeah, it is. Is that? I'm just looking to see where all my paperwork's gone. Is that a something as in something you are doing differently, or is it something as in there was a problem with the car?
It's something that I'm doing.
Okay, sweet. I love the fact we can't know about that, which I totally understand. Right, go on, mate. You better go and get ready.
Yep.
You won't be long before you're out. We'll get ourselves ready for open two-wheel drive. Thank you very much, Tommy Howman. Currently sitting in TQ. Good luck, mate.
Cheers, mate.
Thank you.
See you later. Yeah, currently sitting in the TQ spot. Right, Hal, where have I put all my paperwork?
I don't know, because you haven't done half of mine either, mate, but there we are.
Oh, there it is. No, I have. It's all there.
It's not.
Everything's there. What are you missing?
Most of it.
No, you're not.
Maybe it's blown away.
Literally every single piece of paperwork's there, except for the standings from Cross-Car and Cross-Car Junior, because we already had those from the review at the start of the show. There you go, see? We're not just... we're not pretty faces, we know. Amazing start from Mervyn Klaassen, absolutely blown everybody else away on the run down the hill, but Jimmy Turpro in the Citroen C2 will have something to say about that once they get onto the loose stuff. Now, who was in Turpro's car yesterday? It was Arnaud de Ferrier.
It was, yeah.
Qualified 13th. Currently, where is Turpro?
He's inside the top 10. I think he might be
P9.
9th or 10th. Yeah,
yeah, P9. Well done, Hal. Very nicely remembered.
You'd expect that, though, wouldn't you? It's his car. He's the one that's been at one more bit for a very long time. Yeah.
So can I make a campaign for more liveries like his? It like bright colours.
They pop, don't they?
Yeah.
Or the new blue on my my period supercar restoration pops wonderfully in the sun.
That's what you want, mate. That's what you want. But yeah, look at it. Look how bright that is. It's kind of, you know, it was the same with the...
I've never been a fan of black cars.
No.
They just sink into the background, don't they?
It's an absolute no for me. Brightly coloured competition liveries, always. Remember the Ibiza kit cars? They were the luminous green, weren't they? Like a lime green with the different...
I mean, it's up for debate. I think they were...
there was two. There was green and there was yellow. Yeah. They were both great. What's your favourite livery? You got a favourite livery?
Oof. In what, though? Whatever.
Well, I was going to say ever, but it's a bit broad, isn't it? I mean, obviously we know the test livery of white car with white wheels.
1997 Subaru WRC.
The what? 97
Subaru WRC.
Yeah, okay, yeah, that's hard to beat. That is hard to beat. Was that 555 or was it the little half crescents?
With the footprint.
Footprint?
It looks like a footprint, doesn't it? It's the
half crescents. Yeah, the pretend 555 logo, because you couldn't put anything to do with cigarettes on cars. Turpro's going to get this. Turpro coming through up the inside. Just about, but he is there.
You'll have to come back to me later. I'll give it some thought.
All right, yeah, no, I agree though. The Subaru's right, but that's right up there with best-looking rally or competition car ever, isn't it?
I mean, any Martini car, a lot of the Repsol cars.
Yeah. Repsol cars, yeah.
Red Bull have had some Red Bull have had some stunning liveries as well over time, haven't they?
Yeah.
The Zara with the white roof fading into yellow and then red down the A-pillars. I've really enjoyed that.
Yeah, was that the same one that was on some of the Super 1600 cars?
Yeah, it was the F2 Zara, the
yes.
Zara kit car when they were upsetting the WRC order by
livery.
winning in Corkscrew and stuff, and then they moved it on in 2001 to the WRC car.
The blue and yellow Megane, factory Meganes from the BRC.
Didn't do it for me.
I like them. I thought they were cool. I did like them. So Turpro lost out at the start, but got it done in the Joker.
Rallycross liveries are.
I mean, some good ones.
I loved Lars Larsson's Skoda Fabia, early 2000s.
Gollop 6R4, I'm still a big fan of.
Yeah, the Silkline livery is iconic.
P&O Ferry headlights, you know.
Lawrence Gibson 6R4, that was good.
Yellow one or the red?
The P&O.
Right.
The P&O version. That was in one of the early dirt games.
Q8.
Yeah, the
Rosie.
The 2.8 RS2, the Q8 RS200. But is there a standout? Thinking.
I think Gollop's car was pretty standout for that era. I mean, obviously you would have seen so much of Kenneth Hansen, but it was like the red Citroen livery. It was okay, but it was like
not the most imaginative livery of all time, is it? Not the most imaginative.
No, it was a Citroen livery, wasn't it? I get it, but yeah. Okay, Derek Tohill in this one from P4 on the grid has got an absolute weapon of a start. He was sitting after that first session. Where was he? P19. So he had a 19th and a 14th.
I wonder what the rules are about crossing lines after the start line there, because Derek moved early.
It's before you can't change until the gantry.
Okay. We'll have to look back at that. Maybe we can look back at that in the replay package. I'll be really disappointed for Derek if.
Well, he wouldn't have been here for yesterday's drivers' briefing. I wonder if it would have been in that and not today's.
But his team, Shawnee Hassett and Peter McGarry, they're very, very competent, and they would have been telling him those sorts of things. This is where Derek spun last round. I went to the team and watched the onboards. He actually got a 3-second penalty for crossing the white line at the Joker merge, but on the onboard it doesn't look like he did.
Right.
He was on his own, and he thinks the rear's just stepped out slightly, and the left rear wheels just crossed it a little bit, but certainly on the onboard, but the front axle is not crossing the white line.
So the
at
rule
that stage,
the rule apparently is one wheel has to fully cross the white line to get the penalties. You can touch it, but you can't cross it with the wheel.
It must have done in that case. And then Derek had a spin later on in the race that we saw the end of as he went across the grass. And basically said he was trying to drive it like a supercar, nipped the handbrake twice, and the rear just came round on him.
Right, well, he's P19 at the minute, and that's last because Marcus Norman isn't here. So Derek has had a DNS in Q1, and then the spin and the penalty in Q2.
It's a good time.
18.
It's not,
It's just got to be 18th. If you move up one place, he's in.
But you need to have a good, reasonable grid position. Clearly, he's got good starts at the moment from the Fiesta.
Yeah.
But you need to be further up the grid if you want to challenge for a top 2 place to progress.
Come on, Derek. Smooth and tidy.
Good run from Geenan as well behind in the Volvo S40.
Running a fair bit of ride height on the parts for cars. Liveried Fiesta. In he goes. Right, got to get Geenan's going Joker too. So this is look at that, lovely tight. Yes, great Joker.
Noise in the background is going to be close here on the merge.
Get on it, Derek. Get on it. Oh.
Where I think he was wary there at the Joker merge, not to cross the line.
Not to cross the line and get the penalty.
3 seconds.
Okay, well, look, as long as they're going quickly, it doesn't matter. And Snoyers is in front of him, who of course had the fire yesterday. Snoyers was earlier on today. He's coming up to cross the line. Let's look in a second. Snoyers going to take it from Toe Hill. That is a 2:29.4. Dear, they're not as quick as Turpero or Klaassen from the previous heat, but those are drivers who obviously had problems. Nick Snoyers was in 11th with 2 P11s. So assuming that would be enough for a P11, it should move Derek up, but he needs Fernandez and Cruz. He's beaten both Fernandez and Cruz, Hal. I reckon that'll get him in. So Fernandez and Cruz are in P17 and 18. Derek's in P19. McGarry is P16 with a DNF and an 8th, so we'll have to see what Peter does in the later races. And then it's Rafaela Barbosa, the 18-year-old female driver in the Citroen Saxo, who's in P15. She's our only female pilot this weekend and doing a great job. She went for a passenger ride yesterday with Tanner as well in the FC1. I love that shot.
Castrol Toyotas?
Yes, mate.
Marion Evans and Chris Ingram in
the... that's a great modern livery, isn't it?
But it's an iconic livery that they've reimagined.
Bastos.
That must be right up there.
Don't you think? Do you remember some of the Gazprom liveries too? And who are RAS? The Ford team. The RAS Ford. There were some wicked liveries there.
Andrew's Heat for Hire as well, of course. There's a
that's
couple
a more classic livery, but I like that. That is a good livery.
YouTube.
That is a good livery. Oh, good. I'm glad people got stuck in on the liveries. Any other ones?
Mitsubishi, Tommy Mäkinen, Tommy Christopsen's Audi S2, red and green. Yeah, that was good, to be fair, 1998. Clarion Missile, Per Eklund, 1999, that was a good one as well.
Love it. I love the fact everyone's so engaged. We do go a bit off-piste, but I'm glad you join us. Andre Montiero, that's Marino, McGarry and Volders. Volders has got the best start from McGarry. They've literally driven away from everyone down the straight. You can see the others they're braking before the others are even getting to the braking point, so it should be between those two, and it's about whether or not either of them. I don't think either can Joker now because of the traffic, and they don't. That's a good decision. So Volders leading McGarry. Howard mentioned a minute ago McGarry had a DNF earlier on and is currently sitting in 16th, but was 8th in Q2, so should be able to make good headway here.
Oh, big two-wheel moment there for Ferreira in the Fiesta, who was so unlucky to retire from the final yesterday with that broken suspension all over the back of McGarry in his rear-wheel drive Polo. Climbing back up the hill. I cannot explain to you how narrow it looks into that final corner when you're behind the wheel of a car. Maybe before we leave tonight, we should go and take a picture and try and show people just how tight it is. And it's when you're driving someone else's car on a tractor or something, it's really unnerving because you have to commit really early. As we saw yesterday, go run a bit deep, you get a bit of understeer or oversteer in the loose gravel on the outside, and then you're just in a taxi to the wall.
Taxi to the wall. McGarry coming out. Look at that. That's a nice joker from McGarry.
Just clipped the end of the line by, I didn't quite get to it, but maybe 5 centimetres away, so that's the perfect exit.
Yeah.
I actually don't really like the angle of that line.
I'd like it to come steeper. Lefter. That's
closer to the apex of the corner.
Yesterday was hard ways, today is lefter.
McGarry's had some contact there with Montero in the Saxo. We missed it, but just dropped to the drone shot.
That's the example that you're talking about. It's like a closed door, isn't it? Has McGarry got a problem?
Yeah, it looks like he's covering the inside now.
Look, the rear right's smoking like mad. Has he maybe got damage to that rear corner from contact?
I wonder if he's got a problem anyway, and the smoke is from the contact and the tyre being rubbed by the bodywork. But of course, the car's all out of shape.
I think the rear right's either down or facing in the wrong direction. He's still holding on, gets sideways. Nothing to do about that. Oh, he's hanging on for dear life now. Understeer through the left-hander.
This could be not making the semi-finals if he can't get it to the end. Oh,
nightmare! Over the grass. Go on, get back in. Go on, rejoin. That's it. Over the grass. Lovely stuff. Holders takes it with a 2:25.2. That is quickest so far. We're looking to see if McGarry makes it to the finish. Where is he? He's behind the Saxo.
I think he will. I think he'll probably get away with that corner cut because of the contact that forced him in there. I think you'd argue that all day long in the stewards' room.
He was P16. How 2:39.0. Oh, he's behind Barbosa and Fernandez. He's only ahead of Cruz, and Cruz was 2 places behind him. That's going to be tricky. So McGarry's right on the bubble there.
Ahead of Derek, 59 to 49.
I think Derek's in all day long because he's beaten Fernandez and Cruz, who were the 2 in front of him, and I think he'll beat them by, well, yeah, no, he has. Look, there's several cars between them. So I think Derek's in.
But McGarry's in the danger zone.
Yeah, McGarry's in the danger zone. Yeah, exactly that.
I don't want anyone to miss the semi-finals, really, especially people who've travelled a long way. I know that sounds a bit favouritist, but if you've made a massive effort to get to an event, of course you want to progress through it as much as you can. If you live down the road, it's you want to do well in your home country, but it's not quite the same miserable journey home, is it?
I think you've all watched this long enough to know.
Oh, that was quite. I think McGarry must have had a
broken rear link, I reckon. Look at the rear right.
It's hard to say, isn't it, when it's been monstered by a Saxo. Well, did it break first, or had it?
Does he get contact here?
No, this is later on, isn't it?
What I'm saying is, I think he gets a nudge.
He's slow in the middle of the corner, and I don't think that's really Montero. I don't think Montero should get a penalty.
Neither do I.
But I equally don't think Peter should get a penalty for cutting the corner. It's puncture.
Oh yeah, we said it was moving around a lot, didn't we? So
it's amazing you can't see that from that faraway shot on this monitor. But,
and it's a huge TV.
Very
yeah, me too. Yeah, never mind. I'll live with it. There we go. Volders takes it, but it's a bit of a shocker there for Peter McGarry. Can he make it through to the semis? 3 semi-finals for Open 2-wheel drive. There certainly were yesterday, and not enough people have dropped out for that not to be the case today. This will be a decent encounter. Andre Souza, yesterday's winner of Open 2-wheel drive and front-wheel drive. Victor Johansson, one-time champion. Jason Bleasdale, brilliant RallyX debut yesterday to be, was it P4, I think, Hal, for Bleasdale?
3, he was on the podium, wasn't he, Jason?
Yes, and then Bart Bell driving with a broken thumb, and Simon Tiger on the outside spooling up the world's biggest turbo on a ludicrous engine. Here we go. Watch the Super 1600 car go backwards at the start. Gone. Now, but still capable of winning from there if things go their way. Now, that might need Souza to have some issues for everybody else. Victor Johansson's got legs on that car, hasn't he, this year off the starts?
Yeah, much better than it had been. He's been a busy boy over the winter as well, so found some time to work on his own car.
Bleasdale forced his way past Simon Tiger there. Simon's not going to have it all his own way this year. That's great for us. Last year he did an amazing job to take his 3rd title, and deservingly too. He's brilliant, and he's very funny too, isn't he? Although he's quiet, he's very funny.
And I think next time out, the rear-wheel drives will come into their own at Wolfensbad, but that's a track that will really suit Bleasdale's VX220. It'll be very interesting to see how that goes there, and as soon as Nova have got a 16-inch tyre on stream. I think that'll probably come to the car as well because he's not used to running 17 on the front axle.
I don't know though, with the results he's had here, you might think to yourself, mightn't you, what
just
do
doesn't
I
have
do?
the travel. That's
sure.
the problem with the bigger wheel, and obviously such a
small arch.
It's what word am I looking for? A short car. It's not a tall car. It's there's not enough room to get the travel up into the arch.
So Simon Tiger's gone Joker. This is to try and protect. Yeah, Sousa's through already. That's the difference in that car. And this is what we were saying. So the two-wheel drives, if they lose at the start, as long as you're in the quick heat, the problem if you're in a quick front-wheel drive and you end up in a slow heat is you can't play the Joker game of going early and then smashing in the laps. He knows he's going to lose the start. He lost the start yesterday, not obviously in the front-wheel drive final. Now what's the gap back? Last time round it was 5 point something.
I wish we had multiple splits on the
so do I.
on the lap because you'd really get an indication there as to where the two-wheel drive is gaining. I think he might have got this done, you know.
Sousa? Well, the delta was, the difference to the leader saw was 4.3, so
look how slow Johansson is in the Joker section.
No, 4.3 is enough then. Okay, so that gives us a good indicator. 4.3 is enough for a rear-wheel drive to hold on from a front-wheel drive. I'd say 4 would be enough.
Bleasdale's under massive pressure here from Tiger. Sosa's right in the rear, sorry Andrew, of Johansson coming up to the last of the major corners.
Johansson parked that on the apex though. He knew not to rotate the car early to make sure he didn't open the door because he knows that's where Sousa went through yesterday. Volders is the leader on a 225 and that's going to be quicker. It's a 223.7. Victor Johansson takes the session and with it the top qualifier spot because he was already in P1 before we went into this race. Sousa was P2 and P2, so I think that's where he'll stay. Did he beat Ferreira's time? Yes, he did. So Sousa will remain in P2. Simon Tiger was P5. Where was he in this? 227.0. He might stay there. He might not be. Oh no, of course there's 3 semis, so he'll still make the front row. Impressively as well, Bart Bell was P6 coming into this session. Just on a 230.9, which might be enough to keep him there. Bart Bell might be on the front row with a broken thumb. Come and join us. What happened there?
Ooh, European Rallycross happened there. You know, we did a bit of a ding-dong in the last one, and yeah, I kind of went way too wide in the previous heat there, and he nipped up the inside of me, so I wasn't having that the second time around, but he forgot that I was there and plowed on ahead, so yeah, look at he cleaned me out with broken suspension, puncture, you know.
Not the voice of Peter McGarry you're hearing as we see the standings. Victor Johansson takes the top qualifier ahead of Sosa. Volders having a great day actually to be third overall.
It's actually the second page we need to see. Have you got page 2?
Scroll along there.
We need page 2 to see whether or not Peter's made it. Yes, he's made it!
Your man didn't get so sound. I wasn't only winding him up.
I knew there was a reason he'd come to the studio, Hal. This is the place for the fastest results, look. And Derek's made it too, so Derek's made it too.
We're all good.
So it is Jose Cruz is the only driver of the there he is. Look. Oh, Hal's reaching for the lights. There we go. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, very interesting. You know, we struggled yesterday. In the slow stuff on yesterday morning, I felt as though it was really slow getting out of the bottom corner, out of the first corner, and the lads are kind of going, oh no, just wrong line in there. So we tried a couple of different things, and it was just progressively getting worse, and the power was getting less and less and less. So yeah, we got one half decent run yesterday, and then yeah, we were running on 3 cylinders pretty much for the rest of the day. The lads burned a midnight oil last night. We got parts from all over the place.
You were looking for, what was it? You looking for a coil pack or something?
We were looking for a coil pack. Yeah.
So in dead serious, it's Saturday night in Portugal. The clocks are going forward. Where on earth do you find a coil pack? How was they're looking online? I'm like, what are they doing? PortugalMotorFactors.com.
Yeah, a bit of a Facebook post, and Charlie French got on, who's a amateur rallycross guy, Five Nations, and he knew a Portuguese guy who he contacted, and then somebody handed over a coil pack first thing this morning.
And that's what I love, isn't it brilliant?
Yeah, that sort of crack. So, but in the meantime, we decided to try our own thing and try and get it going. We got it going. We thought we had got it going, but anyway, it turned out it wasn't the coil pack at all. It was something else. So we got there, but yeah, fun and games.
Right, stay with us for a minute. We've got one Supercar Lights race to go. We've got Tobias Darbach and Kevin Darbach on the inside. Julian Munier, yesterday's winner, has been put down a position now. Oh no, sorry, this is qualifying. I'm looking at the qualifying standings in front of me. It's Anderson, Munier, and on the outside, Alonso. So yeah, it's actually Tobias out in P2, Kevin on the pole on the inside, Kevin with the white bumper. They'll be very careful, obviously being brothers. They don't want to give up a place to Anderson. On the brakes, Anderson rides up the back and then looks to the inside line. Munier's been mugged and is all the way around the outside. Who's going to go Joker? And it's Kevin Darbach who's gone into the Joker lap.
Classic Supercar Lights with the contact there, because there's not actually any protection under the front bumper, so it's so easy for the bodywork to get squashed underneath, but then it pops back out pretty easy. So it looks awful in that situation, but it actually is not doing any damage at all.
Not terrible, is it?
So slippy in the Joker as well. It's something we're not used to.
How are you finding the two different Jokers?
We couldn't practice it the other day, and then yesterday obviously we weren't trying it, so it was all brand new to everybody, and some people had different ideas. But just talking to guys who've done it before in the Euros and Worlds and stuff, they're saying you just got to go real slow in and kind of drive your way through. And yeah, it seems if you can just get the braking point right, it all kind of comes together. There's a lovely flow coming out then from the far side.
How do you find it this weekend overall, mate? You dip your toe in the RallyX water in Estering last year, another epic circuit. It's a horrible drug, isn't it? And you're an absolute addict.
Oh, pure addict, yeah, pure addict. It's it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. We talk to people about what we do. I won't mention any figures, but we talk to people about money and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, they're kind of going, oh, what? Yeah, and how long are you on track for? Like, you're racing for half an hour, and it was like, generally about 2.5 minutes at a time. So yeah, it's
the most ludicrous mile in pounds or euros per kilometre.
If you hook up one lap out there, you're like, yeah, grand, I'll come back next week.
That's it. Yeah, here's some more money. I'll be back next week.
Take one money.
I always describe it as 95% heartbreak and 5% elation, but it's an amazing 5%, isn't it? And that's what we all live for.
Anderson coming through on the standard lap. Can he get out in front of Darbach? This will be close. I think not as close as I thought it was. So tightly done by Tobias Darbach, getting out in front of Luke Sanderson. Anderson flings it up over the curb. So just the one race for these guys.
Yeah, Supercar Lights this year with Munier, yesterday's winner, who's so on top of that car. The fourth in this train, and they've got such equal pace.
Tobias is going to take the TQ here, Hal. So I'm just looking to see if he got any of those last year.
No, we established yesterday that he hadn't.
Yeah, so that's his first TQ then.
They're so close to Lights, aren't they? 1 point.
Yeah, absolutely. The interesting thing is there's only 5 of them, but they're all capable of winning.
Yeah.
I mean, okay, the Skoda's a little bit of an outlier.
So much grip on the start as well. It's phenomenal, And I know we actually bogged yesterday, but it wasn't because it was because we were running on 3 cylinders more so than any. But yeah, like we would usually have a launch setting at about 2, 3 maybe in Mondello. We're at 8. Here.
Really?
Yeah, 8. Yeah.
Is that just because the tarmac's really abrasive?
It's literally about 100 off, been flat out off the line.
Really?
Yeah. It is just so much grip.
And it's just the start is slightly uphill, isn't it, compared to the straight being all the way downhill? Because when you're at that's another thing the TV doesn't necessarily show is the straight is downhill the whole way.
All the way down. And I'm kind of getting caught a little bit with a 3 layer. I'm looking over me, there's 3.2s and 3.4s and 600 horsepower and all that sort of stuff. So you're sitting there, you got a good start, and the next thing people are just creeping.
Driving past you.
Damn it, there goes more money now. I gotta get one of them for the next time.
Well, we look forward to you having a 7-litre engine by the end of the year, mate. Yeah, and no money.
2 turbos as well.
Yeah, banger. Right. Thank you for coming and joining us. Yeah, see you later on.
Cheers, Pete. Good luck.
So Peter McGarry making it through P16, and if you could have seen the look on his face when he saw the graphic, that was pure joy, wasn't it, Hal? So
well, he'd been for a trip to the bin to throw a water bottle away or something. Looked absolutely devastated. Came in here, didn't really look like he wanted to be here, and then we had a delighted face.
Stoked. Tobias Darbach with his first ever TQ in Supercar Lights in RallyX. Great job, and it's his brother Kevin Darbach who is in P2, so they will share the front row in the final, won't they? Straight to the final for them, because of course they don't have any Semis, not enough cars. Lucas Anderson, who was kind of pre-season favourite, is having a competitive start to the year. And Munier, yesterday's winner, down in P4. So any of those drivers can win later. Don't miss the finals.
We should have asked Pete what his favourite livery was. Maybe we should have a tally across the season.
Johan Kristoffersen. I will definitely be watching the finals today. Sounds like I'll have to come and join for a race or two. Okay, brilliant. There we go. So that's Johan, hopefully coming for a race or two. We'll look forward to that. Hello, mate. Hope you're good. So yes, Johan Kristoffersen, great to have the 7 times, isn't it, Al, now? 7 times world champion. Who's got the record? Is it Loeb with 9?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. But yeah, Johan, we'd love to see you back here, mate. And glad you're watching. Hope you're having a lovely day up in Sweden. It's beautiful down here in Portugal, that's for sure. Okay, Ortink, Olofsson, Vakela, Svensson and Lambeck. Olofsson's got a good start. You know, Ortink's car doesn't have the legs on the FC2. We saw that earlier on today. Olofsson goes late on the brakes. A few people there checked up as if they were going to the standard hairpin. Ortink, though, inside. Olofsson pushes him out wide. So Olofsson's lost out there. Decides not to go Joker, and will follow Ortink through for this one. In the background, Lane Vakela has gone into the Joker lap, and also Pascal Lambeck.
Olofsson learning with every single corner. Look at the car move. So he's ridden up the curve there with the front axle, and then the nose has just run deep, got in the gravel, and it's dragged him on that little bit more. Svensson behind after that kerfuffle he had at the bottom of the hill last time around. These guys would not normally be in the slowest of the races, and the races are only going to get more fierce as we get through open 4-wheel drive. Make sure to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel to ensure that the RallyX series gets as much reach as possible.
Yeah, reach equals more reach, which means more sponsors, which means more racing, more countries and more fun. So please get stuck into it. There's lots of things we'd like. We'd like some extra timing loops. We'd like lots of help with lots of things. But this is a championship run on a budget. 4 people who are running on a budget by a small number of people who work very hard. And we're very grateful for all their hard work to help bring you this brilliant racing. So like and subscribe. Tell your friends to like and subscribe as well. Share it on Facebook, whatever you want. We just need more people watching this fantastic sport. Ortink leading from Svensson. Olofsson has jokered. Olofsson is 5.3 off the leader, so Ortink should be able to get in and out in front of that, I reckon. And I think potentially Svensson too. Let's see, here comes Olofsson. Well, he's going to get Svensson. Is he going to get Ortink? Close between them. Svensson tries for the outside now, will flick it back, but Olofsson's got it parked on the apex. Well done by Simon. That's the racecraft experience coming in, even if he's not used to the FC2. Svensson with a little tap in the right-hand corner.
And that's what Olofsson will have gained from all his years in lights. When you're in a spec class, or a little bit of contact, bump damage, is you've got to be so aware on the racecraft, haven't you?
Keep the door shut. Lights. Yeah, keep the door shut. Don't let him come around you. Ortink takes it. 2:17.2. Oh, that's yes, actually a good time. So 2:17.2 would be around the P5, P6 mark in the previous sessions. Now, where's Ortink been all day? Okay, did do a 2:16.7 to be fair in Q1, and that was enough for P4. So there's the Pikachus, and here's a replay. So you can see Ortink and the FC2 so equal down the straight here, and then the 3 outside cars. I think Svensson checked up, thought he was going to get squeezed there. It looks like Vakela was coming out wide.
I really would like to drive an FC2 up. We plan to do something this weekend, but to understand the launch procedure and how right or wrong you can get it, because in a conventional supercar, an RX1 car as they're called now in European Championship, you can get it very right and very wrong on the settings, the RPM and the boost, how warm your tyres are, all that sort of thing, whereas in a spec class it's generally a little bit easier to launch, and I wonder how tricky the FC2s are really to get off the line, and where we're going to see that variation. Of course, the easiest car to launch is generally an electric car, because as long as the engineer's done the maps correctly, you hold full throttle and let everything go, because you don't have to do the same sort of preparation as you do on an internal combustion engine.
Nathan Ortink, Olofsson, Svensson, Vakela and Lambeck. 2 races to go in quali. Who's going to get the TQ? Is Tommy Hammond going to hang on to it? He's 10 points clear of McConnell, so unless he has a shocker, he should really. So with 3 FC2s in the first one, we've got 2 in this, 4 FC2s in the last one, along with Jose Oliveira, the Portuguese driver, who is currently sitting in P4 in qualifying. What can I find from yesterday? Let's see where Oliveira qualified yesterday, because he's our local hope. Oliveira yesterday qualified P11, Hal, with a 6th, a 16th and a 5th. Didn't he have a problem in the middle, in the Q2? Oliveira yesterday didn't he?
Yeah, contact in one of them and then a crash in another. I think the crash might have been in the semi-final, but he had a contact and a penalty at some
DQ,
point.
DQ
Yeah.
in Q2. So he had a 6th and a 5th.
Contact with someone.
So he's 5th and 4th and currently sitting P4. That's in the last race coming up in this session. Casper Janssen you're looking at, Tom van den Heuvel, Jano, Buchel and O'Donovan on the outside. It's a great start from Janssen and O'Donovan as well. O'Donovan trying to out-drag the supercars down the straight, and the scissor movement from the 2 FC2s. Casper Janssen closing up inside, Van den Heuvel is inside O'Donovan. O'Donovan dives off to the Joker, crosses the white line on the way in, but we have seen they've been a bit flexible about that, and rightly so. I just don't see the danger there, Hal. It's not the same as coming out of the exits.
And the whole point of the Joker strategy is you have to be able to react late,
dive in and go in when you want.
Try and make the most of the tactics.
Yeah, agreed. So
no
to that white line is what we're saying, isn't it?
Well, I don't think that it's being applied in the same way as the exit, certainly. And what O'Donovan really needs is for these two ahead to get a bit of a wriggle on, because he could end up in the traffic. Van der Heuvel drops the wheel into the gravel. O'Donovan not caught at quite the rate that would mean that he does get held up if they Joker this time around. For sure, one of them will, to try and mix the strategy up.
Yeah, so in goes Buchel. O'Donovan's got to get Buchel here with the overlap. Should do, will do easily. How far back was he from Buchel? He was only 2.5, so 2.5 is enough.
Patrick walked past the commentary position when he was on his way to the pre-grid and mouthed something to the words of effect, it's not going very well. And he's just he's had a tough day, hasn't he? Had that bit of contact with Howman earlier on while he was leading the race, when he would have probably gone quickest, actually, based on...
Van den Heuvel, that's just a horrible place to be on the outside. O'Donovan managed to avoid him. That's given Patrick the place, of course.
Absolutely classic. I looked down at the overall standings just as someone went off. Did he clip the wall on the inside?
I didn't see, mate. I just saw him appear sideways. I think I was glancing down at the results as well to see where Patrick was. Here comes O'Donovan now, trying to get the better of Casper Janssen, but Casper Janssen is there first.
This has been a very strong run from Casper Janssen. His best lap's a 41.5. O'Donovan's best so far is a 42.1. So
yesterday's
doesn't have any answer at the moment for Janssen.
Yeah, Janssen was yesterday's winner, wasn't he? Really talkative, I thought, with you on the grid this morning. He's just a little bit older, isn't he? A little bit more confident.
He's touched the wall.
Gets away with it. Casper Janssen, wall tap on the inside, doesn't fire into the outside. 213.6. Some 4 seconds quicker than Ottink went.
Goodness, he's lucky to get away with that, isn't he? Just to glance the wall on the inside with a front bumper.
Now, without that, Hal, he might have gone under Howman's FTD, which is a 213.4. We know track conditions change a lot. Yesterday, Linneman was in the... Was he really doing those times? Yesterday was a lot. It was a lot quicker yesterday. Looking at this, do you see? Session wins yesterday 204, 206, 204. Today it's 215, 213.
The longer first corner.
Yes, different track layout. Silly boy. Silly boy. Longer standard lap. Thank you, Hal. That's why you're here. Good old excited Coley, paying no attention to the total change in the track layout.
Did you not notice the track change?
Yeah, kinda. I just like cars. I was going to bring one of those t-shirts with me, by the way. Thank you to Mike from America, who made me the most amazing selection of t-shirts, including one with all the rallycross tracks that I think I've commentated out on it, or most of them, which was brilliant and such a kind gesture. I know he'll be watching. I believe he's building a Subaru as well to do some rallycross out in America. There's the wall tap from Janssen.
No, this is Van der Heuvel dropping it on the loose gravel. Oh, just clipped the
curb, didn't he, actually?
He actually got away with it, didn't he? I think it's broken the front suspension, has it? No, he did finish the race, so I think he got away with it.
Did well to get off the brake and allow it to roll.
Baby had a massive one there in the wall on the outside in World RallyX a couple of years ago.
I've seen it on socials. There it is. So he just flicked it in a time. Look at Patrick behind. That Patrick behind was on the perfect line, and I say that might have been fastest time of the day had he not tapped the barrier on the inside. So Casper Jensen with a 2:13.6. Tommy Howman is quickest with a 2:13.4 from the previous session, but obviously the track conditions are a little bit different. Final race of qualifying for day 2 of RallyX 2025 down here at Montalegre in Portugal. On the inside line, Tommy Howman has won both sessions so far today. Behind him, Fraser McConnell's been P2 in both sessions, and next to him, Ollie Eriksson has been P3 in both sessions. Oliveira's had a 5th and a 4th. On the outside, Tanner Faust has had an 8th and a 5th. So these are the quick guys. They are the top 5 in the qualifying standings overall, not just from the previous heat. Great start by all the FC2s, not so for Oliveira, the local driver in the Supercar. Would hope to make up a bit of time down the straight, but Eriksson moves inside. He's going to try and get inside Fraz. Fraz knows he's there. Tanner Faust trying to go all the way around the outside. Tommy Howman, though, has got a great start. Fraser surely goes joke from there. He does. The Jamaican dives in.
What a move from Tanner Faust around the outside. Just modulated the throttle enough to stay in that grip window, which is so hard to find. Managed to sink it around the outside of Fraser McConnell. Brilliant driving from Faust, who's so experienced. Now he's under massive pressure from Ollie Eriksson, who was a very small boy when Tanner Faust first started driving with the Irma CT.
He was telling us last night, wasn't he, about seeing Oliver sitting in the river playing with his now wife when they were both kids. Tanner's been, he won here in 2011, didn't he, Hal? Tell you what, he looks on top of the car today, the FC2.
And I don't think he did yesterday, and I don't think that's unfair to Tanner, but he didn't look as at one with it as he does now, and he's really in the groove against these young stars.
Eriksson responds to McConnell behind. Watch for Fraser McConnell, the Jamaican, coming through. Eriksson's going to be on the slow part here. Here comes Fraz, quick. Eriksson glances the wall. Oliveira's there as well. Eriksson trying for the round the outside, but he slots in front of the Portuguese driver, and behind the Jamaican, the delta there between them was what, 1.3 was it? No, 3.9. 3.9 wasn't enough, so it's tight, isn't it? 2.5 to 3.5 between. Up and over the curves, just driving over it like it's not there.
And Eriksson was hard at work there, wasn't he, to slot back in behind McConnell without getting too over-rotated and giving up a position.
Hal, sorry to interrupt, mistake from Fraz in that last chicane, and Oliver nearly took advantage but couldn't. That's where they're using that boost button, isn't it, coming onto the straight.
Howman and Faust into the Joker this time around. Let's have a look at the Joker merge. As Howman ran a bit deep towards the wall, Tanner does the same. Howman clearly out in front. Tanner Faust going to come around the outside of Ollie Eriksson.
Oh, tries for the pass and can't quite get in there. You do wonder, don't you, if Fraser hadn't had the little thing in the chicane, would he have got there? But this is a brilliant performance by Tommy Howman. Can he beat the time of Casper Janssen, which is very close to his FTD? 2:13.6. Here comes Casper Janssen over the line. Oh, sorry, Tommy Howman to beat Casper's time. Has he done it? Yes. 2:12.9, 7 tenths faster. Tommy Howman does beat Casper Janssen's time. That means he takes a clean sweep of the 3 qualifying sessions, and the Finnish driver is the top qualifier here.
So that puts Howman top, McConnell second, O'Donovan third, does it? Or does Ollie Eriksson just get O'Donovan?
Well, yeah. McConnell then in that case will qualify second because he was sitting second. Patrick was down in P8, but that'll climb him up the order, won't it? Casper was P6, Hal. But basically, your top 2 remain the same. So you're going to have on pole in the 2 semis will be Tommy Howman and Fraser McConnell. Fraz is having a good day today. I'm sure his dad will be celebrating hard tonight because it's, if Fraz has a win or a good day. And of course, don't forget these guys are almost certainly going to be fighting for honours in 2 finals today, FC2 and Open 4-wheel drive, because Ulrich Linnemann, yesterday's winner, isn't here.
Another indication, I think, that the track's continuing to clean, isn't it? Because Janssen had a great run, as did Howman, and Howman was that bit quicker consistently.
Oh, Tanner was unlucky there,
wasn't he? Lots of respect there from Tanner to get up the curb and not to nail Ollie in the door.
Maybe it was that run down the mountain last night, Hal. He was very quick, wasn't he? Here he is. Rolling into the paddock behind us. Right. Tommy Howman takes it, and, as we say, the top qualifier spot as well. Very well done to him. 3 wins. Fraser McConnell has 2 P2s and a P3. Oliver Eriksson has 2 P3s, and I think that's a P4 or a P5. It's a P5 in this one. Yes, it is. Looking down at the screen below, Casper Janssen gets up to 4th. So the front rows are Howman versus Ericsson and McConnell versus Janssen. Then you've got Oliveira, the Portuguese driver, qualifies 5th today. He was 11th yesterday. That's our highest qualifying supercar. Tanner Faust, Patrick O'Donovan, 2 FC2s. Nathan Otting, yesterday's Pro-Am winner. Nicholas Buchel is in the Mercedes-Benz Space Frame car. Simon Olofsson 10th, Elias Svensson 11th, and Tom van den Heuvel is in 12th. So we're gutted for Ulrich Linnemann, obviously not being here. He did a brilliant job yesterday, Hal, but with him out, I think it has opened up the field because they're so close now when they're all in the FC2s. We know that.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see similar drivers in both finals. Linnemann just had that bit of an edge, didn't he? And
with a supercar, which by rights he should have, but you still have to get it done against the world's best drivers.
And we're seeing one of the best of the Portuguese drivers at national level and European events when he's turned up. Oliveira having a much better run today and being in the mix, but clearly doesn't quite have that same margin. And yeah, it's making the racing super close. There's great respect, and we said this in qualifying yesterday. There's great respect in the FC2 group. It does help that most of them are under the same tent and stuff, but I would expect that to be horse out the window in about half an hour's time.
So would I. What was it? Horns out is what was the phrase yesterday. And our race director got very busy in the semi-finals and the finals. So make sure you join us for those. We're going to leave you some stunning slow motion shots until 4:05 local time. Remember, Portuguese time is the same as UK time, so that is 40 minutes from now-ish. We'll be back on air, and at 4:10 is when we go racing. So if you really can't stand me and Hal, join at 4:10, but 5:05 it'll be a bit of banter. We'll see you then. It's finals time here for the second time. Montalegre, Portugal, RallyX 2025's first weekend. Hal Rich over here, Andrew Coley over here, and looking forward to taking you guys through semis and finals. See who. We're at the knockout stages basically. So at this point, it's about how many people go through to the final from the semis. If there are 3 semis, the top 2 from each go through. If there are 2 semis, it's the top 3 from each. And then of course we crown our winners later on today. First up is Crosscar Junior. I think they'll be down on the grid already somewhere. It's boiling hot now, just like it was yesterday. Tanner Faust has just brought the FC1 in next to us, Hal, and there's a smell of donuts, isn't there? Not the deep fried variety.
Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Did you not smell it when it came in?
No.
You said it smelled yesterday.
Yeah, but it doesn't. I can't smell.
I thought it was moving on its own there. Kevin Eriksson's pushing it.
I can't smell anything, to be honest.
Really? Oh, fair enough.
Apart from the printer, which is about to catch fire.
Ah,
there you go.
Thanks, mate. There you go. That's the last bit of paperwork before we have another mad rush for paperwork after this session. So yeah, semi-finals now, then the finals. Should we go and have a look at the track or the grid? You know, maybe a little look around at the atmosphere, some of the crowd, you know. Let's go down to the grid, apparently. There it is. The lovely Montalegre sign. Brilliant crowd here. They were all in the paddock just a few moments ago. They're now back up in the grandstands. There they are. See? Hang on, that's Rage Against the Machine being played in the background as well.
If you even consider playing that on the way to the airport tonight, I will be displeased.
So that's the classic album, that one is. If you know your stuff, listen to that. Yes! Right, we better cut the music soon because that's going to get very sweary, that song, very quickly. And in Southern Europe, they don't pay much attention to that. Here's your grid for the first of the semi-finals. It is Bermudez, Barbito on the front row, then Svedland, Hernandez, Fredriksson and Enrique. So Carl Svedland from the JC team in the Kazmat on the outside. Barbietto on the inside. Barbietto gets the better start. Look at that, they've left everybody else standing on the run down to the first corner. There's the limiters, you can really hear them. It's 9,300 RPM, certainly on the original engines. I'm not sure what that would be on the 2-stroke. I guess the same, Hal, wouldn't it, in terms of a rev limit, wouldn't it? 9.3 on both. We've had the 2-strokes before.
2 cylinders, aren't they? The other ones. I'm
trying to think if... Well, it's so interesting. Kevin's nightmare of one being much better than the other, I don't think has come true. Do you remember, he was a bit concerned, wasn't he, that was the 2-stroke that would it end up being a huge advantage?
Enough references to make that shout. I don't.
They've not disappeared off into the distance.
But relative to the experience of the other drivers, I don't.
True.
I wouldn't like to say it as things stand, but yeah, it hasn't. There's not been any domination, has there?
No.
Svedler looking to the outside, coming down the straight. Is he going to try for the undercut? Carl was...
that might work, you know. Svedland's going to get inside on the exit.
Joker this time, has to Joker now with that momentum. No, chooses not to. Svedler being coached by Alex Gustafsson, who, former junior driver, who works for the JC squad, who came here expecting to look after one driver and is in fact looking after several, including Jonathan Yulalami. But of course that data sharing is all very useful, and Carl last night was disappointed not to win, but pretty happy overall with racing at this circuit and his pace overall. And yeah, that's the mark of a mature head, isn't it? And so many mature heads in this junior category. Look how close they are in the fight for the lead.
So what do you do now then with 3 laps to go? If you want an alternate strategy, one of these 3 has to go.
I would Joker Svedland now, but there's no spotters, are there? So he's got to make that decision himself. But I would get out the traffic if I was Svedland and try and nail a couple of hot laps. I think he's going by the attitude of the car.
Right. So let's see how tidy Svedland's Joker lap is. Look, he's in really smooth and tight. Gets the car straight and early on the gas on the exit. And he's clearly going to come out in front. Nice.
It's fairly gratuitous, but I'm always delighted when what I think might happen does, mate, because it's such a lottery, and I usually get it wrong.
It's the worst, isn't it, when you go, I'd never joke now, and they go, and you're like, and even worse, and you're like, you won't win from there. But we have to have a crack at predicting it.
And I think it just proves that I watch a bit of rallycross and try and make some predictions. It just shows how hard it is as a spotter to make those calls all the time and to make them right.
Yeah,
of course the junior drivers again don't have spotters, so it's kind of an irrelevance in this situation. It's so hard to spot for yourself and make those joker calls as I've.
Well, the trouble is you can't see the gaps. So you look in your mirror and it's like, well, I think I've got enough time. I reckon he has got him. So that's a good move by Svedland. No, he was in front anyway, wasn't he? So Svedland gets back in front of Hernandez.
It's more that you don't know what you can only see what's going on around you.
Yeah.
So you can see a physical gap if someone's fairly near you, but you can't see someone that's taken a joker and is 10 seconds behind and catching. And that's the challenge.
There's reassurance, isn't there, in being able to see the other cars. Sometimes I think when they go, like, oh no, where have they gone? Like, am I going to get them or not? It's
Oh, he's passed me.
Yeah, there's the joker merge. No, of course you weren't going to get the Coley. Yeah. Okay. Final lap, Barbietto will have to go joker this time. Where's the leader? Let's see the leader get into the joker. There he goes, and here comes Svedland. I reckon this is going to be close. Svedland coming around the outside. No, going to get it. Got it easily, he says. Bit too early, but Svedland has done it. Brilliant tactics from a young driver with no spotter, remember.
Yeah, worked perfectly. It did absolutely the right thing, in my opinion, to get out of that racing situation and get some clear air, because we know he has great pace.
So Carl Svedland, yesterday's top qualifier, is going to win semi-final number 1, and that's going to put him on the front row. I'm just trying to look. Carl was out-qualified by Joao Trailer, yesterday's winner. So Trailer will be on the pole in this second race. I think, Hal, am I right? If Trailer wins the second semi, he'll be on pole in the final because he out-qualified Carl, won't he?
Correct.
So Svedland's done the job of getting onto the front row. Now he really needs yesterday's winner, Joao Trailer, the Portuguese driver, not to win his semi-final, but that is easier said than done.
Yeah, but you'd still take front row all day long rather than third, wouldn't
absolutely.
you? So, especially here with the run that's so long to the first corner.
And in the juniors where you don't have, you're on the limits all the way down. There's a point where nobody's gaining on anybody other than gear ratios. Lovely job. Carl Svedland on the front row, Manuel Bermudez Barbietto on row 2, and Oscar Fuertes Hernandez on row 3. Fredriksson and Enrique will go no further this weekend, so it was the top 3 that went through, but it was Svedland who was the mover, moving up onto the front row. Semi-final number 2, only 4 cars, same as yesterday, so only 1 won't make it. Joao Trailer, yesterday's winner. Iago Rodriguez Lopez, Alex Antila and Carl Schnack. Joao Trailer with a good run down the straight off the line. Is Trailer running that engine? I think he is.
Very different engine though, isn't it?
Massively, yeah.
So low and rumbly, it sounds almost like it's got an auto box, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You can barely hear the rev drop in the gear changes.
Had a look around the FC5 earlier on, which is the new cross car from First Corner, the people that make the FC1 and the FC2. And if you're new to the sport, that is the Ericsson family who also run this series. FC5 has got an 890cc 3-cylinder Yamaha engine in it, and the idea behind that is to use something slightly more modern, because some of the motorbike engines, how they're being used in the cross car categories, are becoming a bit harder to come by as the manufacturers move on with their technology in road-going bikes.
Yeah, the ultimate example of that is the fact that there are now companies in the world producing brand new body panels for Mark 1 Escorts and Mark 1 Minis, because there's high demand for it, and things have moved on, and that's the same in the bike engine world. You know, as soon as Yamaha or Honda or whoever it is stops producing that bike, there's only a finite amount of items that can be used. Of course, people can start reproducing stuff, but that gets very expensive very quickly. So you've got to really use what's available.
Yeah, certainly if you want it to be cost effective, and that's the idea for these kids coming up through cross car.
And for that reason, I regret scrapping as many 1.9 205 GTIs as I did 20 years ago, because
you could have just parked them all, you reckon?
Yeah.
Yeah. I regret selling that 106 Rally I had. I only lost 250 quid in it. I don't think it was 3 years. I've done 30,000 miles in it, so it was good from that point of view. But if I'd kept it another 5 years, I'd have made £5 Hal. Into the joker lap go both our leaders. I think they're both going to miss out. They are. In fact, Antila is in danger here of not making it through to the final. Drops into P4 and everybody's jokered. So this has now got to be a pass for Alex Antila, who was 6th yesterday. Went through from 3rd in semi-final number 2. Looks to the inside line. Antila has to find a way past Schnack to make it into the final. Out front, Rodriguez Lopez with a great lead over Trailer. Yesterday, where was Rodriguez Lopez? Yesterday was P4. So actually, how this, thinking about it, Rodriguez Lopez winning would put Svedland on the pole, wouldn't it?
It would indeed. Just what he wanted with that strong run.
Yeah, Svedland out-qualified Lopez. So if Lopez wins this, Carl Svedland will be on the pole. Now, Svedland yesterday was the top qualifier and won his semi-final. So he was unbeaten until the semis and ended up P3 in the final. So we'll be looking for a bit of redemption today. 2 laps to go, and Antila is actually further away from Schnack. Now what Antila would like now, of course, is for Schnack and Trailer to get caught up together. You'll probably find that Treya, but I don't know, because I'm afraid my Portuguese is not that great. I've met some lovely Portuguese fans today. What a great lot. They absolutely love it. They really do.
I just chatted to Ulrich Linnemann about his unfortunate demise, and he was saying he would have always been here just to see the fans, because there's nothing like back home. As there's nothing like what events are like in the UK either. There's just a massive passion, isn't there, for all things rallycross here.
They're doing a final gate count. They reckon they've got somewhere between 7,000 and 8,000 people here today, which is a hell of a crowd for a first time for RallyX down here in Southern Europe.
That must be up there with big crowds for RallyX, mustn't it?
Well,
and
if you look at the background, look at the stands.
Been talking to the organisers of the Dutch round at Valkenswaard as Lopez takes the victory ahead of Treya and Schnack. They've massively exceeded their early ticket sales. Now they don't have the capacity that they do here in Montalegre, so they're not expecting the same sort of numbers. But yeah, the sales for the Dutch weekend are looking good as well.
Mega, that's in about a month's time.
And we've had some a little bit of insight as to some exciting drivers that may be there and not confirmed yet or announced, but I think it'll be well worth being there that weekend.
So do I. So do I, and indeed throughout the course of the year. Putting a set of wets on Tanner's car, or is it just a set of cuts like this? Yes. What's he up to? Or are they transport tyres, do you think?
I think they're running whatever they've got. To be honest.
Right, watch these replays. We'll get a grid ready for the next one. Put the microphone down, Coley. Cross car. 3 semis for these guys. Ugar, Enriquez, Mayeba, Powles, Yulalami and Dominguez. Yulalami on the back row of this. So Yulalami trying to find a way through the gap. The car now dives out to the outside. Look for the 150. It's had great speed down the straight all day long. Tries to cut in. Ugar's there. Yulalami from the back of the grid trying to go around the outside of Martin Ugar. Only 2 go through. Runs a little bit deep and gets passed on the inside there by Gustavo Enrique. And drops back 1 position. Dive on the inside. Wow, what a move.
Cobra Powers, isn't it? I think up on 2 wheels. His dad nearly had a roll there a few years ago in a Fiesta touring car as well, but that was a super late braking manoeuvre from Cobra Powers. And I think that had all the hallmarks of the circuit racing experience he has, and having that commitment on the brakes in high-speed tarmac corners.
To do that on Yulalami as well is impressive, because Yulalami's committed enough. So this is a couple of young drivers who are very, very talented indeed going at it.
Sometimes it's the element of surprise, isn't it? Yulalami's not used to racing pals, and he won't. If you're used to racing drivers every weekend, you've got an idea what they may or may not do.
Who's ballsy, who isn't.
Powles is the fly in the ointment, literally here, because no one's really used to racing him. So the odd lunge is totally unexpected.
Yeah, and particularly in that position, there are certain parts of the track, aren't there? Like these next few corners, you expect in the long right-hander that if you open the door the tiniest bit, someone will stick their head in it. and not the case this time. Now, what they've got to do, though, is stop Ugar and Enrique getting away, because Girolami and Powell's fun though it is for us to watch, if they let these two get away, they won't be able to make it through to the final with 3 semis. Say only the top 2 go through. Ugar is looking really good in the TN11.
It's moves like that from Powell's that can secure you drivers in the future without you even realising it. I know for a fact the one Extreme E male driver got a drive on the back of sending a video of a lunge like that, and people go, wow, that was committed. And yeah, it's just those moments in motorsport that make all the difference. As you say, though, up front, the TN11 came in, and to not be disingenuous to it, it didn't seem to have the that bit of advantage you would expect from a new car. But now they've got it dialed, my goodness me, what a package that is. And it's not particularly stronger in any one area. I think it's an overall package that it's so competitive both for the junior and the senior categories.
Evolution, isn't it? They've looked at everything, like a top rally team, not a top any motorsport team, but they've looked at everything that was on the TN5 and gone, right, what all of these things do we want to improve? And then they've probably looked at a couple of things and gone, what sucked? That
well,
we can replace with something else.
Of details, and there's not thousands of components on them, and it just shows the minutiae of the details that get changed.
Every little thing helps. It's a 10th here and a 10th there. That's Enrique, I think, that's gone Joker. Yes, it is. No, yes, it is. Enrique's gone Joker, covers off, and in fact, good job, because Maybe, look, was there. Now, they're a long way up the road, so the 125, you're just above there, which is Maybe doing a great job. And Enrique, I reckon Enrique's spotters have clocked that gap. Look at the way Enrique's chucking that car around. Ugar's lead, though, Hal, is huge now. Ugar is 4 seconds up the road. Girolami's got pressure from Powell's. I think both these two are going to get swallowed up, so I reckon Enrique's going to come back to it, but it's all about, for me, when Ugar's in the Joker. So the leader is in the Joker now. Ugar coming out was 4 seconds, almost dead. 4 seconds and 5 thousandths was his margin, and he's come out clearly in front, so that is definitely enough. Martin Ugar with a great drive. They've all now jokered, and Enrique is up into P2.
Frustrating weekend for Coba Powell's. Came here with a lot of potential to do great things. A super experienced cross-car driver, just hasn't worked out.
He's had a great time though, been super excited about it. Ugar and Enrique do make the final. Maybe, Girolami, Powell's and Dominguez are done for the weekend. So it is the front row that go through there. Girolami's run from the back here was impressive. Look, all the way out to the outside. He has a brilliant start to a weekend. Went as late as he dared and then got on the brakes, and I think where Ugar got on the brake and went straight and didn't turn in towards the apex, I think Girolami was expecting him to go a bit further right. Almost collected the rear, had to have 2 bites on the pedal. There's Powell's move. Did it cost them much time on this next corner? No, not really. Yeah, a little bit, but not enough, I wouldn't say, to lose touch with the leaders. Yeah, Ugar's Joker was nice, wasn't it? That was really well judged.
Just carried the right amount of momentum in, got enough rotation done. Nice and tidy, as we've seen so far today. So easy to get that Joker horribly wrong.
Okay, 2 more semi-finals to come for these guys. Lindqvist was yesterday's winner on pole in this one. Eek Merstad, Vettel Tree, Pedro Marquez, Pasi Penttinen and Kalle Gotherson. A lot of the regulars in here, along with Marquez. Lindqvist and Eek Merstad with a great start. Oh, Vettel Tree, Eek Merstad's going backwards. Some sort of a problem for Eek Merstad at the back of the pack. Vettel Tree trying to come around the outside of Alex Lindqvist. Lindqvist on the brakes late. Eek Merstad bailed out the back of the pack, ran out really wide, was hoping for something. I think
still
he's still got a
problem
because it's bogging, isn't it, on the exit. So Eek Merstad from the front row on his birthday. It's his 22nd birthday today. That's a bit of a shame.
Penttinen into the Joker early on. Eek Merstad got going again, didn't he? He was having a look, that sort of keeping the door wide open in the background, wondering what to do, but there just wasn't a way through. Still so wet that on the loose surface section, despite having had 3 semi-finals so far.
Gotherson is right up behind Vettel Tree. Look, Gotherson looking for a way through. Have a stab at the end of the straight. Go on, lad. Lindquist comes through. Here's Tree now with Gotherson. Tree's made better exit, look, onto the straight.
This is all about Penttinen though, isn't it? And the fact that he's taken that early joker and has the clear air, unlike these guys who will just be that little bit more aware of each other.
Yeah, who's going to go this time? Nobody's gone. I might have responded there, but I guess that, you know, P2 is making the final. Lindquist is kind of a little checked out at the front of the group. I think I might have responded to the danger, as you say, of Penttinen behind. He's 4.1 off first. We know about 2.5 to 3 is enough.
I think he's definitely in the window at the minute with
it's
with Tree.
Who could deny him, isn't it? But Tree needs to go early if Penttinen starts to outlap him. Penttinen's last lap was a 47.2, Vettel Trees was a 44.7. That was the joker though. What is it this time?
This time around, Penttinen's on a 44.2 to Trees 44.1. So it's nip and tuck. Needs to execute the joker though, and the pressure's on then, and your spotter will be saying, you need to nail this. So going again to try and increase the margin.
Marquez has gone in, trying to cover it up, but it's too late, Hal. So Marquez gets swallowed up.
I never see the point in joking at that stage. You know, your spotter knows you're in no man's land. Stay out because you don't really know what can happen around you.
Yeah, you could be a shunt there and that could hold up the bit behind you.
Having said that, the two guys ahead could spin and then blah blah blah. But my preference would be to stay out at that stage to try and do what you can on track.
I think if you don't have the ultimate pace, that's no insult. We're talking by tenths of a second. If you know that ultimate pace isn't there, yeah, it's
by track position as well as much as pace, isn't it? If you're behind someone, you're in no man's land. But I would personally stay out.
Gotherson's got to go, surely. Yes, does. So Gotherson goes. This is to try and cover off Penttinen, who's running out the same 10. I think Penttinen's there, though. It's too late. So Vettel Tree, we said, was going to be the only one potentially that could get there. Penttinen now, look, he's got a train of cars behind. So Pasi Penttinen with the RallyX livery, who went early, as we've said many times this weekend. This guy does a lot of rallycross, but he's under enormous pressure from Marquez. Marquez, who's racing at home in front of his home crowd, desperately wants that place in the final. Vettel Tree and Lindquist on the last lap are both going to joker together, and we're going to see where they both
just
come
when
out.
It was needed. Vettel Tree's on the fastest lap of the race on a 43.362. Penttinen a 43.7. That will be enough if Tree can nail the joker.
3.6 is the gap. There it is. Vettel Tree is in the joker now, watching the background, and he's going to get it done. Crosses the end of the white line. Nicely done, Hal.
And Penttinen's dropped it into the left-hander. Didn't get it turned into the right, had contact. Ultimately, it's not really going to matter because none of those cars are going through to the final anyway.
Yeah, if it was for P3, you'd be gutted there, wouldn't you? But as there's only two cars going up, not the difference. Eek Merstad, they'll be pleased with that after a shocker of a start. Lindquist takes it. Vettel 3 comes over the line, P2. Then it is Gotherson. Eek Merstad, happy birthday. And unfortunately, Pasi Penttinen and Pedro Marquez. Marquez getting caught up in Penttinen's incident. Oh, there he is. So Lindquist goes through from the front row and Vettel Tree goes through from row 2. Nobody's made it from the back row yet. This last one, we've got 4 Portuguese, an Estonian and a Dane. So you'd have your odds on Portugal having a representative. Enrique's still ready. They got 1 in. They'd like to get 2 in, wouldn't they?
So someone sent me a picture of the back of Penttinen's car because I was sure it said something enlightening. And on the rear of his car, on the bodywork, it says #1 more year, and below it says 0 days without incident.
Brilliant. last semi-final for cross car is good to go. We did have a car out on track being recovered. Have we dragged that in? No, we haven't. It's over on the far side. Right, we're going to take a breather and have a little drink of water and so on. It's very hot here. Get ourselves ready. So watch this and we'll be back shortly. Okay, semi-final number 3 for cross car. Saw our brand new camera there, having a wander around the grid. That's Peter, doing his 15th job of the weekend. Sergio Castro, Alejandra Borges, Marcio Araújo, Romet Serna, Axel Schnack and Tiago Pinto. 4 Portuguese drivers. Can any of them make it? Romet Serna from Pace Motorsport moving across. It's all getting a bit exciting on that inside line. Serna slots into 4th in the train. That's a bit slow on the inside, but if you get on the outside, it's dirty. It's actually worked out really well for Serna. I wonder about going Joker. Yeah, I did think that when you're that far out and there's a lot going on, there might be a bit of carnage that you can play into.
I'm surprised how well he did on the exit, given that the train stopped on the apex. I thought that had absolutely ended his hopes, really, but got a good run out. Still got a lot of work to do. Needs great lap pace now, doesn't he, with that Joker out of the way early on.
Yeah, certainly. But I mean, clear air, and if these guys get stuck into it, Hal, as they come over the line, Castro from Borges.
Castro was wildly quick earlier, wasn't he?
Pinto
in qualifying.
Yes, Portuguese 1, 2, 3 at the minute, Hal. These guys, of course, will be used to racing each other. Axel Schnack, who's in P4 and decides to joker, so I think that's Borges and Schnack have gone joker. It is. That's to try and cover off this man, Romet Cerner.
It's not going to be enough for Cerner to get through at this stage, is it? Because just didn't quite close the margin enough.
It's clever from Borges to go from P2 this early in the race, but to cover off somebody who's coming through from the back. You know, it's a bit of a gamble, but likewise.
And they don't know his pace either. I'm sure they're not avid RallyX followers. They won't be watching every session and knowing that Robert Cerner's got wildly good pace at times. So, yeah, sensible decision.
Here comes Cerner onto the straight at the moment, outside the positions he needs to be in, but 2 drivers in front still to joker. Castro and Pinto. You'd have to have your money on Castro getting away here, because that's best lap on his last lap and hasn't been in the joker yet, so he's smashing in fastest laps out front. And that is an Ask Cross Car R, which is what Borges is also using. We've got a Semog Bravo ER, Speedcar 1, a La Base RX 01 and a Life Live TN11. Well done to the audio guys for some mega track audio. Like it's just everything's better today.
Transforms the broadcast as well, doesn't it?
Yeah,
having good trackside audio.
Yeah, it was the first thing me and Hal were chasing yesterday. It was the first thing the guys jumped to try and solve. Yeah, you put out all your microphones, and you find you're too near the PA system. It's all sorts of things which you have to take into account. I say it's a very small team, and they work incredibly hard. So thank you to them and to the TV team back in Sweden for doing a stellar job. Castro leads. Borges has gone joker, but comes out behind Tiago Pinto. Or is it Pinto that's joker? Sorry, yeah, Borges went earlier, didn't he? So Castro over the line. Yeah, Borges is P2. That's where our timing screen tells us they've joker, but doesn't update the positions.
This could be close, couldn't it?
Castro, what's the gap? 3.0. Yes, to who though? Only to Borges, who's already jokered. Oh, and he has had a bad one though. Not enough for Cerner to capitalise. So yeah, you're right. So Borges takes the lead, but the top 2 remain the same, just in a different order. So that would mean if they both go through, that's 2 Portuguese drivers from the front row.
But critically, Borges isn't going to get a front row start, is he? Whereas Castro would have done.
Yeah.
Because of his intermediate classification position.
Yes, true, because of the 3 semi-finals thing, isn't it? No, Castro hadn't out-qualified Lindqvist either, had he? It was Ugar and Lindqvist, and they won their 2 semi-finals, so whoever had won this wouldn't have been on the front row anyway.
Yes, my bad.
Me trying to figure out the regs as I'm looking at the paperwork as well, mate.
Especially when throwing you a dummy.
There's a lot of racing, isn't there? There is a lot. That was some proper business. Look at this from Cerner. Like you said, I thought he was a goner here because he's P4. There's a car on the outside. Watch this. He runs into the back of the car in front, and then everybody just sort of gets on the gas and runs wide. Cerner's a bit more patient, gets on the throttle and gets up the inside. Tidy. Right. Jerome down there, look, trying to get everybody to do he's trying to get everybody to do a Mexican wave. 2, 1. Okay, good effort. Good effort, Jerome. Keep at it, mate. He's been around the Rallycross paddock for a long, long time in various different series. World RX, you'll have seen that hat a lot. What am I looking for? 2-wheel drive open. Yes, I am. Johansson, Bleasdale, Bart Bell, Marinho, Geenan and McGarry. Whatever Victor Johansson has done to that Mercedes, Hal, for the starts, it's been brilliant today. Or big lock up in the background. That's Geenan almost collecting the back of who was it? McGarry. Yeah, McGarry must have had a good start to get up to there and has gone joker on this first lap.
Johansson's modus operandi over the winter has just been to get some reliability into the car and not have all of the engine problems he had last season. Bart Bell putting Jason Bleasdale under a significant amount of pressure here.
Physical pressure, like actual contact.
Leaning on the rear clam of the VX220, another bit of contact, but Bell playing the game fairly here, just leaning on the car ahead, and I think that is absolutely fine as long as you don't turn the car ahead right around. And yeah, Bell was just out the throttle that little bit to not rotate Bleasdale. Gives you an indication as to just how small Bleasdale's car is, as to how large the Nova tyre stickers look on the front bumper, because on anything else they look absolutely tiny, and on the Vauxhall they look absolutely huge.
Yeah, they do. It looks really well suited round here, I think.
Much more than I expected, to be honest.
Yeah.
He was he was like a rabbit in the headlights on Friday afternoon, driving here for the first time. He's not been at Rallycross very long. Jet ski, super experienced jet ski stunt rider. And,
really? That's epic.
Came into Rallycross with the predecessor to that car, both with VX220. It was an ex-McGarry VX220 he raced initially, but has built a new car, developed a lot, won the British Championship a couple of times, and this is really out of his comfort zone compared to tracks in the UK, and I think he's been brilliant this weekend.
Yeah, so do I.
Valken's going to be amazing in Holland, because I think we'll see the rear-wheel drive cars much more in their comfort zone than they are here.
Somebody clipped the barrier in that last corner. Did you hear the clatter as it came through?
Yeah. Huh? I heard the clunk.
Yeah. Not sure who it was. I wondered if it was Bleasdale's front left at first, but I think that might just be dirt that's been flicked up from the car in front. Who was putting him under pressure? Bell, wasn't it? Bart Bell. So Bart Bell's dropped in behind McGarry. McGarry is 7.3 off the lead. Hanson Bleasdale 1.5 off. How far back is the next car?
Only two go up, remember?
Yeah, 8.1. No, 6.6. Something's happened behind with Geenan and co, because the gap's absolutely huge, Hal. It's absolutely, something's happened. It must have done, because Bart Bell went joker.
See if we can have a look at that, because there's not much going on up front, is there, with Bleasdale? No.
Yeah, these two are definitely going to make it, bar any mechanical issues, because that gap is absolutely huge. So maybe that noise, maybe the bang we heard in the background was contact between the two cars. Yellow flags are out, Hal. That might explain it. Let's have a look and see. Yeah, there you go. Oh, that's hard. And that was the look at the Armco. The Armco barrier is bent over.
That could be quite a delay, depending on what they need to do there.
Yeah, it could. If they've broken a post, we could. That is really. So we heard a bang. My goodness me, it was not Bleasdale, was it? It was a louder bang than that.
Unfortunately, Marijo's out of the car, but that BMW is substantially shorter than it was.
That is a shame.
At the start of the race.
That's such a shame. So your Hanson and Bleasdale spotters will be on the radio, won't they, saying to them, chill out, lads, this is a done deal.
Absolutely, yeah. No need to push.
Oh, what a shame. I feel sorry for Marino. That's not the way you want to finish your weekend. It's, you know, you're 2 races away from rolling it on the trailer and going home and just doing your usual re-prep, and that could be as much as a re-shell, couldn't it, at this stage?
Bell on the back of McGarry's going to try going around the outside. Peter's going to shut the door for all the good it's going to do him in the chances of getting to the podium this weekend. Not going to make it through to the final. We'll be disappointed with that, but ultimately McGarry's come back strongly, having had a really difficult morning.
That's that bit, Hal, that you were saying about how it looks, you know, so narrow, and if you do clip the barrier on the left, you're carrying enough pace to take it right across and smack it into the barrier on the right.
That's going to take some cleaning up as
well,
isn't it?
It's dropped its fluids. It's the pillar doesn't look broken, which is a good thing, but that is going to need properly recovering. Well, there he is, climbing back over the wall. I would imagine he'd be quite sore, Hal, wouldn't he, with an impact like that?
Probably will be in the morning. It's probably not so bad now after the adrenaline of the incident. I wonder if we'll see it in the replay package here. McGarry, like you said, Andrew, in the commentary, had a hell of a start.
Yeah, because when I looked at the, what's he doing up there? You know, it just done really well. It was Geenan who almost collected him in the background. Look. Marino was at the back of the pack here. This is Bart Bell trying to find his way past Jason Bleasdale. Bart Bell with a broken thumb, don't forget.
Johansson's absolutely delighted with that result. Came past the studio celebrating. Let's have a look in the background here. The yellow car you're watching.
He does. He clips the barrier on the left. That is grim, and he'll have been on the brake as quick as he could. That's a bit of a shame we missed it.
Well done to the replay guys for finding another angle.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh, mate. No, thank you. I wonder if we had... no, we wouldn't have it on the drone, would we? Wow. Yeah, well done, lads. Oh. Following the leaders, and it was just out of the shot, wasn't it, when he went in? And you couldn't have known, because Hallett was the tiniest of touch on the left-hand side. I'm actually quite surprised how far it travelled into the other side. Of course, if you're on the loose dirt on the outside...
so much speed up there. We saw that earlier, didn't we, with Casper Janssen in the FC2 as well.
Shows you how close the margins are between getting away with it and going home. Right, Johansson and Bleasdale go through. They're going to get this car off the track, have a little clean up. Probably be 2 or 3 minutes, we think, from race control. So watch this, grab yourselves a drink. This is the time for a very quick break. We reckon 3 minutes and we're back. So stay with us. We've still got more semi-finals from Open 2-wheel drive and Open 4-wheel drive to come. Cars rolling up to the grid. Our recovery is complete. The Armco barrier luckily does not need replacing, so no broken posts. That's usually what is the concern. What am I looking for? 10,000 bits of paperwork that I can't find. I think I don't need any of that. Cross car's done, is it? Yes, it is. We were in open two-wheel drive. There we are. Okay. Oh. Grudge match on the front row here. So yesterday, Andre Sousa passed Simon Tiger in the last couple of corners. Tiger wasn't that happy about it. Sousa could maybe have won it with a different Joker strategy. We know that the front-wheel drive Super 1600 car is quick. It was actually, I say, it won the front-wheel drive and it won open two-wheel drive yesterday, but it won't win this launch. Sousa, Tiger, Turpero, Snoyers, Barbosa and Fernandez. Look at the launch from Simon Tiger. That is absolutely ridiculous. He's in a different postcode at the front of the race. 4 wide in the background, but it will be Sousa and Turpero who will get into turn 1 first. And there you can see the pace of the little front-wheel drive cars. Do a bit of contact in the background.
Sousa's been helped out massively here by having a gaggle of front-wheel drive cars in this one as well. And if you can get the hammer down, this could be pretty close come the lap 5 Joker merge.
So key here, Hal, is tactics, isn't it? Because we said this last time, like he's got to...
Well, I think Sousa's got to stay out till everyone else Joker's behind, or go on, and then go on lap 4.
Yeah, if he's behind Tiger, though, I suppose if he's...
He's behind Tiger, he's going to try and make the pass, isn't he? But you can't afford to come out behind either of the cars behind.
Well, what he can't do, of course, is he can't go now and end up behind Fernandez.
That's what I mean, so you've got to stay out. He's got to stay out till at least lap 4, I think, unless the others go now.
Or how it depends on the gaps too, of course. So let's see how far back Fernandez is. No, you could go. Fernandez is 4.3 off the back of the pack, so he could go if he wanted to, but you still
I don't
risk.
think you can, because
you're
going to be in the traffic.
Yeah, you still risk it. It depends when they go. I agree, it depends when they go.
What's to gain by going?
The fact that only the one slow car's there. If Barbosa went, yeah, agreed. But if he catches up with Tiger, for me, that it's the lap pace is more likely than the pass. I know we saw the pass yesterday, but I think Tiger will be wise to that today.
Oh, and he's right in the rear of Tiger as we're having a debate about Joker lap strategy.
Looking up the inside of Sousa. Yeah, his advantage is in 3 clear laps, isn't it, over Simon Tiger? So, but I mean, I do agree. You can't go if there's going to be traffic.
I think there's no right answer here, is there? That's the problem. And really, Sousa could do with the cars behind going in to make it straightforward.
I'm actually over mine. Should he have jokered on lap 1? No, but
absolutely not. No,
because then the others wouldn't have gone in. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yesterday was a unique set of circumstances, wasn't it? Yeah, you're right.
Who actually needs more rear-wheel drive cars to fight with each other. Look at the advantage towards the end of the lap.
Yes, look at it, looks easy. Look at Tiger. He's just sticking it on the inside line. Sousa looks inside again, gets in Tiger's door. That's what Tiger was grumpy about yesterday. Turpero takes advantage, slots up the inside of Sousa. This is not working out. Only the top 2 go through.
Could work out for Turpero though, couldn't it? His runs he's got a puncture or something.
Oh, I thought he was just dragging him away down the straight, but he's not. So the C2's out. Okay, so that pretty much means that these 2 are going through anyway, because in the background...
Now you Joker.
Is he going? Is he going? Need to see, is he going in the Joker?
No, he's not. I would have done. I definitely would have Jokered then. An astute spotter, I'm not saying his spotter's not astute, but you'd go in because you've got the gap.
There's an incident, exactly.
What's the gap back to Snoyers as they cross the line? 6.6 is the first driver that jokered, and Turpero had a problem. Definitely would have gone in, although all's not lost. We've only got 1 lap to go after this, so it needs to be a move on pass if it's going to happen.
Well, it's not going to happen, he's too far off the back. So yeah, last lap for Tiger. Hasn't worked out. Say there was traffic, but I don't know, for me it was slow enough that you might have got away with it, but there we go. So Tiger will be on the front row. Actually, because it's 3 semis, where are they going to end up? Sousa out-qualified Tiger, but
depends
Tiger
who wins the next one.
Yeah.
Tiger slow through the Joker, as we've seen all weekend, well, sorry, all day, because it's so slippery there in the Sunday Joker section.
Nicely done. So Simon Tiger defends. It was clever. Looking for the dry line on the inside. It's not the best rotation into the last corner, but it doesn't open the door, which is what he did yesterday. And Sousa just slid in sideways, door to door.
There were some members of the paddock surprised that Tiger left the door open so much, because he's so astute at parking on the apex when he needs to, as he takes the race victory, moves through to the final. with Sousa as well. And what a comeback for Nick Snoyers after the epic work his team did last night. And one of the mechanics came over who I've known a very long time and said, make sure you give a shout out to Derek Tohill's team, because they gave us a windscreen and other bits, and yeah, they were absolutely brilliant last night as well.
That's
so
fantastic,
brilliant camaraderie in the paddock.
That's fantastic. Just misses out on a place in the final.
They'll be happy though, won't they?
Yeah,
with just getting to the end, being competitive.
Going
and,
home with the car working, you know, rather than sitting as a smouldering wreck on the trailer. So yeah, really, really cool. Well, there we go. Tactics didn't work out. As you say, look at what happened in turn 1. So these two have been really delayed already. But you couldn't have known that out front. So in theory, you could have joked and come out, but you can't know that.
Your spotter can see it though.
Yes, and could potentially have gone, you know what, there's only going to be one slow car.
This battle is what cost Sousa the win. I think could they be a bit more patient in those situations? Wait for Tiger to run a bit wide, or make a bit more of a mistake by trying to force the issue. Actually lost ground and ended up in a fight he didn't need to be in with Turperu, and then yeah, just lost that bit of time. But can happen all again in the final later on this afternoon.
Look at that, lifting a wheel up over the finish line as well. Can Simon Tiger take revenge on Sousa behind? Sousa was P2 in quali to Victor Johansson, so I think Sousa will be row 2, Hal, because he was P2 in quali. So even though he's second of the... Oh, no, maybe not, because, of course, the 3 winners will be ahead of him.
But Bleasdale will be...
ahead of him if he wins.
Ahead of him as well. No,
Yeah,
Bleasdale was second... No, Bleasdale was third or fourth. So, no, Bleasdale must have been fourth.
Bleasdale was fourth in quali, but was
finished
second in his race.
So he'll be on the second row.
Sousa will be ahead of him, though.
Yeah.
Because Sousa was second,
So
but out-qualified
so yeah,
him.
but it totally depends on who wins this next semi-final.
Yeah, Volders can demote him, can't he?
Yeah, but only Volders.
Everybody else is too far down, yeah? So if Volders wins, he'll be on the back row. If he doesn't, he'll be on row 2.
I don't think Volders is going to win. I don't know why.
There we go.
Sorry, Steve. I hope you do, but...
He's got Derek Tohill.
I think this could be a Ferrera victory, couldn't it, with the front-wheel drive car?
I'm keen to see what Derek can do with a rear-wheel drive off the line with a good start here.
He's had great launches.
That's what I mean. So watch for Derek Tohill from P6, who had a rough day in qualifying, has the pace, but has got to find a good clean run and the confidence to get it done. Volders and Ferrera on the front row. Derek Tohill passes 4 cars in 2 seconds to get up to P2. Oh, alongside though, drops back down into P3 now. Gone around the outside of Volders. Has gone Mervyn Klaassen. Oh, Tohill, does he know he hasn't? I thought it was Tohill that locked it up. Look down, it's Klaassen who locked it up. Tohill's up into P2. So Derek Tohill in P2, right behind Steve Volders. Oh, and a big shunt in the Joker lap. That's Klaassen has gone round, locked it up in turn 1. Has got to park it up against the wall. That's going no further. Just park it. Okay, that's fine. Where that is.
Done a great job to get out of the way. I don't think that will be a red flag, actually.
It shouldn't be a red flag because he's off the racing line. He's well off the racing line. So let's hope that this one isn't stopped. I think he's out of the way. Steve Volders leads from Derek Tohill. Derek Tohill coming under a bit of pressure from Ferrera behind in the front-wheel drive Fiesta.
I've just watched a replay of the start on the stream, which I have next to me, which is a little bit behind, and I would like to know what the issue is, what the situation is around the lines off the grid.
Who's moved too early? Not Derek again. Oh.
I don't know. I don't know if there was a penalty given before. Let me have a look at the.
Yeah, there was. There was. He had a warning in Q1 and a penalty in Q2.
But we were talking about Q3, wasn't it? When he.
Oh, sorry, yes, because he was a DNS in 1. Oh man. Right, come on, Derek. Let's go. Over to that right-hand arm coat. And then to the left. There's that wall that was hit so hard earlier. Volders at the minute is denying Hal's prediction. Good on him.
Yeah, good for you, Steve.
With his 77 on the front. Does look like an 11 on the front. Got to sound not a fan of the weird 7s, but yeah.
So car 111 got a 3-second penalty for changing lane after the start, and I think Derek may have done the same again this time around.
Volders is flirting with the wall there in the number 77.
So where is Ferrera?
So 3-second penalty for Ferrera. Ferrera was right on the back of Tohill, but seems to have gone. So is Ferrera gone? Ferrera's gone. Kevin Eriksson says Ferrera's gone.
I'm glad Kevin's here because I'm too busy looking at the stewards' decisions.
We need 3 people really.
So,
yeah, 3 seconds. Derek could go through even with a 3-second penalty.
Yeah.
Come on. Right, Volders versus Derek Tohill with 2 laps to go. Tohill now's got to, is that 2 or 1 lap to go now?
2 laps to go. I'd keep him out if I was...
Yeah, he might as well, because he's either going to gap him or not, and he's going to end up in the same position.
Tell you what, it's brilliant seeing Derek on top of this car again. He's been trying to get back in his rear-wheel drive rhythm for a couple of years, hasn't he, in RallyX, and really struggled, throwing different engines and transmissions at it. But now, with this 3.2 Volvo engine in, he seems to be really comfortable in the touring car again, and yeah, brilliant to see. Hard to jump out of a supercar one weekend into a rear-wheel drive car the next weekend, and doing a good job at the moment, and they've got a massive margin, these two.
You say that, Hal, he's just been eaten alive. 2.4 seconds on that last lap. Looked like Derek stalled up in the last corner almost, so hopefully no tech issue. Seems all right coming onto the straight. So yeah, it seems fine. Don't know what happened. Because the gap just closed in that right-hander where we've seen all the passing.
So he's got to Joker now. What's the gap back?
It'd be +4 plus the difference.
11 seconds.
He's got to get a wiggle on.
This is going to be tight, isn't it?
So Derek has to finish, assuming the penalty is the same, which it should be, 3 seconds out for crossing the white lines.
That's what the form is, at least.
Well, that's the one penalty. Let's hope it's just, you know, it's not cumulative. So Derek needs to finish 3 seconds ahead of Arthur Barbot-Forget in the 2:08.
Well done to Steve Volders, though, for proving me absolutely wrong with my prediction.
It was like a throwdown, wasn't it, Hal? You threw down and Steve's proved you wrong. Volders takes the win and gives the salute to Hal Ridge from his window. And over the line comes Derek Tohill. Now, Tohill needs at least 3. Ideally needs 5.
Ooh, what's it going to be?
It's going to be very close. Plus 4.6.
I think that'll be enough. I think he might get a 3-second penalty.
I think, yeah. Well, if he crossed the white lines, he should, because that's the standard penalty.
Well, that's what was given in Q3. Car 111 plus 3 seconds.
Oh, mate, wheel off.
He's had a terrible weekend as well.
Oh, there's the Saxo. Look at the door. The Saxo's been punted. Look at the left door, Hal. Yeah, have a good zoom in on that. Look, the window's all flexed in. That's had a proper T-bone somewhere. We might get a look at it. I know the replay lads will be doing their best to see if we've got it. He's having a seat. Look, has he hurt his hand? No. I wasn't sure. I'd say potentially hurt his hand because he's asking someone else to help him take his glove off. Oh. Yeah, so he's hurt one of his hands. That's a bit of a shame. Yeah, you can't change lanes until you get under the gantry, which is a shame because Derek, his start was so good it didn't actually matter either way, did it? But he still would have ended up in the position he's in. You could argue he didn't gain from it, but if they can't cross the white lines, they can't cross the white lines. But I can't see any reason for it. Okay, have a look in the background here on this watch here. So here's the Saxo coming through.
Oh.
Oof, it does go in quite hard. I'm surprised how much damage there is on the door.
Wasn't quite as much as it. Oh, there was carnage, wasn't there? Because the C30 was in the wall as well in the Joker. That is all the understeer, isn't it, in the rear-wheel drive car?
Have a look again in the background here. You might see if we see it again. Now I'm going to flick around. This was so that watch this into the Joker. Look, a little bit late on the brakes and in, and it's too much momentum. And boom, round it comes. See you later, rear right quarter. Oh. Yeah, and that's
when
the
moment. When you dip the clutch and the wheel departs from the car, you know you've had a hard impact.
When the rear right drops a foot, you know the subframe and the axle and everything's gone. Oi, oi, oi.
Classic Vigo.
Yes, Vigo. Very good with the flick round. I tell you what as well, fair play to Mervyn Klaassen for parking that off the line and not causing a red flag. I know he wouldn't have known at the time, he was just desperate to get going again, but he did get it off the line. So Volders goes through. Derek Tohill. Has he been given a... No, he's 4.6 is still the gap. We'll keep an eye on that. Right, little recovery to do here. So enjoy. We'll be back very shortly with the semi-finals for open four-wheel drive. So we have had confirmation that Derek Tohill did get a penalty, but it was 3 seconds, and that was not enough to knock him out of P2. So Tohill does make it through to the final, where, hopefully, Derek, you will not cross the white line on the run to the gantry. So, 3 times today, but he wasn't here yesterday, so I'm going to let him off. I'm a big fan of Derek.
I'm not. He's a double European champion.
Are you telling me you're telling him you're very disappointed in him? Are you? Wow.
Your words, not mine.
Cool. Hal's getting really harsh,
I think
isn't
not
he?
being here at his level yesterday is not an excuse. Oh, I'm gonna get some grief for that. But there we are.
Yeah, he's gonna get some grief. That's it. Hal, when your car's broken and you need a load of bits out of Derek's man, you're gonna get the salute that Voltage.
We don't have one of them.
Voltage is gonna give you as well. What's this? Semi-finals. Yes. Okay. Get rid of those. Thanks very much. That's done. Howman, Ericsson, Oliveira, Faust, Buchel and Svensson in this. Howman with a great start as the top qualifier, holds that inside line and will surely stay tight on it the entire run down. Ericsson going out really wide. He's hoping for a cut back or maybe a cut in. He tries to go around the outside. Howman gives him a nudge. Elbows out, just runs him out a little bit deep. Fantastic job by Howman. He's in the lead with Ericsson, and then it's Faust. And who's that in the background looking up the inside? That's a brilliant move by the French driver. Tanner holds on and rolls. No. Tanner Faust rolls the FC2. He's up against the barrier.
He's had such a good day, Tanner Faust. He'll be absolutely fine from that roll. I'm sure Ericsson looks to the inside of Howman at the bottom of the hill. They're side by side, but there won't be any room through there. Will Howman get a puncture though? From digging the rear wheel in.
Smoke pouring.
I think he has, Andrew. I think he's got a puncture from just over-rotating the car there. He has.
No, Howman with the rear left off. Ericsson up the inside. French driver Buchel to make the pass on Tanner. He ended in the roll. Now looks inside. Howman as well. So Buchel is making moves here. What's happening? Someone's lit a fire under the Division 3 Frenchman. He gets through behind Ericsson.
Howman in the Joker this time around. This is a disaster for Tommy Howman.
It's a shocker.
Where's Faust?
Did Faust get going? Has Faust driven on? Go on, Tanner, if he has. So
what a move though from Buchel. It's just such a shame that Faust was collateral damage, because Faust done everything right in the first corner. Yet again he got round the outside, and I think he's been really on top of things today.
Yeah, he has.
What a shame. I don't think, we need to see a replay of course, but I don't think that anyone did anything untoward there. I think they've gone side by side into that corner, and that curb, we've seen so many people over the years have massive moments and roll.
Coming out behind, Svensson's got him, so Svensson has managed to get Buchel, so that's actually impressive.
And Oliveira.
Oliveira is in front,
so needs to get another pass done on track if he's going to make it through to the final, and has a look to the inside of Svensson, who's wary, keeps the door shut, little nudge in the rear.
Whatever they've done to the Mercedes, they have dialed that in, haven't they? Because he's absolutely flying in this. Tanner has got the car off track. Now, one thing that occurs to me is there is still the FC2 final. As the Mercedes looks to the inside of Svensson's car, Svensson goes defensive. Buchel goes out wide, gives him a little nudge on the way into the corner. He's up the inside. He can't turn him round on the throttle, remember. Round comes Svensson. Is that Tanner Faust driven back in? Faust's car has been driven back in just behind the commentary position now. Tanner Faust is in his garage. We need Peter to get back with the camera and have a look and see what's going on with Tanner's car.
Buchel, multiple French champion in the Division 3 category. Right on the back, running within the Cerizan Motorsport outfit this weekend that's running 4 cars, and within that you'll have so much data knowledge, but it's not going to be enough, is it? I don't think.
Oliveira, Hal, was 4 seconds back. He's 5.1. Ericsson has gapped Oliveira by another second, so he may be able to get through. Now, the reason I say about Tanner's car, it's driven back, it's got 4 wheels on it, and there's an FC2 final. And Howman and Faust, I want to see that final, Hal. I wanted to see them make the main Supercar final. They're not going to.
Absolutely.
But if they could get Faust's car repaired, we could see him again in the FC2 final. Inside! Buchel makes a move. It's too deep and too fast this time. He's asked it one too many times. Reverses the car out. He might still make it. Fair play, Svensson. No, Svensson's going to get P3.
I think that was too optimistic that time around. I think the move on Faust was
Ericsson's going to take it. Hal Ericsson takes the win from Oliveira. Svensson's going to come through, and yeah, I'm inclined to agree. That was a little bit hopeful for the distance back, but we'll have a look at Buchel's many attempts to pass in the replays, I'm sure.
Where was that yesterday morning? It's just come alive in his last race of the weekend.
They just had a couple of clicks on the dampers, one little thing gone, should we turn the anti-lag on or something? I mean, it's a V6, so yeah,
races.
Probably maybe they've stuck a turbo on it overnight, gone and seen Simon Tiger and gone, right, mate, what's the secret?
How are you so fast?
Yeah, what's the secret? He's well, 700 horsepower is the secret. Okay, so let me check my grids, because I think we might see Buchel again. Is Buchel
in the AM final, yeah.
Yeah. Let me look through. So FC2 grid includes Faust and Hellman.
To the end.
Oh, I'm so sorry for Tommy.
Let's have a look back.
Yeah,
at
Buchel's in P3 on the AM grid house, so we might still see him make some moves. A fair play, we want to see it. I'd say we think the move on Tanner.
So look at Tanner here. So Tanner's so wily, isn't he? Goes in early, then just hangs it around the middle. Olivieri's coming up the inside. Let's have a look then. This is where Buchel's going to have a good old lunge on Faust. I think that's absolutely on. The door is open there. Faust won't have been expecting it, and then they've gone side by side. Faust just clobbered the curb early in the corner. I think that's all fair in love and war, personally.
We drove that back, Hal, as well, which is a testament to the strength of the FC2.
Have a look at it again. So the door's been shut, and
yeah, it's a soft roll as well.
It hasn't even gone right over, has it? I think that'll be fine. It's hit the wall there and bounced back out.
Check the fluids, check the tyre pressures, off you pop. I've asked Tanner to come and see it. I've asked Maria to see if Tanner's okay to come and have a chat. Hopefully he'll run up and we can have a chat with him in this second semi-final. Right, is this the next one? Svensson. Oh.
I think
he's hitting the end of the curb.
I don't think there'll be a penalty for that, because ultimately he's lost out. I think the closing speed was great, wasn't it? And it was not. it was nowhere near as good and as well an executed move as the previous one on Faust.
No, the move on Faust was. Look, Ericsson, Oliveira, and Svensson go through. Tanner's a DNF, but drove back to the paddock in the car. All the wheels are on it, and we're hoping here. Hellman got a puncture from the TQ, which is really disappointing for Tommy.
Apologies to Peter Hellman, who we've sent to the OMC awning from pre-grid to try and get some footage of it.
Yeah, I wanted to see. I was thinking they might have to, as the Americans would say, wrench on it, but I don't know how bad the damage is going to be. We'll find that out from Tanner, because he'll be able to tell us about the drive back. Right, semi-final 2. Let's get your lineup sorted for this in case Tanner turns up in a moment. Fraser McConnell on the pole. Looking now to take the win here, Hal, which would see him on pole in the final with Hellman's issues. Casper Janssen, Nathan Otnick, Patrick O'Donovan, Simon Olofsson and Tom van den Heuvel. Tanner Faust is back, and we'll get him on cans just as soon as he's got himself sorted, because the poor bloke's just been almost upside down. We won't see you right now, mate. If you're too hot, you can leave it off, but we're just getting ready. We'll get this underway, and then we'll bring Tanner in. We might bring him in first. Let's see what happens with the marshals. Okay, let's get this start done down to the first corner. Mate, we're glad you're okay, most importantly.
Yeah, thank you.
So Tanner Faust has run back to the commentary box to help us call this one and tell us what happened from his point of view. McConnell versus Janssen on the front row. Otnick gets a good start from the second row. Patrick O'Donovan as well. O'Donovan trying for the round the outside. Fraser McConnell's going to lose out here from the pole. Ends up in P2. Gets collected from behind. Olofsson is inside. Fraser McConnell as well. Olofsson barges them all wide. Simon Olofsson from the back row of the grid to the front. He's got Casper Janssen behind him, and then Fraser McConnell on the inside line. O'Donovan makes a pass on Fraser McConnell. McConnell's been mugged on this first lap. What a shame for him. O'Donovan on two wheels, but brilliant passes by everybody, and I think most of that was clean and fair, Hal.
Janssen is all over the back of Simon Olofsson, looks to the inside in the long gravel corner. O'Donovan's going to have a look as well, but hasn't got the momentum. O'Donovan on at least 3 new tyres here. Had a brilliant start, didn't he, but just had nowhere to go in the first corner. Olofsson did a great job, but he's under massive pressure.
So the 4 of these are out front. Joker in behind, Nathan Otnick and Tom van den Heuvel. With the greatest of respect, they won't have the pace of these guys.
McConnell really needs to make up ground here, doesn't he? Looking to the inside of O'Donovan. One of them's going to Joker this time around.
Olofsson's driving hard, Hal. Remember, he's not used to this amount of power as we see into the Joker. It goes Casper Janssen. I was wrong about Otnick. He's there, and he's mugged Janssen. So Janssen's Joker too early. They needed a bigger gap, and he's ended up back. So Nathan Otnick is flying.
The young Dutch driver was so disappointed not to get into the pro final yesterday, despite winning the AM final. O'Donovan looks to the inside of Olofsson, doesn't have the rotation in the car.
Olofsson has so much less experience.
O'Donovan's on the
inside, over the bollards, up the inside. Patrick tries again. They're both sideways. Half spin, gets collected. Fraser goes round Olofsson. Through comes the train. Otnick to the point. Otnick to the lead. This is unbelievable. 2 cars parked in the middle of the track. We thought semi-final 1 was wild. Casper Janssen passes Olofsson on the brakes up into the corner at the end of the straight. But Nathan Otnick, the 18-year-old in a supercar, leads all these these experienced pros.
You need to be patient in those situations in the final corner, don't you? And that battle just got a little bit too hot, didn't it?
Yeah.
What a drive from the young Dutchman, though.
Wild, absolutely wild. We were going to talk to Tanner Fouts about his crash, but we haven't had the chance yet. I've just knocked my drink over all my notes. That's how exciting it is here in Montalegre.
So if there wasn't pressure enough to be leading a semi-final against this roster of drivers, you've now got Casper Janssen, who's one of the rising stars of rallycross, all over the back of you, and Simon Olsen with all of that experience.
Yeah, incredible, incredible. So Olsen needs to joker Hal according to the indicators. I must admit, I've completely forgotten about that. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Ollie Eriksson's got me some stuff to try.
That's going to put Van der Hervel also through to the final as things stand, unless Olofsson can get a wriggle on and try and close onto the back.
Well, I owe them both an apology, Hal, because I said they wouldn't be there, and it just a bit like you and Volders earlier.
We've just been terribly hard on the Dutch drivers, really.
Everybody's up their pace.
Janssen's got great rotation.
Janssen trying to find a way through.
I think he's just covering the inside, so sensible, just like Simon Tiger.
They need a bit of carnage up front to see if they get. Tanner's still waiting patiently. Thank you, mate. We'll come and join you now. It's all calmed down a bit. Mate, we thought your semi-final was wild. This one's even wilder.
Oh, yeah. This is carnage. It's that was gnarly. I mean, I don't even know what to happen, because you're coming through dust right there where all those cars are backwards. So it's absolutely sketchy. I feel bad for McConnell right from turn one. It's just been down backwards. The drain.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate. We've still got the FC2 final to come. First of all, you're okay?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good.
It didn't look like a hard roll, but it was. I guess you were pretty surprised he came through. He came from a little way back, but I mean, what did you think of the move?
I was. It bumped me a little bit wide.
Sorry, Casper Janssen trying to find a way past Otting again. Otting desperately trying to hold on. The Focus is leading as they come to the final corners. Otting is going to take it, put himself on the front row for the final. Janssen gets P2, Van den Heuvel gets P3. Olsen, McConnell and O'Donovan are not going to make it. One of the best Supercar lights drivers, one of the Nitro front. Oh, look in the background. O'Donovan's had a big old front end of O'Donovan's car is completely stoved in, the European Rallycross champion. And these cars need repairing, hopefully, for the FC2 final. Tanner, is your car repairable?
I don't know. I pulled off, I mean, I got it back on the tires there and then pulled off it. I think a drive shaft is missing. So if they can get that done in about 10 minutes.
Well, there's quite a few cars we can take one off at the minute, because
we got some parts for sale out there for sure.
There's a number of people that are not going to make it. Fair play to Otting. Oh, mate, did you see what happened to Patrick?
Yeah, that was
that the incident?
That was the start of the incident in the final corner.
The impact was so bad on the front of the car.
Yeah, well, I think he got collected, didn't he?
So yeah. Okay, woosah. Tell us about when the French guy in the Mercedes appeared alongside you. A surprise, I guess?
I was a surprise, yeah. I didn't get a call for sure, but and then I should have done what McConnell did and just backed way out before the right-hander. I tried to stay side by side and go with him through the next right-hander, which is a big curb, and that just sent me up on the side of the car.
So the curb just put it up, and that was it. So
that was that.
Racing incidents, what we said. Are you comfortable with that, or are we wrong? I mean, you're the driver. We're just looking at pictures and having a crack at it.
I mean, I was the last one who could have avoided it, so I could have backed out probably. In hindsight, it looked like he was leaving the slot for me, so I went in on it, but he had cut and closed the door pretty last second.
You ended up higher up the curb than you wanted to be.
Very much so, and I was full lock to the left. I just couldn't get it back together. Poor McConnell here. This is where it starts for him, isn't it? I feel awful for him. He gets taken from first, everything, blue sky in front of him, and then all of a sudden he's just got a crowd running around in front of him.
Yeah, and then Patrick had a look. So this was Olofsson. Olofsson was wild. So Patrick got over the curbs. That was brave, and I like it. But then here, Olofsson's got nowhere to go, and neither's Patrick. Olofsson, he's so lucky to miss. Ah, wow. So actually the impact on Patrick's car isn't as bad as you think. Then Fraz gets held up, and the train just comes through. I mean, that was wild. Look at the crowd in the background. Look at the crowd. Look at that reverse shot of the crowd getting on their feet. There is nothing better than knowing everyone. I hope you guys are on your feet in your lounges at home. You know, if you didn't get up for that, you might as well switch the stream off now, because that's about as wild as it gets.
That was classic Sunday afternoon. You don't need the car tomorrow morning, wasn't it? Where everyone's throwing their hat into.
Throwing the hat and the kitchen sink and everything else in.
Except they need it in 10 minutes. That's the problem.
Tanner Faust with the reality check for everyone in the FC2 final. Guys, you had two chances and you might have blown both of them. So Nathan Otting, Casper Janssen, Tom Van den Heuvel. What's the running order, Tanner? Because isn't the FC2 final quite early in the list of finals? It is, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's turned around right now. And then there's a 30-minute break before the four-wheel drive overall.
Yeah, you can come to the studio quickly, guys. We're being asked if they can come to the studio. Yes, you can. Tanner's here, and he's yeah, here he is.
I'm hiding in the background while you guys are flinging around karate moves up here.
Throwing my drink all
he's
still
spilling
some
the
left.
drink.
I'm really pleased. I like these.
Yeah, a little vodka and... Yeah, no, it's fine.
I'm driving, Tanner. Maybe later.
Oh, sorry.
It's Peter McConnell's birthday.
It is
We
today.
need to find a bar at Porto Airport because I think the entire paddock is staying there tonight. I know you guys are a bit of a long haul tomorrow, but we could have a couple of jars, couldn't
I have
we?
a flight tonight.
Oh, come on.
I know.
thought it was tomorrow morning.
9.
You changed it, or is it...
No, it's always been tonight.
There is a flight tomorrow morning. You might not make it.
I might not now.
Tanner on the phone to his wife. I didn't make it. I'm in the
traffic
bar with
was
Peter
terrible.
McConnell.
Hi, babe. She's watching this right now. How you doing? I'll be
Is
there.
she on, really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
Hello.
I'll be there.
Mrs. Faust. What a pleasure. That's fantastic. Mate, brilliant. So glad you made it over to Portugal. I hope we're going to see you back out on track again. Have you enjoyed it? Obviously not that bit, but...
Oh, it's been really fun. It's been a steep learning curve on the car. There's a lot to do. You're kind of like a one-man band in there playing the banjo and rubbing your ears. There's lots of buttons to push. And so got that down. It took most of yesterday.
We were just saying how how was it the previous race? Basically, you just look so much more comfortable in the car today than yesterday. You feel like you took a big step?
It was not until the end of yesterday we were given the instruction to just kick the clutch on every shift because the paddle shift was having an issue with the additional power from the push to pass.
Yeah.
So all day yesterday was diagnosing that problem, and then finally they're like, just kick the clutch. And so all day today I've been clutching for every shift, and it's fine.
Right, so and we spoke last night. You said, didn't you, 3 missed shifts is a second, and a second is game over.
Yeah, and that's per lap.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and then going back and forth to the FC1, which is literally one pedal.
I said that to Hal. I said he's driving both. Has that been... that's quite... I know, look, you're a professional driver, so people think it's easy, but they could not be more different.
They're very different, but it's fun. I like the variety, you know?
Yeah.
So... it's one pedal and it's so simple. You stay in one gear. Sometimes I shift a gear in that just to mix it up.
Give yourself something to do.
Yeah, exactly.
So you feel like you're in that one-man band.
Yeah.
Tanner Faust,
thank you so much,
mate.
guys.
You're a legend.
Nice job this weekend. Thank you.
Yeah, hope we'll see you in the final, but if we don't, then safe journey home. There we are.
Sorry, there was a pause for a quick selfie.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
all right, thank you, guys.
I really hope you make that flight tonight. Bye, mate.
Yeah.
No, we do. Obviously, Mrs. Faust, we hope Tanner makes it home. We know he's a long way from home.
I'm not bothered. Whatever.
We know he's a long way from home, sorry. Look at this.
Right, we need to get off air, Andrew. We're going to hear from Dominic Fougere from Trois-Rivières in Canada about the future of Rallycross that side of the Atlantic, and we're going to take a quick break ahead of the finals.
Dominic, it's nice to have you here in Montalegre. This is not your first time here, but what do you think about the event?
Well, the first time I came to Montalegre was 2014, before we hosted the World Rallycross for the first time. We came to see how it happened. We liked what we saw, and we brought the World Championship over. It's a little bit of the same thing. Andreas invited me over. He said, come and see how we're doing RallyX. We've seen it, RallyX on ice. We were there in Östersund, like what we saw, but I really like what I see. The FC2 gives a very good show. You integrate them with the supercars, the cross kart, and what I like is that there's integration of international drivers. Fraser McConnell, the Swedish guys like Oliver Eriksson, we'll have Danish with Ulrich Linnemann, who won yesterday, but also local drivers like Olivera, like Barbosa, Rafaela, so it allows the drivers from here to show how good they are against the rest of the world and give them a hope of making an international scene. That's what Grand Prix de Trois-Rivières has always been, a place where local drivers can test their mettle against the best in the world. It was that in 1976 when Gilles Villeneuve beat James Hunt and Alan Jones and then became a McLaren, then a Ferrari driver. Jacques Villeneuve raced with us, Patrick Carpentier, Alex Tagliani. So it's a way to show off the talent of our local people against the best in the world, and allow the people in the grandstands like here, grandstands are full, people to see the best in the world against their own, and that's something we're looking for, and we're very happy to see it here, and maybe bring it to Canada.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you might have just heard me clear my throat there. You put the button on slightly too early. Sorry about that. We have a ream of paperwork ready for a ream of finals.
There is a lot of panicking going on in the paddock, isn't there?
I've been here, you've been out. I mean, Kevin was here telling me he thinks Tanner will be out. He said he thought Patrick wouldn't be potentially in the FC2 final because the car's not ready, and obviously he hasn't made the Pro-Am final.
Pro final, he wouldn't be in the Pro-Am.
Sorry, yeah, Pro-Am, like I say, should be Pro-Am, whatever. And then who's Tommy Hellman? Any news?
I didn't get that far down. It was only a puncture. He'll be fine.
Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, he dragged it around for 5 laps, didn't he? So, yeah. Oh. But it's going to be fun. Junior cross car, four-wheel drive, AMS, FC2, front-wheel drive, cross car, lights, open two-wheel drive, and open four-wheel drive. Oh. Okay.
Shame there's been no action yet.
I know. It's been ever so dull. Here we go then. Cross car junior from day 2 of RallyX Montalegre, Portugal. Barbietto, Lopez, Trailer, Hernandez, Svedland and Schnack. It's all Spanish and Portuguese for the front 2 rows. Carl Svedland at the back was yesterday's best driver and unfortunately just couldn't get it done come the finals. Can he make amends this time? Moves across to the left-hand side. He's left-hand side of your screen now in the black buggy. He's going to come out wide. He looks across. You saw him drops across. He shuts the door nicely to the inside line. All is fair so far. If nobody goes Joker, he could, and he does. So Svedland Joker's early out. I think it's a great decision.
What a start though from Treya to get around the outside in the 69 machine from the second row, I believe. Yep, so great job for the yellow cross car. And look how wet it is. There's a water splash down on the loose surface section and a second water splash into the curb. The other spotters will be watching the stream now for the finals that are coming, just to have a look at the conditions, because you don't have a whole class of cars to go now, do you, with multiple races? You've got one final, then the next final, then the next final, so that it won't clean and dry as much as it would do otherwise in a qualifying session. Svedland with the hammer well and truly down in the background.
What's Svedland's gap held to the leader? He's only 3.2, so he's already done a good. Is that Treya gone Joker?
It is, yeah.
So he's gone. That's because he's trying to respond to Svedland, but Svedland is already on the inside line. Treya, that's a great call by him, and of course no spotters.
Yeah, great awareness and knowing where your main competition is. That's not to take anything away from anyone, especially the front row. Neither of those drivers are featuring in this battle at the moment.
Spin for 12. That's Barbietto goes around. Lopez goes through and Hernandez as well.
So this is an advantage Lopez if his compatriot drops into the battle.
I'm trying to look back and see how far Treya and Svedland
3 seconds
3
off
and 3.4. Yeah, so if you're the leader, if you fancy it there quicker,
I think he's got it done.
Look at that! Look at the backing it in from Treya.
Lovely rotation on the cross car, and that's all the harder, isn't it, when you haven't got the power of the senior cross car to get the rear turned around.
So 3.0 was the gap between Joao Treya, the Portuguese driver, in the Yak car. Super wet, Hal. Look, they're actually, well, I wouldn't say avoiding it, it's pretty much their standard line, but look, they are avoiding the tarmac on the inside there, so it's like they figured out there's a bit more traction in the wet dirt than there is on the wet and slippery tarmac.
Fantastic, isn't it? I love the fact that the rallycross track is never the same on any lap.
It's the adaptation. That's why the likes of Solberg and Loeb were so good straight away, isn't it? They might not have had the racecraft immediately. Chris Meek too, fastest times at Lowiak in practice, but the racecraft is what comes, and that's why these juniors are here so soon. The gap to Treya has gone up to 3.3, so Lopez had stayed out, and now it might just be enough. Lopez goes in, but no, not going to be enough. Treya and Svedland have come through, so I thought the gap had gone up. Maybe it had come down by 0.2. I can't remember what it was in the previous lap. I'm absolutely done, to be honest, Hal.
It had gone up by 0.3, but it just still wasn't enough.
No, so good job by them.
You'd have stayed out, really, wouldn't you? If you knew you were on that sort of hard push, you'd have...
I think probably, but as you say, they don't have sponsors. It's really, they don't have any idea where anyone is.
But you have a feeling, and if you feel like you're in a rhythm, I would...
You're
almost impossible
you
to
can
know.
be 12,
yeah.
At which point you the feeling and all the rest of it.
Svedland's having a look to the inside, down the long straight here in Montalegre, late on the brakes, rotation there from Treya, but it's not enough. Svedland, great pass.
Treya loses out as well. drops back one more place. Svedlund coming through. That's Hernandez in the Joker. Svedlund from the back of the grid to the front after the dramas of yesterday. Yesterday, I think he was unbeaten until Trias sideways and loses another position, first to fourth on this lap. Just not what he needed. So yeah, yesterday Svedlund won his semi-final, won all 3 qualifying sessions, but couldn't get it done come the final. Today, Svedlund comes from the back row of the final and takes the win in Portugal. Brilliant drive ahead of Rodriguez Lopez and Fuertes Hernandez, the 2 Spanish drivers. Treya, the Portuguese driver, missing out on a home win, which is a great shame after a brilliant drive. Drops to fourth on that last lap. Nice to see the crowd applauding the youngsters too. This was the start. Svedlund looks got the two cars already.
Look at Treya's launch though, from the second row in the yellow car, round the outside of the pole sitter, comes to the inside, gets the braking done, and then does that lovely little flick. Not quite as aggressively as he was doing later in the race, but perfectly nailed. Like you can't hope for a better start than that from the second row.
No, that was the Joker merge. Look, Svedlund would have known there that things were going to be tricky in theory. There's the spin, and
it's just the low moo nature of that bit of wet track, isn't it? That just catches you out when you're expecting the grip to be something, and then it's
look at this
something
pass.
it's not.
Lovely. It's so simple, Hal. It's one go on the brakes.
And look at the respect area as well. Treya's gone for the aggressive rotation, but left enough room for Svedlund to get the braking done on the inside. Great job.
How many times have we said that the youngsters are often better at giving each other a bit of space than the older drivers are, aren't they?
Probably because they all play football with each other in the paddock and don't want to have a fallout afterwards.
I don't care, because they're not paying for it, and the dads have told them how much it costs, and they don't know what 8,000 euros is anyway. Svedlund, Rodriguez Lopez and Hernandez are your top 3 in Crosscar Junior. Right. Open 4-wheel drive AM final. We're going to see some of these drivers in the Pro-Am final later because they did such a good job in their semi-finals. But Oliveira and Ottink on the front row, Buchel and Van den Heuvel on row 2, Janot and Lambeck on row 3. Yesterday's result was Ottink, Van den Heuvel and Janot. They're all in this on different rows, but Oliveira yesterday was P6 in the final, minus 5 laps, so broke the car in the final yesterday. Oliveira on the pole will look to try and beat Ottink down to turn 1. Ottink putting the squeeze on right from the off, just as soon as he could change lanes he did, and Ottink goes later on the brakes than Oliveira. So that's tricky for Oliveira.
Wide on the exits, going to let the Portuguese driver through. Oliveira, Joker, yes it does. No, I don't agree, Andrew, because we don't think...
he's hit the wall anyway, Hal. He's hit the wall and rotated the car around in the background, so no, it hasn't worked out. I think he had no choice.
I think Janot hasn't got the pace. I think you'd have risked being second and then jokering later.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but I think...
Van der Heuvel's going for the inside. I was just up with the Dutch drivers team and they were having a proper flap about getting the car turned around.
Buchel now alongside him as well. They're super sideways. Buchel's had to back out the throttle. They've almost come to a standstill through there.
So slippery, isn't it?
Yeah, they're just not across it.
I think he's got a puncture.
Super sideways again up the inside. Buchel in the A45 AMG trying to find a way through. C45, sorry. And now Ottink is on the outside in the Focus, tries to shut the door in.
Has Van der Heuvel got
just turns the lock in. Hallen gets on the gas and drives up the inside of him. So Buchel, we saw making amazing passes earlier on and is to the point here in the Pro-Am final.
Seen that same mistake twice in 2 laps at the exit of the first corner. I thought Van der Heuvel had a puncture there by just dropping the wheel into the rut coming up the hill. Oh, right to the barrier on the outside. You can hear the Mercedes wailing the V6 engine.
That section of track on the inside clipped to bollard one more time and to get a penalty. So Buchel now has to be really careful not to clip the bollard.
I think Joe couldn't come out behind Oliveira, has he, in the background. Just wait for the graphic to update as we cross the line.
Look at Oliveira, the crabbing on Oliveira's car, Hal. It's really crazy. So he's been in the... Remember, Oliveira clipped the wall. I didn't even realise he got going again. So Oliveira moves up a position. The Peugeot, to me, looks like it's not tracking straight. But Oliveira, having hit the wall, maybe he got away with it. But the car looks damaged. Watch it down the straight next time.
So Otting's not going to get the job done on Jano. What a shame for the young Dutchman. That little mistake on the loose earlier on costing him dear. Just to finish that Van der Heuvel line, I was getting asked all sorts of questions about how long they had and stuff. They were borrowing cooling fans off Derek Toel's team just to the other side of our commentary position because they haven't been in this scenario before where they need to get the car as cool as possible. As you say, look at Oliveira's car crabbing down the straight, but it's going to be enough, Andrew.
He's turned it in beautifully.
He's just done the fastest lap of the race so far on a 44.6, 44.8 for Van den Heuvel. It's not going to be enough unless the Dutchman can pull the margin, but it had 1.4 last time they crossed the line.
Fascinating watching how easily it turns into the right, isn't it? And how badly it turns into the left with that toe on the rear right corner being completely out.
And this is where experience and local knowledge really plays to your favour, doesn't it? For Oliveira, will have been around here a lot of times. Very experienced supercar driver.
Mistake from Van den Heuvel as well. How is Oliveira going to get through? Goes to the right-hand side. Van den Heuvel won't take him out, I'm sure. Oh, he's a bit deep on the brakes himself. Runs it over the curbs. So Oliveira's been everywhere on this track and is now back up into the lead. That rear right smoking. Will the toe link hold on? Will the tyre hold on?
Well, the question is it bent or is it broken? Because if it's only bent, that's fine. If it's broken and flapping around, similar to Andreas Backward in the Ford Focus RS-RX in Germany a few years ago, that causes you a real headache.
Buchel's going to get it here, so Buchel makes the pass. We've got a car parked on the straight as well. Jano is parked on the straight. Oliveira then, from yesterday, not getting the result, being a DNF in the final, did a great job in qualifying today to be on pole in the Pro-Am final. Looked like they all got wrong in turn one. Me and Hal disagreed about the tactics. He hit the wall anyway, and then he's got away with all of it. And Oliveira's going to take a win at home in the four-wheel drive Am final. Great job by him. P2 goes to Buchel after some fantastic passes today, and then a couple of enthusiastic attempts as well. And P3 goes to Tom Van den Heuvel. So Oliveira, is Oliveira in the Pro final, Hal? I think he is.
Yeah, he's on the...
yes, he's on the outside of row 2, so they've got to get that car fixed. So Oliveira's car needs a bit of spannering ahead of that one.
It's a mark of the rate of attrition there that Otting continued to the end, because if it had lost so much ground, I perhaps would have just returned to the paddock, because he's on the front row of the Pro final at the end of today. So late on the brakes, the 18-year-old, to get around the outside. This is Oliveira, who gets alongside the Focus out of turn one, and then jokes immediately, I thought that was the wrong move, ultimately he won, so I'm totally wrong. Slaps the wall in the middle. Oh.
Did he get what he did get, or just got, so we didn't see it obviously initially. He's lucky there, isn't he, that link held on.
And then this is when Van den Heuvel got up the inside of his compatriot, and the Mercedes with the V6 naturally aspirated engine did the same thing as well. This is later on, isn't it, when Van den Heuvel just made that small mistake and it allowed Oliveira to pass. I'm quite surprised that he didn't wait for Van den Heuvel to just scoop it all up there.
You could have taken out there, couldn't you?
Yeah, but you don't need to be, and you've already done the joke.
And then I was concerned in turn one that he was going to get the rear right clattered, which was already bent.
Look at the fans cheering in the background. They absolutely loved it.
That's what I'm here for. I love it. You will know, again, that me and Hal love a good story. I don't care if it's a Brit winning at home. I don't care if it's a kid winning on his debut, whatever. As long as it's a mega story. And that is a mega story. It's Jose Oliveira taking it at home in Portugal from Nicolas Buchel and Tom Van den Heuvel. Okay. FC2 final is coming up next. I wonder if we could just take a quick look at the grid, our director, while this recovery is happening, and just see who's made it, because we had so much carnage.
I think everyone's made it. They've all left the paddock behind us.
Yeah, we saw them head
O'Donovan
out.
was the last to leave.
O'Donovan did go?
Yeah.
Wow, we didn't think, Kevin didn't think Patrick would make it.
There he is on the grid, on the right-hand side. He's waving to the marshal.
Is he waving
hear
because
us?
he's got a problem, or is he waving at us? Yeah, he's waving somewhere.
He won't be waving at us, like you won't be able to hear us.
No, I was joking.
Oh. We might have it on, I don't know.
Knowing Patrick, he's probably got his phone on in the car.
Who was blown away by the phone yesterday? Ollie Eriksson. A driver crashed and Ollie came in. And
but I thought you always have your phone, so you can ring in and go, we're going to need a prop shaft, going to need this, that, the other. You know, if you have your phone in the car and you get recovered, you can save the team some time.
That's what the radio is for, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess if you. But then you've got to get back in the car and plug it in and put your helmet on. And otherwise, how are you going to take selfies? What we have discussed before, and what you'll see some drivers do, is they actually spec a pocket on the trouser. Now, this will sound mad, but your normal pockets are no use in a race car, because once you've belted in, you can't get your hands into them. So if you want anything that's in your pockets, you've got to have like a knee pocket done, haven't you? Or a
they mostly do. A lot of them have got a lot of suits have a pocket on your
calf, so you can reach it. And that's the other thing, is you can't reach stuff. Sometimes if someone opens your door and then walks off, it's like, somebody shut my door, please. You just can't reach out far enough.
No, you just need to roll forward a little bit then, isn't it?
Yeah, but not if you're on the grid, mate. Oof. We've been down there doing some live and we've opened your door. How dare we? I reckon they've had a great time. What do you think? I mean, I'd have had a great time if I was. I've had a great time here and I'm working, but they're having a great time sitting up in the stands. Someone there with a valet hat on. Shirts are off in the stands out. There's a couple of people up there meaning business. There's a few Jamaican flags. As if you're a long-time Rallycross fan, you'll know that the biggest purchasers of Jamaican flags in the world is the McConnell family, which is, I'm here for it. Now, Fraz really wants a good result in this race. There's the Pikachu crew, the Portuguese Pikachu crew. Do you think they bought those here or somewhere else?
What, at the event?
Yeah, there's a Pikachu hat stand that we haven't found.
Potentially.
I mean,
there is a stall in the paddock always here that has an incredible amount of licenses for making a range of different merch.
Fantastic crowd witnessing some fantastic racing. It's a good job there isn't a curfew, because we'd have gone over it by now. Okay, here's the grid then for the FC2 final from day 2 at Montalegre. Howman on the front row had a puncture earlier on, shocker in his semi-final. McConnell also went backwards from a good starting position. Row 2, Ollie Eriksson and Casper Janssen. Row 3, Tanner Faust, who half rolled the car and skidded along on the roof at the Joker merge when the Frenchman tried to make a pass. And then Patrick O'Donovan had the front end ripped off the car. There's barely anyone in this race that didn't have drama in their last outing 15 minutes ago. What can they do this time? Let's hope they put on a show. I think they will. This time McConnell gets away well. Smoke from the rear tyres of both him and Tommy Howman. Casper Janssen trying to come around the outside. Patrick O'Donovan is on the far outside of the circuit as well. Up the inside goes Tanner Faust. Casper Janssen trying to go around the outside of Tommy Howman. He can't. Fraser McConnell's in there as well. McConnell's on the right hand side. Would he go Joker? He slots in. Is anyone going Joker? Yes. In the background, Ollie Eriksson's gone Joker and Tanner Faust has gone with him. O'Donovan joins the train of cars on the standard lap.
O'Donovan made a great start, didn't he? But just had nowhere to go on the outside because the field was so even and everyone was just watching their peripheral vision that little bit to give each other a little bit of room. McConnell looks to the inside of Casper Janssen at the bottom of the hill. O'Donovan does the same on McConnell. No way free for any of them.
I was fascinated to see what they do with the wet conditions there, Hal, because we've had a couple of races now. We know it's tricky on the tarmac, but with all-wheel drive and the experience these guys have got, they're straight into the apex. So tactics are going to come into this now. Eriksson and Faust have joked already. Faust, look, has got the same pace as Eriksson, even though that car's been literally almost on its roof. No, it was on its roof, skidded on its roof, landed back on its wheels. Joker in the background. O'Donovan goes. This is to try and cover off Eriksson. Eriksson coming through. Eriksson's got him. Is Tanner Faust going to get him as well? Faust could be on the inside. This is where he was rolled at the merge last time round. Oh, Faust gives him lots of respect.
Wary there, Tanner.
Yeah, gave it plenty of space. Rear left tyre smokes up, so Faust is sideways.
Look at the grip changing there on the left-hander at the top of the hill where the tarmac's really smooth but being watered. You see the front axle washing out with a load of understeer. Ollie Eriksson's right in the game here, isn't he? Let's see the gaps as they cross the line.
What is it?
Ericsson is 4.7 behind. He's definitely on the podium.
You
but
can send Howman now to be safe if you wanted to. Leaders tend to stay out. Let's see who goes.
Howman stays.
They've all stayed out. So all three have stayed out. So Howman, McConnell and Janssen, they're all betting on having more pace than Ericsson chasing them down in fourth.
This extra final really plays into the tyre strategy as well, doesn't it? As Ericsson's done the fastest lap of the race so far.
That's a bad gamble then, isn't it? If you're in that front three, you've just gambled against the man who's setting purple sectors around this circuit.
McConnell's on.
Janssen looks to the back of McConnell but can't find a way through. Janssen runs wide.
McConnell's on brand new tyres for this race. Ollie Ericsson had to use his new tyres in the previous session because he had that puncture earlier on.
So McConnell, what's the gap this time?
Howman 42.9. Tommy Howman's responded to Ollie Ericsson.
5.7, so he could go in, couldn't he? Howman's gapped it a bit more and can go when he wants. Is McConnell going to go? McConnell goes in. So Fraser McConnell, this is to try and cover off Ericsson. Howman's in as well. Oh, Ericsson comes around the outside. He's not going to manage to get the leader. And Fraser McConnell drops back down the pack in behind Patrick O'Donovan. So that is how close the margins are.
Tommy Howman took a second out of Ollie Ericsson on that last lap alone. After Ollie had done the fastest lap of the race, Tommy will have had the hurry up from his spotter saying, Ollie's coming, you need to deliver now. And my goodness me, did he just do that?
Absolutely brilliant stuff. We're big fans of Tommy Howman, not going to make any secret about that. He is a brilliant rallycross driver. Casper Janssen, can he hold on to a podium position from P2? I reckon the others are all hunting just a little bit too close as we get onto the last lap.
I think they are too close, aren't they, for Janssen?
Janssen's going to go backwards here when he goes Joker. He goes across the white line. Here comes Ericsson, Patrick O'Donovan and Fraser McConnell too. They're all going to get him, so that's a shame for Casper. He might get up inside Fraser if he's brave about it. He is, he gets into Fraser's door. Fraser holds on to the left-hander, but out front, Tommy Howman, what a brilliant job by
still
him.
going on. Janssen up the inside of McConnell, gets over-rotated, gets it straightened up.
Here comes Tommy Howman through the last couple of corners, the checker flag waving for him. He's not going to make it, unfortunately, to the Pro final today, but he does win the FC2 encounter. Ericsson gets P2, O'Donovan gets P3, then it's McConnell, Janssen and Faust. 6 seconds over the top six, and donuts for Howman. That's a bit of a celebration after yesterday being off the podium for the first time in 6 years. Hal, he'll be pleased with that.
He will indeed, and also not making it through in the semi-final earlier on. Donuts from O'Donovan. That in part is thanks to the hard work from Team Farron and Sam Connell Motorsport for getting that car turned around with a lot of damage after the Pro-Am semi-final.
Kevin Ericsson said, I don't think O'Donovan will be out. That's what and Kevin built these cars, Hal. He's like, there's too much work and they got it done. The fans are on their feet. They appreciate some great racing. Yes, there isn't a Portuguese driver in the final, but I think that's another mark of how much they love their motorsport. It's not just about the home heroes. The home heroes get an extra special welcome, but it's about great racing and it's about donuts. Patrick O'Donovan, look, he won the European Championship here, so the fans are well aware of his abilities. Is he having a? What's he doing? Is he having a victory lap, Hal?
Well, he's already gone down to the bottom of the circuit.
It's not a victory, but I like it. I like it. Is there a penalty for that? Hopefully not. No, don't give him a penalty. We don't want to be like that. We don't want to be the people that give out penalties for fun having. So no. Good effort. Great race.
I don't suppose he's that bothered, to be honest.
No, but either way, great race, wasn't it?
Yeah. And if you do like it, remember to like and subscribe, because the RallyX finals this weekend have been absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, you might be watching this on social media later, so if you are, go to YouTube, find RallyX TV and get yourself amongst it. This was down at the first corner. Look, Howman on the inside, Casper Janssen outside. Fraser McConnell looks like he's going inside. I wonder if Fraz had gone Joker there, would that have been the call from P3? You know, if you're not in that front two. Having said that, we know the pace is so good. That train of four went. This was O'Donovan coming out. So O'Donovan and Tanner Faust.
How decisive was that merge with Tanner as well? Tanner gave him a lot of space, but Patrick had to get that done. He did. To get onto the podium, and did just that.
Great awareness from Tanner, though. He's seen him coming. So this then is Janssen coming out. Yeah, well, he's actually been over on that curve, hasn't he? Literally 15 minutes ago. Fraz turning the car in early. He's got Janssen, then Janssen piling the pressure on behind him. Janssen up the inside here. Was this the final lap? I think
it was.
But Howman taking the checkered flag. He'll be annoyed he hasn't made the Pro final, as we know, because he is the podium king. He really is a very good rallycross driver. Patrick loving it, look, out the car.
Oh, that's the mark of a professional driver, isn't it? To know when to play to the crowd, and they absolutely love it here.
Tommy Howman takes the win from Oliver Ericsson and Patrick O'Donovan, but McConnell, Janssen or Faust could have won that. 6 drivers. What a brilliant show the FC2 has put on this weekend here in Portugal. Now, we've got open 2-wheel drive here in Portugal as well, but because in Southern Europe there are a lot more front-wheel drive cars, and we really weren't sure that a front-wheel drive car would have the pace of the rear-wheel drive cars, we gave them their own final. Sousa yesterday won both, so he's kind of, I hope that doesn't mean we don't get front-wheel drive finals, because we do like a front-wheel drive rally car, or rally cross car in this case, of course. Now, Andre Sousa and Tiago Ferreira are your front row, then it's Jimmy Turpero in the Citroën C2, Nick Snoyers in the Peugeot 208 that was on fire this time yesterday. Arthur Barbault-Forget from France in the Peugeot 208. And Rafaela Barbosa, the 18-year-old female driver on the outside of the grid. Come on, Rafaela. Jump start. Jump start. It's that Nick Snoyers, I think it is. Well, he's got an extra tyre warm in. Look at the heat, Hal. Look at the heat haze.
I can feel it.
Oh, yeah, I mean, it's 6:15 here. Of course, we've got an hour's more sunlight. Yes, we can run a bit later. I was thinking we might be chasing the daylight, and I'd forgotten the fact that we lost an hour in bed and gained an hour tonight. Oh, mega. I'm going to sit in the garden when I get home if it's still warm. You were there, mate. It's all good. Tanner Faust has just come jogging back in, shaking his head. At least he made the final, so he's put on a brilliant show this weekend, and we know the Portuguese fans will have appreciated that. The slippery flag comes out again on the grid. So we're going to have a restart on the front-wheel drive final because of a jump start from Nick Snoyes on row 2. Sousa, Ferreira, Turpero, Snoyes, Barbault-Forget and Barbosa, the female driver on the outside of the back row. Sousa, yesterday's winner on the pole. Tell you what, Barbosa got a great start from the back row in the little Saxo. It's the only non-wide arch car out here. Outgunned, I think, on the run down to the first corner, stays out wide. Turpero looks up the inside of Ferreira, makes the pass. Turpero pushes him wide, contact in the background, 3 wide. Take it steady, guys, 5 laps to go. Into the joke lap, I think, has gone. Ferreira, contact, straightened each other out in the end, but that's cost everybody big time, hasn't it? So out front, it's going to be a big lead, Hal, for Sousa and Turpero.
That could have been a big one, couldn't it, if he'd have got Harpoon Snoyers in the rear wheel. And Barbosa doing a phenomenal job in that little Saxo compared to how modified the rest of the cars are in this field. At the back of the order, for sure she knows the circuit like the other Portuguese drivers, but great job this weekend.
I was amazed how she got away from the line. Like, just really great grip and just away. Right, so 2 Super 1600 cars up against each other. How is it fair to say that Sousa's car is the more up-to-date spec?
Yeah, 100%, yeah. It's one of the Volon Racing Audi A1s, which has had so much development done to it. They wouldn't introduce it until they'd proved it was quicker than the Skoda Fabia it replaced. They introduced it in Norway 2019, I think it was, of the Super 1600 Championship, and drivers like Baumanis were immediately on the pace of it, weren't they? And Bakuska back in the day. Really the class of field. I've been lucky enough to drive one of those cars around here. I drove Yuri Milevski's RX3 title-winning car the day after he won the championship in Montalegre, and it was absolutely amazing. The tractability of the engine, how good the gearbox is, and how balanced the chassis is as well. It really felt, to a degree, like a four-wheel drive car of how balanced the chassis was, and very, very, very linear. A great car. The C2 is so much older, isn't it? You know, back to the rally days of Meek and Sordo driving a Works rally car. When was that? Like early 2005-6 type time after the Saxo. So long in the tooth relative to the Audi, but still very, very competitive.
I still
the
like
C2.
it too, funnily enough. The C2, although
it doesn't look old, does it?
No, it looks cool, doesn't it? And he's on to the back now of Sousa. So Turpero has had great pace through this gravel section. He's piling the pressure onto Sousa, yesterday's front-wheel drive winner. Good effort much closer this time round. 0.6 of a second between the two leaders. I don't think anybody's troubling them from behind, so this is just a scrap between these two. Snoyers has dropped back with the double joker taken for that jump start. Ferreira has crossed the line, 7.5 back and 6.8 off P2. P2 goes, Turpero into the joker lap.
Nice and tight, he didn't let the front wash out too much there. And now it's all about getting the hammer down, isn't it, to try and close the gap.
So Sousa is the only front-wheel drive car how to have made it through to the open two-wheel drive category final. So this is Turpero's last race of the day.
Turpero's taken 3 attempts off Sousa, as you said, so
needs to take another 3 now. This has got obviously not getting it because of the joker lap, but needs it to be minted
Sousa's responded though, 45.6 to a 40. Of course, the lap times are relevant to the joker.
But that's 3/10 quicker than Turpero went on the previous lap, isn't it, when he did such a good job. Patrick O'Donovan walks in behind us and he's very pleased to have made it through to P3 today. Sousa goes joker, Turpero on the standard lap. Turpero's closer than Sousa would like, but Sousa slots out.
Pulled out such a margin there, absolutely had the hammer down.
Absolutely brilliant lap there to get it done. And
there's also a degree of having to look after the car now as well, knowing you're going to be in the open two-wheel drive final in a few minutes, so he'll be backing off that little bit.
Smoothly on the exit. Sousa took the front-wheel drive win yesterday, backed it up with the open two-wheel drive win as well. Going to take the front-wheel drive win. He's got one more he could win. It could be 4 finals for him if he can get it done in open two-wheel drive. Turpero put up a great fight. Ferreira gets into P3, and that is 2 Portuguese home wins for Sousa at Montalegre. You can hear the crowd whistling and clapping, can't you? I love it.
Can you? No reverse donuts from the front-wheel drive cars. That's a shame, isn't it? But I guess they need them soon.
You can't. He's in the open two-wheel drive final. It's got to be very sensible now. Yeah, it's got to be very sensible. Right, Sousa.
Talking to people being sensible, Tanner Faust is getting changed next to us into his civvies next to the FC1 because he has a flight.
Actually, that's a point.
In not very long, in from Porto, and it's a 2-hour drive at the best of times, isn't it?
He's at 9 o'clock flight.
Yeah. And it's 6:20.
Where is he? Is he there?
I think he might have left. He was hurriedly getting changed, and I guess he's running through the paddock to get his rental.
I was joking earlier about him not making it. I'm not sure he will make it.
Oh, that was nearly a massive crash there into the left-hander, where so many people have gone for the lunge.
There he is.
Well, having a biscuit. He's not looking as concerned as I would be at this stage.
Tanner, you just realised if it really is 9 PM, mate, you're going to need to light a fire underneath it. You really are. I know the one. Thank you, Tanner. You're a gentleman. Safe journey, mate. Safe journey. Tanner's just given us a hat to give to the Portuguese lad who popped over yesterday, who's got one of his previous ones, and I will definitely do that if we can. Andre Sousa, Jimmy Turpero, Tiago Ferreira are your top 3 in open two-wheel drive, front-wheel drive. Tanner Faust is leaving the building for a very quick drive down to Porto. FTD, I reckon. The FAF
within all of
the
local legal parameters, I'm sure.
Of course, absolutely. That goes without saying. The boys the back 40 boys are there to say cheers to him. That's nice. Although he will at this point just be desperate to get to the car as fast as he can.
They were working super hard on his car to get it out for that final.
Yeah, fair play. Right, cross car is up next. Okay, cross car final, day 2, Portugal. Yesterday, Alex Lindqvist won from Thomas Eek-Merstad and Martin Ugar. Ugar this time is on the pole. Eek-Merstad hasn't made it through. It was his birthday today. He didn't get the present he wanted, which was a crack at this win. So Ugar, yesterday's P3, is on the pole from Lindqvist, yesterday's winner in P2. Alexander Borges. And Sergio Castro for Portugal on row 2. Gustavo Henrique and Kalle Gotherson on the back row. So 3 Portuguese, but it's the Estonian on pole versus the Swede on that same row. Very late on the RPM for somebody. Brilliant start for Lindqvist on the front row. Absolutely hooked it up. Ugar's going to have to drop in behind unless he's got some serious gearing in that car. Ugar's going late on the brakes. Slots in behind and then hits him twice. Steady on now. No, that's not what you needed at the start. Ugar gets binned down several places. Looks to the inside. Both him and Gotherson have gone joker on the first lap, but that's a disaster.
I'd have stayed out if I was Ugar there. I don't think... Oh, a two-wheel moment there as well for Borges.
Right, we've got a Portuguese 1, 2, 3 here. How mad will will the crowd go if they can pull that off, and they can pull it off with the pace they've got. 1.46 looking up the inside.
Is he not?
Super, lot of contact through there, over the line.
Yeah, it's a 2-3-4
Sorry,
for the
Lindquist
Portuguese drivers. Yeah, Yuga should have stayed out, I think. It's so easy for me to say that here. But
too much contact in the first corner, wasn't there?
But he has great lap pace.
Yeah.
So when Gofferson was going in, stay out and just try and get the overlap.
Borges has gone early, so Borges, the Portuguese
chaos in the background.
Going to cover off Gotherson coming in hot from behind. So that's a great move by Borges' spotter, and that will keep Portuguese hopes alive. So I was thinking 1, 2, 3, then Hal reminded me it was a 2, 3, 4. Now it's all been upset again, and I think Gotherson and Ugar have actually must have had an incredible lap to get themselves back to there.
Enrique had a problem, I think, and has caused these two to slow out of the first corner. We saw it in the background while you were calling the Joker. So something happened there, and that's cost them all quite a lot of time.
So Lindquist from Borges.
Lindquist going fastest.
3.5. Oh, look at Gotherson backing it in up to the first corner, and Ugar hits him. So Ugar's hit a couple of people in that first corner. I reckon he's got quite a fierce head on him right now, Hal, which understandably he wants to win, but you've got to keep it calm, get the job done. Lindquist leads by 3.5. Is it enough? Ugar monsters the curbs on the left, looks to get them on the right. The sun is low now. It's going to be hard for the drivers, isn't it?
What a great example.
Outside, round the outside. Gustavo Enrique gets around the outside of Ugar in the dirt. That was outrageous.
Brilliant move from the local driver. Knew where the grip was and absolutely sent it while the inside was being covered.
Ugar will know about that for the next one. Ugar now trying to get around the outside at the end here, and I reckon that Enrique will be lining up Gotherson for this one. Sergio Castro is out, having done 2 laps. I did see a car going slowly down the straight, wasn't sure who it was. So a fantastic fight here. Meanwhile, up front, I think the gap is down. I think Borges has got the gap down to 3.3.
Look at this loose surface section from the drone shot with this low sun. You can really see where it's rutted up. Enrique goes wide.
He's going for it again round the outside. He hooks up with Gotherson. Ugar gets inside. Now he's inside Gotherson again. Climbs over the curves. That'll send the crowd mad. Gotherson on the right hand side. Ugar goes around the outside. They end up in the wall. The Portuguese driver can't pull it off. Gotherson gets spun and through goes Ugar has been freed up from this battle. Wow.
That's a bit too much, I think, isn't it? Forced the issue for too long. They got locked together.
Broken as well, and still going.
Yeah, I just think you're going to struggle to get 2 by 2 through there. We've seen that today in the other races.
Nearly though, Hal, wasn't it?
Yeah,
nearly,
there's just like have a go hero. You can't knock it, can you?
No.
But it was just a little bit too much.
Meanwhile, Borges has got it done on Alex Lindquist. From the looks of things, Lindquist must be behind. Yes, he is. So Borges has used some great Joker strategy. With a bit of carnage, he takes the win at home in Portugal from Lindquist. And some brilliant racing. Ugar to the back of the pack, caught in the melee in the middle. He's done well to get back to where he was, and that's what a home win means. Rocking the motocross glasses with a little windscreen wiper on them, like proper. Oh, come on, get it home. Enrique did the hero pass.
That's got Ollie Eriksson, South Africa 2017 or whatever it was, all over it,
he knows what to do. Don't get it. Come on, get it home. Get it home. I mean, he might get a penalty anyway from what was going on, but I don't care. I just want to see him bring it back. I love the outside move. It's almost like he'd saved it for the final, which is a real Matthias Ekstrom thing to do, isn't it? And he very nearly pulled it off twice. Right, here's Ugar with the bright yellow stripes that hits the back. 1, 2, rides it up, then gets pushed by somebody from behind. Looked like I can't say. I think actually it was the winner, Borges maybe. But there was a lot of contact down there. You can't avoid it.
Castro had already done the inside move on Enrique earlier on, hadn't he? And then retired for a reason I do not know later.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't Enrique that ended up in that battle. It was actually Castro going slowly that caused them all to bunch up. That was the first of the moves.
And it was
absolutely perfectly executed.
Now
this is the second one.
He tries it again. So watch the car that's in second place. He goes out wide. Ugar knows, look, because Ugar's just been done in the same way. Oh, you know what? He got a tiny bit too much rotation. He might actually got that done.
Okay, I think that's on Gotherson actually. The move's been done.
I think there is enough room. Yeah.
No, I think Gotterson's forced the issue for too long there, which is so easy to say when I'm stood here nice and calm in the studio and they're in the heat of battle. But the position was gone. He had the inside. and yeah, tricky. You go though with the fastest lap of the race.
He was livid from turn 1 onwards. Well, livid or fired up, whichever one it was, it gave some great lap times. So Alex Borges takes it for Portugal at home. Brilliant job. Who won yesterday? Alex Lindqvist. So it was 2 Alexes are the winners here, but 1 Portuguese home win today. Lindqvist, who won yesterday's P2 today. Fantastic performance over the weekend. Ugar was 3rd yesterday and he's 3rd again today. Then it's Gotherson, Enrique and Castro. Enrique with those epic round the outside passes, but it all ended with a little bit too much carnage. Oi, oi, oi.
Someone says in the comments, you must be blind. Enrique was pushed after pass. Thanks.
Who?
Enrique.
Oh, which one was Enrique? I've deleted that one, mate. That race is finished now. He was pushed after what, sorry?
Just saying we're blind. So.
Well, whatever, mate. It's a hard job. You try keeping up with 100 odd different cars over the course of a weekend and all the different racing going on. I'm perfectly happy to make a few mistakes. I love the racing, but I get it. Yeah, if we missed something, we missed it. Sorry about that. Right, cross car. Oh, dear. Here we go. Cross car. Sorry, no, cross car's done. I can cross that one out. It's lights. 3 races to go, Hal, for us to be blind. Supercar lights from Portugal. 3 races to go. Tobias Darback and Kevin Darback on the front row. This is like Hansen or Ericsson, isn't it? 2 brothers on the front row is not that easy. Lucas Anderson and Julian Mounier, yesterday's winner. Anderson, of course, last year's championship favourite, who ended up not quite taking it. And then at the back of the pack, you've got Sergio Bello Alonso in the Skoda Fabia N5. Great starts and runs down the first straight, but I think will be hard pushed to make it happen from the back of the pack.
But could make it interesting with a great start and getting in between Mounier and Anderson.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the Darbacks will have had all sorts of plans discussed ahead of this final, because they've had a while with no semi-final. And then, yeah, that can all go. What was Susan Hansen's quote? It's like being in a boxing ring. You can have all the plans in the world, and then you get to the first corner, get the first punch in the face, and it all goes out the window.
It's a famous quote from a long time ago, isn't it? But it's been much used since, and it is. Yeah, it's all very well having a plan until you get punched in the face. Is roughly what it is. Supercar lights. Right, I'm looking for Darbacks. So Kevin Darback. Hell, I don't think either of them's won a race.
No, don't think so. Tobias has been on the podium loads.
Tobias has had last year had 4 P3s and 2 P2s.
And Kevin's really come of age this weekend, I think, because they've been very, very equal, haven't they?
Yeah, so what happened yesterday? Kevin got his first podium yesterday. Oh, okay, spicy. Let's take another quick look at which one of the Darbacks is where on the front row for you guys at home. We did say to them the cars are quite similar. On pole you have Tobias Darback, and on the outside of that row you have Kevin Darback. Then it's Anderson, Mounier and Bella Alonso. So Tobias Darback versus Kevin Darback for the first Darback win in Supercar Lights, but can they be denied by Lucas Anderson, who is the hot shot in this category? The ready to race light comes on, and the clutches are about to get dropped. It's a brilliant reaction time for Tobias on the inside line, gets it done. The Skoda Fabia moves past Anderson, moves out past Kevin. Kevin slots in behind Tobias, and the Skoda goes right the way around Anderson, runs into the back of Kevin. That's a big old hit. That's advantage Tobias, definitely. The Skoda Fabia, we know he's out front, but doesn't necessarily have the lap pace, so who's going to go Joker? And it's Kevin, isn't it? I think who's gone in.
Yeah, Kevin Darback into the Joker. Mounier hounding JC Race Technic driver Lucas Anderson, who's carrying that front damage after the first corner.
I think that's a great move by Kevin. I think Tobias should have gone in because the Skoda doesn't have the pace. So if Tobias can't get it done immediately, Kevin could overlap the entire field here.
I agree. They look to the inside.
They're looking for a way through. They're all getting held up. This could be a genius move over the curbs. There's no way through. It's a light traffic jam behind the Skoda, which is now going to have the legs down the straight again. It's a genius move.
Meunier looks to the outside in the OMSE machine on Lucas Anderson. He's going to go for the switchback, I'm sure, but Anderson goes to the inside of Darback up front. Who's going to joker? Darback surely has to go.
Of course he does. If he doesn't, Anderson will go. So he goes, Anderson goes with him. So this is to try and cover off his own brother. Kevin Darback coming through in the background, trying to take the lead. He should get there first. It's going to be brother on brother as they come in. And it's a bit too much respect, maybe. And he lets him in. So Tobias Darback back in front of Kevin Darback. Kevin now under pressure from behind from Anderson. Just needed another couple of tenths on that first lap.
Anderson's got the nose inside, but not enough rotation. Good defensive driving from both the Darbacks. Anderson's in the rear again, as he was in the first corner, hops over the curb.
Just got to calm it down a little bit. You know, you don't want to be taking wheels off your car and you're just costing each other time. So the front bumper is shredded now. Bello Alonso in the Skoda has got, what, 1.1 on Meunier. Hal at the minute, Meunier could end up with a double win here, but I think, no, they're too close to him, aren't they? Tobias is way too close. He's only 1.9 back. The Spanish driver goes in. That's going to let the top two through at least. Holding on for a podium at this point. Good tactics. We know that the Supercar Lights is a bit quicker in the twisties.
Yeah, great tactics from Alonso Spotter to get him in and back out. Currently in second of the drivers that have taken the joker lap, and now it's all about what Meunier can do, but it won't be enough because the gap is just not there.
Darback, he was alongside and couldn't quite get there. We see that so much here, don't we?
Yeah, it looks like the move's almost done, but it's absolutely nowhere near because you're carrying all that momentum sideways and up the hill. Meunier getting eaten up by Tobias Darback, who's done the fastest lap of the race so far in a 43.9. Meunier did a 44.5 last time around. Doesn't have an answer for flying Darback.
And stays out. Hal, he might as well stay out at this point.
Yeah, I think you have to. There's no point dropping into the traffic at this stage.
Keep the risk to a minimum. I really thought Kevin might have that. When you saw the traffic jam on lap 1, I really thought it might have been a genius move, but he needed another couple of tenths, didn't he? And then he was obviously respectful to his brother at the merge.
Yeah.
Needed to just give him the old elbows out, didn't he?
You wouldn't be that respectful with your brother if you were rental karting or something, would you? But in this environment, Darback goes fastest again, 43.5 to a 44.2 for Meunier. Meunier has no response here, yesterday's winner.
No, doesn't have the pace. Meunier slots it into the joker. Needs to get a good one done here to avoid Bello Alonso coming through. And I think Alonso's going to get him, and he might get going. No, great exit. Great exit. So yesterday's winner, Meunier, slots into P2.
Absolutely the right decision for Meunier to stay out and extend that margin. And they've done a great job, actually, together with his brother Damien on the in the spotters tower to salvage a second position from this.
But this is all about Darback up front. Tobias Darback takes the first Supercar Lights win for the Darback family after they locked out the front row. It looked like it might be Kevin on the first lap, but it is Tobias who gets the result. Julian Meunier, yesterday's winner P2, and Sergio Bello Alonso. That's a good result in the Skoda Fabia N5. Darback turned it on there, didn't he, on those last couple of laps, Hal? It was just banging in, quick lap, quick lap, quick lap. They were within tenths of each other looking at it. You said there were two best laps in a row, didn't you? And even the last lap was only a tenth off that. So this, look at this, Anderson not expecting Darback to get on the anchors maybe when he did. Did Darback maybe have a brake test a little bit earlier? But yeah, for me, I might have gone joker earlier, knowing that the Fabia doesn't have the pace around the lap. This was the traffic jam where you're thinking this is going to go Kevin's way. Look at Tobias, he was really measured through there.
Very neat and tidy. Whoa, Meunier lost a bundle of time there with that sideways move off the curb as well. This is Anderson having a look to the inside of Kevin Darback.
That's just tyre on tyre, isn't it? I was a bit unfair there. It's where the two tyres grip on each other. I thought he was being a bit too enthusiastic. Meunier got great traction out the joker lap and slotted himself into second place. But as Hal said, he had no answer for Darback. Tobias Darback takes the first Supercar Lights win of his career. Multiple podiums last year, but this year has got it done here in Portugal. Meunier P2, Bello Alonso P3. Here's your lineup for open two-wheel drive. It might be, I was going to say it might be tougher for Sousa from row 2, but I'm not sure it will. Yeah, like yesterday was a bit of carnage on the first lap. We'll see how this one plays out, of course.
Here is Supercar going to the grid.
That's what we like.
I love a short shift, an unnecessary short shift.
These don't have an uneven enough tick over for me, Hal. I want. That's what we're after. You can dial it in, I'm sure. Open two-wheel drive, day 2 in Montalegre. On the pole, Victor Johansson, who has had absolutely epic starts all weekend. Steve Volders outside. Row 2 is Simon Tiger and Andre Souza. And row 3 is Jason Bleasdale and Derek Tohill. Derek must not cross the white lines this time. He's had a penalty, 2 penalties for it so far today. Can Souza get Tiger again? Can Tiger get Johansson? Johansson was very honest yesterday and said, I braked too late. And then he got a nudge from behind from Tiger. There's the whistle for the marshals. Really well coordinated here on the grid. Massive thanks to all the organisers at Montalegre. Listen to the variety of engines out there. It is just crazy. Can Johansson get another great start? It's good traction. It is really good traction. Volders is squeezing the door shut on Tiger. Down towards turn 1, Victor Johansson gets the best start. Derek Tohill does stay out wide this time. Souza has gone backwards as he did yesterday. Derek tries to round the outside, but it's a bit dirty out there, and he gets 2 sideways. Souza gets up underneath him. Johansson leads from Tiger. Bleasdale goes joker on lap 1, and Volders drops to P3.
Fairly even start and respectful first corner from everybody. Volders pops up onto 2 wheels over the curb. Johansson has worked so hard on this car over the years and has had such poor luck. You'd be delighted to win here, but Souza has clean air, or did have clean air. Now he's right in the rear of Volders already. Tohill's there as well, but it was Jason Bleasdale that jokered on the first lap.
Yeah, they're holding each other up a little bit. Bleasdale, of course, has gone joker already. So Souza now has got to make a decision about what to do, and that decision, so I was going to say, looks to be to go up the inside. Derek Tohill's got the legs on him down the straight, but they run wide in turn 1. I think Souza's got to go joker unless the car in front of him goes. And I don't think he's going to go joker. Yes, he does. He gets himself in a
disaster.
No, that's a shocker. That's an absolute shocker.
He would gain so much through the joker lap on his own, and he's actually going to lose out loads. Meanwhile, Tiger up front, Bleasdale's done them both. Oh, yeah. Well done, Steve Volders, for not having contact there.
Yeah, that's a shame for Souza. I mean, I think probably you would have had enough warning there how to change your mind and not lose much time. Just to, but there we go. It's not us in the car. It's not that easy.
Johansson did the fastest lap last time around on the opening tour. What has Tiger done in response this time as the big Mercedes clips the curb?
They're 100th of a second apart. That is amazing, isn't it? 46.371, 46.361. The 2 previous champions locked in battle.
So the gap from Tohill to Bleasdale is currently 2.6. If Derek can eke that out a bit, that could... he's lost a bit of time there in the first corner. You can see Bleasdale in the background. Tiger, though, meanwhile, is in the joker and is going to come out 3rd behind Tohill, who is yet to joker, and this is going to harm Tiger's quest to get ahead of Johansson, because Tohill could potentially hold up Tiger a little bit here.
It's this next section, isn't it, where Tiger's really quick, got to get the car out wide. Tohill's braking tidy. Tiger uses more curb than Derek. So Johansson, the gap last time obviously was 0.8, but they've been into the joker. Everyone's been in the joker now except Derek and Johansson. Simon Tiger comes
Johansson
out
has to joker. Sorry, Andrew. Johansson has to joker this time around. The gap's 5.3.
Tiger had a look, didn't he? But Derek was already shutting the door.
He hasn't. Johansson's gone again in the back of the shot there. Tohill's also staying out as well, I think, given the angle of the car. I think that's the right move from Derek, actually, because if you joker now, you're just going to drop into the traffic. Tiger's looking for a way through, can't find it. Look at the clean line on the loose. There isn't really an opportunity to mix it up now because it's so much cleaner on the racing line. Tiger right into the rear bumper of Tohill. We see from the fantastic drone shot here, and again a little nudge in the Fiesta rear bumper. Tiger gets out the throttle not to turn Derek around.
So Tiger, yes, they had to give best to Souza, and I have to say, judging by what's going on here, yes, 6.1 seconds, sorry, 6.4 to Victor Johansson. This time he looks up the inside. It's a decisive move on Tohill. Tohill's going to get mugged by Bleasdale. Oh, he nearly gets turned round by him. Volders gets into the back of him. Derek's been hit from all angles there. Johansson comes through, and I tell you what, Tiger's closer than I thought he'd be, Hal.
Yeah, I think it would have been very close indeed, wouldn't it, with Tiger having had clean air after his joker, but it just wasn't to be. Victor Johansson, what a brilliant job he's done this weekend. He has had more than his unfair share of reliability and problems the last few years, and he's been brilliant this weekend.
Yeah, amazing start to the weekend. Yesterday, dropped it on the brakes with a little nudge in turn one. Today, he's done an absolutely brilliant drive. He wins. On the second day in Portugal, Tiger P2, Bleasdale gets P3. Didn't Bleasdale get...
He did indeed, yeah, he was third yesterday.
So, yeah,
Today he's on the podium with the two gods of open two-wheel drive in the last few years in RallyX, and yeah, great result.
How many more rounds do you reckon Bleasdale will do? I know he was only thinking of Holland, wasn't he, and maybe Germany, was it? But I don't know, I might fancy coming up north after that. Great stuff.
It's a drug.
I know. Right, let's have a look at the start. Very undramatic, isn't it, from Victor? It just sits and goes. My goodness me, that's a huge bumblebee that's just flown into the commentary box. You can go away, mate. Oh my goodness. I've just had to bat it off with my statistics folder. It's gone outside towards Nicolas Dubernard, but he doesn't get stung. The Frenchman gets away with it. Victor Johansson over the line sideways. And some great stuff. So I feel a bit for Sousa, but shouldn't have followed Volders into the Joker.
Volders was very fair there not to collect the side of Bleasdale, and then poor Derek Tower got turned into a bit of a ping pong ball towards the end. And this
was it, yeah.
Tigering up the inside.
That was clean, lovely
Bleasdale's going to get stuck in as well.
Bleasdale just picks the throttle up slightly too early.
Volders has a little nibble, and then, this could have got messy, couldn't it? But fortunately, they all got away with it. And up front, Victor Johansson was
untouchable,
nice and clear at the exit.
That, by the way, just in front of him is the phone you can see on the dashboard, which runs the hybrid system or something. I mean, it's madness. But Victor Johansson takes it from Simon Tiger and Jason Bleasdale. Volders, Sousa and Derek Tohill are your finalists for Open Two-Wheel Drive. Right.
So what's going on here? Ollie Ericsson's looking at the rear wheels of his car, out of the car.
It's a
Is
shame.
he first reserve, perhaps?
No, he's pole.
So what's going on here? He's got a problem. Ollie's not going to make it. Yeah, that's the walk of a dejected Ollie Ericsson.
That is a disaster from pole. That's going to leave Nathan Ottink, yesterday's pro. Oh, no.
Oh, he does not need that, Ollie, because he's been really quick today.
That's such a shame. So yesterday, let me get yesterday's results up. Turn over a few more pages.
Brilliant from Ericsson, cheering the crowd, thanking them for being here. He's such a big part of this this series.
Ollie was P3 yesterday. FC2 final was won by Janssen yesterday, wasn't it? So Janssen could, in theory, win the Open final today. Casper Janssen was 6th in the Open final yesterday. My goodness me, there's a lot of finals in four-wheel drive to try and remember what on earth is going on. Where's my grid? There it is. So Ericsson is missing. We're waiting to find out if a reserve driver is allowed in or not. I don't know. The reserves aren't written on the list, but I think if the reserve came in, Hal, you'd have to move the whole grid because the reserve would surely come in at the back.
Correct.
Andreas, what's...
It's a CV joint.
So what is
the nuts come off the CV. You can see the shaft's gone into the upright.
Well, at least Andreas is good with the sign language. It's a shocker, isn't it? One tiny little component and it's game over. But that's the sort of thing which, again, I mean, this is only the second season with these cars. You'll life that now and potentially say they need replacing after X amount of time. It could also be from contact in the racing. We've had lots of contact in this one. So we don't have a reserve driver, so the grid will go with 5 cars, and that is advantage to Nathan Ottink, who I must say did a great job earlier on. And yeah, trickier. Open four-wheel drive final, the last race on day 2 from Montalegre in Portugal, and the big news is Oliver Ericsson is parked in the background. He will not make the start here. alongside Nathan Otting, who won yesterday the AM category. Can he win the Pro category today? To do so, he's going to have to beat Casper Janssen in the background, the hot shoe of the lights. And NRX next category, Oliveira looking for a home win in his 208 Supercar. And on the back row, Elias Svensson, the cross car champion in his FC2, and Tom van den Heuvel in the Volkswagen Polo. So Janssen, if he gets a good launch here, can get straight up the inside with the pole man missing, but it's got to be a good launch against a Supercar. It might be a big ask. He has got a good one. So Janssen is going to stop Otting from closing the door. Casper Janssen to the inside line. Elias Svensson moves across to follow him through. Svensson's all locked up. Goes over the curbs, goes over the grass. Casper Janssen runs wide. Up the inside, Tom van den Heuvel. It's 3 wide as they come across. Janssen with a massive roll. Janssen's gone over. He's up the barrier. That'll be a red flag. There were 3 wide. There's a wheel off the machine. He's gone up the curb, up the barrier. How huge crash. He's fine, but that's a huge crash.
Massive accident. We've seen a couple of them there over the years where you just get squeezed to the inside. Van den Heuvel did nothing wrong. He has really stepped up today in the Polo. He was going for the gap on the inside of the exit of the opening corner, but that was a huge roll.
We're hearing Casper's okay, so we're hearing he's getting out the car. Once he's out the car, if there he is, he's out the car. Oh, he's annoyed. He's annoyed. There's a lot of damage on that.
Svensson came in hot as well into the first corner. I'm not laying blame at anyone's door, but it was a real bunch up in the first corner, wasn't it?
That wasn't a move from Svensson, in my opinion.
No,
it was locked up.
What I was getting at was that it's a real bunch up into the first corner. Casper will be A, sore, and B, concerned, because there is a lot of damage to that car.
Unusual to see that amount of emotion from Casper as well. That's a big old roll.
Limping a little bit. You'll have been knocked about a bit inside.
Well, your legs get smashed into everything, don't they? Your legs are normally braced. As soon as it starts rolling, yeah, you can end up in I think
there's also a degree here of not being familiar with the people you're racing against necessarily. Let's have another look at it then. So away from the line, Janssen made a great start compared to the supercars around him. Got alongside Otting. Look at the white car to the right of your screen. That's Svensson, who's had a lunge into the first corner and got into the rear
100 metres back
of Janssen. Van den Heuvel then has got up the inside in the Polo. Janssen's on the outside, and they've gone either side there of Svensson, and
he's caught the tyres.
Well, he's driven up the tyres.
Boom! Oh, how did the drone miss that? That's unbelievable. Rear right wheel off. He just got fired, Hal. That's a big old crash.
How often have you seen a car ride up a tyre wall like that if it's not directly flat with the conveyor? Rubber on rubber, it's just picked it up.
He just grip it and it just goes. So that he's already got tyre damage on the rear. Look, and the left front grips
it's because he's hit the curb and the car's bounced up, so it's already in the air. Then it's gripped the wall.
That's going to be very...
It's not actually as heavy a roll in terms of the amount of rotations I thought it was.
The cage was exposed by the body shell as well, while the car was upside down. That could be a very expensive shunt. Here he goes. Look. One.
The key thing about these cars is they're so modular.
Yeah.
How many times have we seen the roll cage get changed in a supercar lights? And these are basically the same concept. Yeah. So
think of it in 3 parts. If that was a safety cell, front and rear.
If that was a conventional supercar, the damage would be astronomical. In an FC2 supercar lights concept, it's still huge, but not quite as bad.
Okay, so Janssen's car is getting recovered, Hal, and that's going to be a pain in the bum to put in the trailer. Come down, you know what I mean? Don't you like?
Well, they'll get it fixed because they're modular. I would be surprised if they can't get some wheels on it, at least to get it in the back of the truck. The key thing is that the OMSC trucks are going to Holland, and then they're staying there ahead of the next event. So I guess they'll try and reprep the car here. They've got everything in the spare parts truck.
True.
So they'll try and reprep it here rather than having to take it back to Sweden.
Surprised the rear wing's still on it.
Good Manx.
Yeah. So Jerome, who you will be familiar with if you've been a long-term rallycross fan, from the Belgian Hat, is in the Manitou. And he's scooping the car up. What we got?
Some chat about the incident on the wow, that wheel was close to the drone, wasn't it? I just saw that on the replay.
Look at Vigo with the turnaround as well. Sorry,
we're watching the stream.
We're watching our own stream back a minute 30
There's some chat about the cause there, and what you can't appreciate unless you've been in that situation is when you're Van den Heuvel there on the inside, you can't know there's 2 cars to your left. I think it's very hard to lay the blame at someone when the collateral damage is 2 cars over, because you only know who's next to you. You don't know who's the other side of you. That's Linnemann's team as well in the engine bay of Van den Heuvel's car. Of course, they both run ex-Markland Motorsport Polos, so there'll be arguably better knowledge for the amount of time they've run the car from Linnemann's guys as the Dutch team.
We might unfortunately end up with a 3-car final here, Hal, which is not the way we wanted to end a brilliant weekend, but that's the way it goes sometimes. Yeah, go on. Carry on, mate. We were talking for the first corner, and so what are the comments saying? What are people saying?
Someone says hard racing, no one's fault. No, you need to give space like any other racing series. Yeah, no fault, but 3 into 1 don't go. Polo absolutely squeezed everyone. I'd like to see it again. I wonder if we can see it again on the replays.
I don't mind seeing it a few times.
Producer Callum, maybe we can see it again in slowed down a bit, perhaps, if we've got some time while the Portuguese track team fix the wall. And here it comes. Great job from the DMC production team in Stockholm. So let's have a look at. So let's break it down. On the inside, Svensson's had a great launch and he's got locked up. He's carried a bit too much speed in. He's still got out of it. He's not really caused any damage. So he's not at fault. So you're inside the Polo now. Look, all you can see is your compatriot on the outside, and you're at the inside of the track.
He doesn't know Jansson's
He's on the curb. You cannot go any further over than that. He's had contact from Svensson.
I think Janssen had to back out of
Jansson's on the left. So
but
for those two sides, the Polo, Van den Heuvel, can't know that Jansson's there.
That is...
Jansson's hung it up around the outside.
I can't believe that.
That makes me duck.
I can't believe that. That is just incredible footage.
I don't think it's Svensson's fault, because his part in this...
That's a separate incident.
But his part in this ends there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, yeah, that turn 1 was his fault. He locked it up from too far back. But turn 1 is over now. We're on the exit.
I agree. I think Casper could have lifted there.
Either of the cars on either side can't see. Now, if Casper sees a diminishing gap and you can't get through it, you got to back out of it. I'm not being too harsh on Casper. I think he's a brilliant driver. And you know,
that is 100%, in my opinion, not Van den Heuvel's fault. Because what's happened is he's on the inside, but he's also got rotated left by Svensson leaning on his left rear wheel. So what's happening is the nose of the Polo is getting rotated around the front of the car next to him.
Tell you what I'll go back to, which is what Tanner said earlier on, which I thought was a really good phrase. He said, I was the last person who could have backed out of that incident, is what Tanner said about his own role.
Yeah.
And that was a great way of analysing the fact that I could have backed out of that and therefore stopped my own role. And I think here Van den Heuvel's never going to back out because he's just made a lovely pass up the inside of Svensson. Svensson doesn't necessarily know Casper's on his left, and yeah, but I mean it's still absolute shocker for Casper Janssen. But yeah, Casper as well. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know whether he's thinking the gap's there or whether he thinks
but because you sit so low in the car,
he can't see Van den Heuvel on the outside.
He can see Svensson, but he can't see the Polo.
No, you can't see 3 wide, can you? The only person who maybe knew they were both there was Svensson, but what can he do about it? Nothing.
But also, it's how often do you see 3 cars come together in a straight line, the guy in the middle lift and the other 2 cars get rotated around the front? So if you're in the middle, generally you've got to keep your foot in. And let's face it, you're on the exit of the first corner, no one's backing out. It's nobody's fault, but maybe Casper could have come out of the throttle. That's so easy for me to say standing here.
Now, Casper wants to win, doesn't he?
They all want to win.
On this occasion, it didn't come off. Maybe we can take one more look, guys. One more look, please, at the incident, if we can, just while we wait for them to reset the grid. We've got Ollie Eriksson here with us. I'm just going to put these cans on. Ollie, have a look at this with us, please, as we take another look at the replays in a moment. And we're not asking you to throw anyone under the bus. We're just me and Hal are talking about what are the potential options here for the various drivers. We're getting the replays lined up now. So, Svensson locks up here a long way back and manages to avoid the back of Casper going over the grass. Okay, that's a separate incident, we're saying. Coming out of here, Jansson's on the outside, they're 3 wide, yeah? Svensson's out front, but then Van den Heuvel gets up the right, Casper's on the left, look. You see, Svensson's turning into Van den Heuvel, so now can't turn out, and Casper goes for the gap up the inside, which he probably doesn't know is closing, because he doesn't know the Polo's on the outside, but could he have backed out of it? It's hard to tell. What do you think, mate?
In that exit, everything happened so fast. I think he wanted to obviously
have the inside line.
Yeah, regain what he had been taken off of him.
Yeah,
honestly, in turn 1.
Yeah, Svensson made a mistake in turn 1.
Actually, it looks like Svensson is about to leave him the space, but obviously the Polo comes straight across his front.
But I think the Polo's getting rotated in my...
But
yeah, but the Polo is coming all the way over to the curb as well, and he has 2 cars on the inside.
Yeah, true, but he doesn't know there's 2, does he? Only knows about Svensson.
Exactly.
Svensson as well is trending out, so you've got 1 car turning out, 1 car turning in, which means they're locked effectively.
Exactly, here you see. So that contact flips the front of both of them, yeah.
But no point is the Polo turning left to get to the curb.
No, it's just...
He's matching, he's opposite locking the contact from the rear, isn't he?
Yeah, the track's too tight right there.
Casper, though.
Yeah, it's just
like it's a huge penalty to pay for a relatively small mistake.
Yeah.
He's okay, which is all we care about. But obviously, that's an expensive shunt, and young drivers don't need expensive shunts.
What happened to you, mate? Drive shaft on the left rear?
Yeah, out the joint, just pop broke. So
unusual, yeah.
Very unusual. Never happened before, so.
At least it happened to you, part of the development.
Yeah, normally I'm the test driver, so I guess I tested that now. No, it's the S word. I obviously had to add pole. Maybe everything of that would have been avoided.
Mate, yeah, we don't know, do you? But see, this is the thing: is Casper got such a good start that he got up the inside of Otnik on the way down to the first corner. So Otink,
he's been very strategically good today.
Oh, we were
Casper.
saying,
He had 3 new tires here for this, so he wanted to get this start good. Which he obviously did as well.
Yeah, he hooked it up brilliantly. Like he got alongside Otink from on the row, on the front row. Is Casper back?
I don't know. I saw his car, but
I don't know if
I haven't seen him.
Yeah, I mean, if he
I heard it was okay.
I was just gonna, if he wants to come and talk to us, he can. But I appreciate he might not want to.
Yeah.
So just while we wait for the final track repairs to finish, we'll have a little break. We'll be back in just a moment's time. So, small update, they are completing the track repairs. We will be underway in just a couple of minutes' time. Stay with us.
Okay, last race of the day from Montalegre. Unfortunately, we're down to 3 cars for the open four-wheel drive profile, and that is due to a massive shunt, unfortunately. Just a few moments ago for Casper Janssen, who was in a train of cars that were 3-4 wide coming out of turn 1. Ollie Eriksson's parked in the background. He broke a drive shaft before we started. Van den Heuvel has had to retire the Polo after those first couple of laps. So 3 cars. Otink won AM yesterday. Could he win it today? Can Oliveira get the win? And at the back, it's Elias Svensson, who had a massive lock-up in the first corner at the first attempt of the start. Kind of a separate incident, really, though, to what happened. So it's another good start for Svensson, taking gears early. You can see the nose of the car just dipping. Svensson could get this done. It's late on the brakes this time, no lock-ups. And it's Ottink, sorry. Ottink, come on Andrew, Ottink. It's the end of a long weekend. Ottink who's in the lead, and Oliveira goes to the Joker, which is the right thing to do. Now if I was Svensson, I might respond on the next lap. Hell, there's only 3 cars.
You could have all the guesses in the world at what the grid lineup would be for the Open 4-Wheel Drive Pro final on Sunday afternoon, and you would not have come up with this. I was thinking that before the first start, that it was reasonably unexpected lineup, and now even more so.
I saw in the YouTube comments somebody said the drone pilot needs to buy a lottery ticket. I agree. That was absolute madness, wasn't it? That shot is if that doesn't go viral on social, I'll be staggered. Just the shot of the wheel going over the drone. So Ottink, Nathan, 18 years old. I believe he's borrowed this car for the weekend.
He's been loaned it for some events this year by Bart Bell, who's been competing in Open 2-Wheel Drive this weekend. Good idea from the team to get him in the Joker. Look at Oliveira coming around the outside.
Is he going to get him or not? He doesn't. That is a good move, isn't it?
And now they just need to concern themselves with Svensson's pace, who was fastest on the opening lap, and I think has the ultimate pace to get this done. So now Nathan really needs to focus, use all of the learning he's done this weekend to try and close the gap.
Yeah, use all of the advantages of the supercar. Listen to that, you can hear the underguards crashing down as the car uses all the curb. So these 2 supercars chasing down an FC2. I'm trying to think, Alex, we're at an FC2 win an Open 4-Wheel Drive. I don't think I can count this one anyway. I suppose we have to.
Why can't you
There's only 3 cars in it.
Yeah, a win's a win, isn't it? You've got to be there at the end.
Yeah, you have, I suppose.
And neither Ericsson got. Was it Denmark where Kevin? I think
I'll have a look,
Kevin
mate.
Ericsson got pretty close to beating.
I'll have a look.
Oh, it's wet. They've watered the track in between the 2 runs, so that will have been a surprise on the opening lap.
Ollie Eriksson got Alspin P2 and Neeson P2 last year.
What did Kevin do? Or maybe it was Ollie that was really quick in
Kevin Eriksson got a
Neeson.
P3 in Alspin. They both raced in Alspin, didn't they?
One of them was really quick in Neeson. Must have been Ollie.
Yeah, he was P2. Yeah, he was P2
Who won
in the first one. It was won by Lindemann.
Yeah, so he was. It was a great fight, wasn't it? As these 2 are battling hard.
Not enough gap yet. Only 2.7 is the gap at the minute for Svensson over Ottink. So Svensson could take the first FC2 win, but at the minute Ottink is doing a good job of making it hard for him.
I think the FC2 is a bit more nimble through the Joker as well, isn't it? Which might play to Svensson's advantage. Look at the understeer and how wet the track is down the bottom. Look at the bodywork damage as well on the FC2 that's worked hard this weekend.
Svensson was a sender, Hal, wasn't he, in cross car, and chucking this car around will be enjoyable for him, I think.
Do you remember when he turned up in the Polo in Strangnas?
Yes, I do.
It was absolutely wild. We're seeing none of that this weekend. He's really changed his driving style.
No, he's not doing it. So the gap was 2.7, it's now 2.5. So Ottink is closing the gap down. We're on the final lap. Svensson's going to go Joker, and I don't think he's going to have enough. So Nathan Ottink comes around the outside, and indeed Svensson doesn't. Is he going to get mugged by Oliveira as well? No, he's not. So the FC2's first win in the Open 4-Wheel Drive category will have to wait, but this 18-year-old who yesterday won in the AM category of 4-Wheel Drive today, thanks to a bit of carnage, but also thanks to some great driving in the semi-finals, has done a fantastic job, and he's going to take his first Open 4-Wheel Drive win here at Montalegre. Ottink over the line for the win with Svensson in hot pursuit and Oliveira rounding out the podium.
What a stunning debut weekend from the 18-year-old Dutchman. That car won in the hands of super experienced supercar driver Jochen Koeks a couple of weeks ago in Max Mechlin, but a very, very different pilot this weekend. That's another rising star of the Rallycross future right there.
Oh, careful! Oh no! So yeah, the donuts thing needs to be learnt, I'm afraid. You gotta get that done, but there we go. It's one little ding. The checker flag's fallen, Hal. That's the way it goes sometimes. Oh no!
Broken the steering, has it?
Oh no!
No, maybe not.
Is he going to get out and wave to the crowd?
He won't be worried.
Go
about
on,
that.
get on the roof. Good lad.
Oh, the boys will have to change the roof skin as well now, but he will not care about that for a moment.
That's it. He's obviously a Petter Solberg fan. Oh, the roof skin's actually popped out beautifully, Hal.
Remarkable.
Now he looks at the rear and he's going, yeah, sorry, yes, the donut wasn't what I wanted.
They won't care. I'm sure the team.
Look how over the moon he is. Fair play. Fair play. And we look.
And all credit to Bart Bell for giving a young driver this opportunity as well. In a Supercar he bought to do some driving in himself.
Well, Hal, I think oi 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 is what springs to mind for the end of today. It was a bit like that yesterday as well, wasn't it? With the way semis and finals went, it was an epic end to the day. Look at the spray from Svensson's wipers for the screen. Now, that's a funny angle, isn't it? So it's soaking everyone. We will go and see Casper in a bit and find out how he is off air. That is when we're done. Nathan Ottink with the win in open four-wheel drive from Elias Svensson, Jose Oliveira, Casper Janssen with a spectacular DNF, Tom van den Heuvel with a mechanical in the first running of the final. Oliver Eriksson unfortunately never made it to the start with a broken drive shaft. And relax. I mean, honestly,
to quote you after qualifying, you're like, racing's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, how many times we do this all the time? Don't we? Obviously, we're so lucky to be here, but we see a lot of rallycross. And sometimes you're like, it's really banging today, and other times, and it was just the same as yesterday. Basically, it was. Here we go. Yeah, well done. It was the same as yesterday. It just went wild in the semi-finals and the finals. Gutted for Casper Janssen. I don't ever want to see big crashes like that, just because you know what it costs these young drivers. But what a day! What a weekend!
Been amazing, hasn't it? Massively helped by the Portuguese organisers and the massive amount of Portuguese fans that have come here. But there's been some fantastically good racing all weekend long as well.
Yeah, it's been absolutely stunning. Thank you to the production team in Sweden and on site here as well. Big thanks to the Ericssons and Peter Hellman for working so hard. They've upped the game with RallyX again. The paddock here looks great. There's tons of fans in the stands. We hope you guys at home as well have had as much fun as me and Hal have bringing it to you. So Falcons Vard is up next. We'll see you in a few weeks. Take care. Cheers, guys.